All right, everybody, we back. We back.
Robo__daddy says the stream has been set to day 850. Robo__daddy says refresh the stream so you can get caught up to the live. Refreshing helps with latency as well. Robo__daddy says Titlatag 1 inch has been set to new donor tracker. 3D 1 pound 1T says yup, you're back. Robo__daddy says title has been set to Touring SOBOS RV Resort. 24/7 day 850 new dono tracker. Add time. Tweet 18 inches. Creator Phil L says we back.
All right, y'all better be sweet, okay? Because we're very, very nice. Okay. Goes in the pocket. Grab this. Grab this just in case. This. Celeste, you're going to be sweet, and I know it. Really. Thank you to our top donator yesterday, Mike W. Appreciate you very much. All right. Let's boogie. Okay. Oh my goodness, you're giving me the front seat too. That's a good thing.
Where are you headed to after this?
I'm just heading home.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, and home is here, you want that temporarily? That's a microphone.
Okay.
With Lexi and Nate.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
So Nate here.
You can hear me good enough?
Yeah. And honestly, if you're giving us a tour, I have two microphones.
Okay.
One's kind of in general here, and then the other one Lexi has in the back.
Okay.
If y'all want to say hi. How's the reception here for Verizon T-Mobile?
It does okay.
Okay.
Yeah. If we start to lose it on the bottom when we go down the hill, we can adjust. So
Cool. I have both on. But yeah, I was making some TikToks and Instagrams and stuff about the resort this morning, like how serene and peaceful it is to be someone that has no idea how to plan, so I wind up somewhere that's you guys are like the only place that was open, and
We tried to make it that way. You know, put all of our water lines in and stuff. We just bought this place 3 years ago.
I can tell there's bathrooms are pristine.
We
Very new.
I retired from the military 3 years ago, and we bought this place, and it's 520 acres that we own here. And then Lexi and I guide hunts on the Pine Ridge Reservation as well. So
Okay.
and
Is that, how far is that?
it's about 10 miles south of here.
Okay.
Local businesses donated one of the cabins, and we purchased the other one.
Always_Emiliana says I'm surviving. My tummy feels like it's getting ripped out of me with really bad cramps. It's gonna be a hell of a week.
Oh no. Keep that tummy. Keep the tummy, God damn it. Don't let it go.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Yes! We her in the sun, baby. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO. Turned against says just relax. Skyvidar says trying to add my phone number, forgot my password.
I can't relax, bro. Not with that.
Wildview underscore RXT says ha 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 ha. Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO.
What is that? Here's a little. They're so interesting. It's fantastic. All right, so let me turn the. All right, and this is like a cabin for vets to stay.
This is Sergeant Stubby. This is a queen cabin, and then we're still building the steps down to there. This happened last fall. We had another veteran donate all the funding to provide the hot tub and patio area down here.
Yeah.
So yeah,
There you go.
yeah, that's kind of been it. I'm just gonna hold this thing because yeah. So they've got a view over here to look at. Basically, we planted our food plot down here, so the vets that stay with us and we sponsor them can shoot their deer out of the hot tub is the idea. So they're kind of a luxury deal there. And then on the inside of this one, it's just it's pretty general basic, but it's what everybody wants when they come here. You know, they don't want fancy. So
honestly, I mean, that's gorgeous. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, we try to put a little bit of our Native American heritage in here.
I can't even tell you like how good it smells in here. It smells like new, but wood. And so when I look around in this place, not just here, but the whole, is it RV resort technically?
Yep.
That I read. When I look around in the whole place, like I can just tell how much love has been put into this, and not just love, but effort, hard work, and in making everything kind of absolutely pristine. Look at that chat. This is awesome. They do have a voice. I won't turn it up too much because I want like more of an authentic tour feel. But this is really, really nice. So this spot, and then how many other spots do you have that are like just dedicated to vets? And
so these two are when we sponsor them. So like the nonprofit will put everything together, whether it be like a group of Vietnam vets that comes and shoots prairie dogs, or a single hunter. Like last year we did a buffalo hunt. Wow. For a guy, and he thought he was coming to shoot prairie dogs from Florida, and so we surprised him, bought his plane tickets and all of his stuff to come here, all of his food, lodging, everything was covered. Wow. And then when we went out one morning, we said, hey, we're not going to shoot prairie dogs, we're gonna go kill a buffalo. So he got to do that, and we paid for the processing of the meat and all the taxidermy for him, and shipped it back to Florida. So yeah, it's cool, and we got to interview him. We did a video on it. And yeah, it turned out really cool. So it's a good experience.
Awesome.
So
yeah, I think y'all are doing the right stuff here. This is a hot tub. It's so cool.
It's kind of a peaceful place, and this is like, say we get a couple or a single hunter. That's what this cabin's for. Then we have another one down here. We'll show you. It's the bunk cabin. Cool. And the Green Berets named that one, and it's called the Team House. Yeah. And so we'll just go show you that one next.
Cool.
So.
Lose Starlink here.
Yeah, it might. We're trying to. There's power right there, and we're trying to put a Starlink box there.
Okay.
So we can just plug it in there, and then both cabins will have Starlink. This is the only
from
one.
The same service, basically.
Yep.
Oh, this is gonna be wild. I am going to while we do this, record on this phone too. This is so cool. Did you purchase the property 3 years ago, or did you purchase it before that?
We purchased it 3 years ago, and it was just luck. I mean, I went to the post office and asked if anybody was selling around here, and it just so happened they said call these people, and I called them, and I said, I heard your sister's selling her property or something. They said, no, but we're thinking about it. From there, 8 months later, we're in that house. It's pretty cool.
Was the house built, or did you all?
The house was the only thing here, but all the roads and everything we've put in since. So this is the one we named the team house. So we'll be showing you this one next. Every one of them has a pellet grill, microwave, a mini fridge in them. So
what kind? Two years. All right, we're good. We still got Starlink.
So this one here is the one where we can have 4 veterans stay in it.
Wow. Oh, this. It's good though. That is a hot pepper.
Dutch Bagalo says, did you get a pita less euro?
Pretty much, yeah. You rolled 7. I'm meditating? What the fuck? Bro. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck just said? It gets like muted. Oh, okay. So it's like no big deal. All right, here, let's do this. I'll zoom out. I'm gonna turn y'all down for a second because what a fun and wild YouTube clip to have. Do they have any Celsius? I don't know. Y'all sell Celsius? There's a hook down here.
Oh, it's like a speaker, so you can hear everybody.
Yeah, it keeps TTS. It's good though. That is a hot pepper.
Dutch Bagalo says, did you get a pita less euro?
Pretty much, yeah. You'll have fun though. It's Liz's birthday. You gotta tell Liz I said happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Liz. Happy birthday to you.
Nice to hear beat steps.
Phew.
Good audio. Amazing. Pretty cool. Shouldn't really take it for granted.
Pixie,
Ad
thank you
Engineering
so
says,
much
ha
for
ha
the
ha.
prime. Says
Always
that I hope
underscore
you're doing
Emiliana
well. I
says, ha
love
ha
you.
ha. Foxy's Fryer says that was amazing.
That's part of what you're doing now there. Yeah.
Turned Against says good morning. Turned Against says at one end coming sausage.
Hey, Mr. Dejan, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Dejan, why you got a mouthful of McGriddle? I want some that ain't fair. Happy birthday. Bitch. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says happy birthday, you goof.
Yeah, you are. That's perfect. It's perfect half. The TikTok ab workout. No shot. Oh. What did I just do?
Nothing. I don't know where that chair came from. I have like a bunch of those. I took only.
Here's a little dilemma. No big deal. Just dilemma.
Hey, Mr. Generator, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Generator, you suffocated in my long-ass curly hair. I pooped in a tent and went for the gold. Yeah!
Uncle Mike's pilot car says under the house cause the house will insulate or block the heat of the sun.
Displaying a bunch of stab wounds, that would look pretty trashy. So Martin is like, hey, these knives are supposed to be in a knife block. What the hell is going on here? And Laura is like, oh, don't worry about that. That wasn't Joey, you know, my son with telekinetic powers. It was just an evil ventriloquist dummy who's trying to prevent Joey from talking to his dead father over a plastic toy telephone. I mean, I knew being a single parent would be a challenge, but honestly, this is a bit much. Then they find that the dummy has disappeared.
That's right. It also has this little dropper seat post.
Whoa.
That, like,
What does that even mean?
Drop the seat just to make it easier to get on and off of. That's kind of the idea. Like you would lower the seat right here to wherever you want it.
And then stand on your pegs and it blasts you in the taint?
Exactly.
All right,
try it like that.
The taint blaster. It's probably Lowe's.
Too high.
Lowe's probably better. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. I'll just take off and try.
Them. Makes sense, right? They would do stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh, okay. To get like weird leverage in different ways.
I mean, think about this in like martial arts, you know, and like traditional kung fu, you have yin and yang, and I can't remember which because I learned a very long time ago. One's the strong side, one's the weak side. So, for example, like if you're in a deep horse stance and you're sitting in this, I can be pushed from both sides and I won't budge.
Mm-hmm.
Someone can.
Okay, pretty loose.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Does that tighten it to the back one too?
Yeah.
Oh man. So that whole thing was.
Yeah. But you're in pretty good shape, I'll be honest with you. Not that bad.
So, I mean, I'm guessing I've worked in manufacturing and with mechanics and stuff long enough to guess this is more probably a symptom than the actual problem. So maybe take it easy over to the place that I'm going. And I'm just asking. I tried to back it out. Nobody had to say anything. Come here. Smuts. You got a little smuts. Alright, I got it. Why did it zoom in? What the fuck, dude? Oh no.
Always underscore Emiliana says leaves.
Oh no. Goomba, you see what you did?
I'm sorry. She touched my butt.
Your what?
My butter. I said, I want keto too. And she took my butter.
Okay, well, you get more butter. What's wrong with him? And then the last one, did it open? Yes. One more package to pick up. Open next locker. They didn't have to give me the tall one. They didn't have to give me the highest one. How do I know there's nothing else in here? All right, we're good.
Is Mike's pilot car okay?
My guy Dan addicted to sugar. He like him a murder. Anyone who coulda, we should have fixed that solar like 2 days ago. Got out of here before this dude got OP.
OP? What's OP? Aye. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this now?
Isn't that ironic?
Called grounding or earthing. It's called like earthing, grounding. Warning, bees ahead. Did you see that sign?
Let's take a picture and send it to your guys.
That's hilarious.
Should we park here?
Somebody needs to go in the chat and take a screenshot of that bee sign. That was so funny. I could not believe it said that. What are the chances it said that? Bro. What are the chances?
Always. Always underscore Emiliana says I'm surviving. My tummy feels like it's getting ripped out of me with really bad cramps. It's gonna be a hell of a week.
Oh no. Keep that tummy. Keep the tummy, goddammit. Don't let it go. You get half off for tier 3. All the Tangia. For over 2 years, and I fucking travel the country and never get laid, and yeah, that.
Oh, nice.
Not perfect, but pretty sick though. Thank you, Lorna. Look at those.
Yeah, all of them, same way.
All the
they
way.
would just
Yep.
lose.
Yep. All
Your
the way
rim
into
was
the
just
shank.
hitting like that. You got lucky, but it came out all the way. Look at him.
I'm lucky only one snapped.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. You drove a lot of miles with this boat, like Luz.
Yeah.
Generate equality says L.
L. Can I keep one of these?
Should keep all of them.
No.
Dream says I gotta figure out a better way to be cheap to text. Always underscore Emiliana says but I want cookies.
Cookies. Here's a little random hiccup. Got it. You gotta go.
Check the hashtag.
Bam, 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 bam.
Now sweaty. The YT chat comes back after a screenshot gets taken. Rivalry says ooh.
Oh, I never meant to make that mistake again, but I did it. Baby, let's make it end. I never wanted to have that chat on the screen when I didn't intend. You know what I mean, Mr. Sheen. Yes.
I haven't. Okay, I haven't used.
What does that mean?
I haven't used shampoo or conditioner. I haven't used shampoo in like 5 years.
What is it? What? Hold on. The words that you're saying. What do they mean? You
don't use shampoo in over 5 years.
What do you use? Hope.
I just use the Squatch soap, Dr. Squatch soap for my scalp.
Oh, but you do use something.
That's it.
Saw your little van. It's a little too big to fit in the spa. So this is Karen again. This is Karen calling from the HOA. And we were asking you to politely move that vehicle of yours away from our house. And I suggest you do it quickly before I tow it. Now.
Wow. I know the phone number.
To the 911. Tow it immediately.
Where, Mr. Sweaty, did you murder him like Ghost King? He already died. Why you gotta be so mean? He already died. Now, bruh, I know you want sugar, but chill, bro.
After I'm done with my run, chilling in the van, getting ready to sleep.
Listen. This smells so exotic. Hold on, I'm smelling it first. They all turned around and come. All right, here we go, dude. Bro.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Yes. We her in the sun, baby. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO. Turned against says just relax. Skyvadar says trying to add my phone number, forgot my password.
I can't relax, bro. Not with that.
Wildview underscore RXT says ha 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 ha. Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO.
What is that? We're good.
Binge on it. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's a bad cheese.
No, it's good. It's just not that salty. It's not. It's kind of bland. This one.
Meh.
Not that great.
We're in Dan's magic van. Look at this. Look how cool this is.
You've been sucked into my orbit now. Now you're part of my thing.
Ferret of Fire says looks like a Tyra.
Now this is, I mean, I know the steering needs a little bit. So look at the play here. Play here. That's my steering. This is newer, but what is this? from their jack, dude.
$313 floor says, do you have the death wobble?
Which means they jacked it up. No death wobble. They jacked it up here. Is that where you're supposed to jack it up? Probably. I mean, that nut should be alright, but they should have put it here.
Okay, pretty loose.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Does that tighten it to the back one, too?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So that whole thing was...
Yeah. But you're in pretty good shape, I'll be honest with you. Not that bad.
So, I mean, I'm guessing I've worked in manufacturing and with mechanics and stuff long enough to guess this is more probably a symptom than the actual problem. So maybe take it easy over to the place that I'm going. And I'm just asking.
Saw your little van. It's a little too big to fit in the spot. So this is Karen again. This is Karen calling from the HOA. And we were asking you to politely move that vehicle of yours away from our house. And I suggest you do it quickly before I tow it. Now.
Wow. I know the phone number.
911.
Is Mike's pilot car okay?
My guy Dan addicted to sugar. He like him a murder. Anyone who coulda, we should have fixed that solar like 2 days ago. Got out of here before this dude got OP.
OP? What's OP?
That's right. It also has this little dropper seat post.
Whoa.
That, like,
what does that even mean?
Drop the seat just to make it easier to get on and off of. That's kind of the idea. Like you would lower the seat right here to wherever you want it.
And then stand on your pegs and it blasts you in the taint?
Exactly.
All right,
try it like that.
The taint blaster. It's probably Lowe's.
Too high.
Lowe's probably better. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on. I'll just take off and try. You get half off for tier 3. All the Tangia.
Tell that Emiliana girl to stop stalking me.
What do you mean?
She won't stop talking about me all the time.
Well, she likes you.
Yeah, well, it's kind of weird.
Be nice, Goma. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, you are. That's perfect. It's perfect half. The TikTok ab workout. No shot. Oh. What did I just do?
Nothing. I don't know where that chair came from. I have like bunch of those. I took only.
We're good.
Always underscore Emiliana says I'm surviving. My tummy feels like it's getting ripped out of me with really bad cramps. It's gonna be a hell of a week.
Oh no. Keep that tummy. Keep the tummy, God damn it. Don't let it go.
The YT cat comes back after a screenshot gets taken. Ryan Enriquez says ooh.
I never meant to make that mistake again, but I did it. Baby, let's make it end. I never wanted to have that chat on the screen when I didn't intend. You know what I mean, Mr. Sheen.
This is a little awkward, but your first failed reaching
Yes. And the last one, did it open? Yes. One more package to pick up. Open next locker. They didn't have to give me the tall one. They didn't have to give me the highest one. How do I know there's nothing else in here? All right, we're good.
Hey, Mr. Generator, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Generator, you suffocated in my long-ass curly hair. I pooped in a tent and went for the gold. Yeah!
Uncle Mike's pilot car says under the house cause the house will insulate or block the heat of the sun.
He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice?
Isn't that ironic?
Killa Dream says I gotta figure out a better way to do speech to text. Always underscore Emiliana says but I want cookies.
Cookies. Here's a little random hiccup. Got it, you gotta go. Thank you, Lorna. Look at those.
Yeah, all of them, same way.
All the
they
way.
Were just
Yep.
loose.
Yep, all
Your
the way
rim
into
was
the
just
shank.
hitting like that. You got lucky, it didn't came out all the way. Look at him.
I'm lucky only one snapped.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. You drove a lot of miles with this boat, like loose.
Yeah.
Generate equality says L.
L. Can I keep one of these?
Should keep all of them.
No.
On it. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's a bad cheese.
No, it's good. It's just not that salty. It's kind of bland. This one.
Meh.
Not that great.
We're in Dan's magic van. Look at this. Look how cool this is.
You've been sucked into my orbit.
That warrant me.
Go to my thing.
Penhaligon 1700 added 6 minutes to the clock.
Always underscore Emiliana says leaves.
Oh no. Gomer, you see what you did?
I'm sorry. She touched my butt.
Your what?
My butter. I said, I want keto too. And she took my butter.
Okay, well, you get more butter. What's wrong with him?
Turn against says at one end coming sausage.
Hey, Mr. Dejan, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Dejan, why you got a mouthful of McGriddle? I want some that ain't fair. Happy birthday. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says happy birthday, you.
For over 2 years, and I fucking travel the country and never get laid and yeah, that.
Oh, nice.
Not perfect, but pretty sick though.
Displaying a bunch of stab wounds, that would look pretty trashy. So Martin is like, hey, these knives are supposed to be in a knife block. What the hell is going on here? And Laura is like, oh, don't worry about that. That wasn't Joey, you know, my son with telekinetic powers. It was just an evil ventriloquist dummy who's trying to prevent Joey from talking to his dead father over a plastic toy telephone. I mean, I knew being a single parent would be a challenge, but honestly, this is a bit much. Then they find that the dummy has disappeared.
I tried to back it out. Nobody had to say anything. Come here. Little smuts. You got little smuts. Alright, I got it. Why did it zoom in? What the fuck, dude? Oh no.
Grounding or earthing. It's called like earthing or grounding. Warning, bees ahead. Did you see that sign?
Let's take a picture and send it to your guys.
That's hilarious.
Should we park here?
Somebody needs to go in the chat and take a screenshot of that bee sign. That was so funny. I could not believe it said that. What are the chances it said that? Bro. What are the chances?
Always.
Listen. This smells so exotic. Hold on, I'm smelling it first. They all turned around and pumped. Alright, here we go, dude. Bro.
I haven't. Okay, I haven't used.
What does that mean?
I haven't used shampoo or conditioner. I haven't used shampoo in like 5 years.
What is it? What? Hold on. The words that you're saying. What do they mean? You
don't use shampoo in over 5 years.
What do you use? Hope.
I just use the Squatch soap, Dr. Squatch soap for my scalp.
Oh, but you do use something.
That's it.
Pixie,
Ad
thank you
Engineering
so
says
much
ha
for
ha
the
ha
prime
ha.
says
Always
today. I hope
underscore
you're doing
Emiliana
well. I
says ha
love
ha
you.
ha. Foxy's Fryer says that was amazing.
That's matter what you do now. There. Yeah.
Turned Against says good morning.
Here's a little dilemma. No big deal. Just dilemma.
Where, Mr. Sweaty, did you murder him like Ghost King? He already died. Why you gotta be so mean? He already died. Now, bruh, I know you want sugar, but chill, bro.
After I'm done with my run, chilling in the van, getting ready to sleep.
It's good though. That is a hot pepper.
Dutch Bagalo says, did you get a feta less euro?
Pretty much, yeah.
Them. Makes sense, right? They would do stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh, okay, to get like weird leverage in different ways.
I mean, think about this in like martial arts, you know, and like traditional kung fu, you have yin and yang, and I can't remember which because I learned it a very long time ago. One's the strong side, one's the weak side. So, for example, like if you're in a deep horse stance and you're sitting in this, I can be pushed from both sides and I won't budge.
Mm-hmm.
Someone can.
You'll have fun though. It's Liz's birthday. You got to tell Liz I said, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Liz. Happy birthday to you.
It's nice to hear beat steps. Good audio. Amazing. Cool. Shouldn't really take it for granted.
Carrot of Fire says looks like a tie rod.
Now this is, I mean, I know the steering needs a little bit. So look at the play here. Play here. That's my steering. This is newer, but what is this? It's from their jack, dude.
$313 Flores says, do you have the death wobble?
Which means they jacked it up. No death wobble. They jacked it up here. Is that where you're supposed to jack it up? Probably. I mean, that nut should be all right, but they should have put it here. It gets like muted. So it's like no big deal. All right, here, let's do this. I'll zoom out. I'm gonna turn y'all down for a second because what a fun and wild YouTube clip to have. Do they have any Celsius? I don't know. Y'all sell Celsius? There's a hook down here.
Oh, it's like a speaker. You can hear everybody.
Yeah, it keeps TTS.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Yes. We her in the sun, baby. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO. Turned against says just relax. Skyvadar says trying to add my phone number, forgot my password.
I can't relax, bro. Not with that.
Wildview underscore RXT says ha 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 ha. Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO.
What is that? You rolled 7. I'm meditating? What the fuck? Bro. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck just said?
Check the hashtag.
Yeah, you are. That's perfect. It's perfect half. The TikTok ab workout. No shot. Oh. What did I just do?
Nothing. I don't know where that chair came from. I have like a bunch of those. I took only.
He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice?
Isn't that ironic?
You rolled 7. I'm meditating? What the fuck? Bro. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck just that? It's good though. That is a hot pepper.
Dutch Bagalo says, did you get a feta less euro?
Pretty much, yeah. Fun though. It's Liz's birthday. You gotta tell Liz I said happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Liz. Happy birthday to you.
It's nice to hear beat steps. Good audio. Amazing. Pretty cool. Shouldn't really take it for granted.
The wifey cat comes back after a screenshot gets taken. Ryan Enriquez says, ooh.
Oh, I never meant to make that mistake again, but I did it. Baby, let's make it end. I never wanted to have that chat on the screen when I didn't intend. You know what I mean, Mr. Sheen. Yes. Thank you, Lorna. Look at those.
Yeah, all of them, same way.
All the
they
way.
would just
Yep.
lose.
Yep. All
Your
the way
rim
into
was
the
just
shank.
hitting like that. You got lucky, but it came out all the way. Look at him.
I'm lucky only one snapped.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. You drove a lot of miles with this.
Yeah.
Generate equality says L.
L. Can I keep one of these?
Should keep all of them.
No. Half, you get half off for tier 3. All the Tangia. We're good. Beer Chug Champion. We made it to South Dakota. All right, so that was absolutely amazeballs. Beer Chug, thanks for the follow, dude. I lost service for forever, so what I did was I recorded a bunch of video that I'll be able to kind of go through and edit at some point. Chatted a bunch with Nate and Lexi. They're amazing, amazing people. That made me so, so happy. What's up, Zim? Oh, y'all are listening to the Zim song right now. But yes, we're in beautiful South Dakota. We just got a tour. We just got a tour of the property for the Sobo RV Park and Resort. I think it's Sobo RV Park, or Resort rather. Sorry, I gotta get my words together. But they took me around and showed me the whole property. They gave me a personal tour, and it was super special. But I lost service a lot, so we got to see a couple of the cabins that are dedicated to vets specifically, where they allow vets and actually have their nonprofit pay for flights and hunting and all this stuff. Zim, 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 baby. And we got a whole video, 2-angle video and stuff of it. I had my cameras down there set up. I wish I were a little bit more properly prepared for that. But either way, it was such an amazing experience. I thank y'all for waiting. I know we don't lose service for that long very often. But yeah, they have a nonprofit organization called A Bridge Between Us, where they help vets. They help military and police families and people to transition like from service to civilian life, because it's not always, you know, a clear path, and sometimes you're not getting paid, and like there was so much that we got to talk about. They were so open and awesome about their story. I love people like that. I love meeting people like that. I mean, such a not just a like amazing tour, but just amazing people with a good story and a good heart. Like, I believe wholeheartely in what they're doing, because they just give. They just give and give to, specifically to military family, vets, and people that are trying to transition. And it's touching. That was super special. I wish I had I wish that I had the reception while we were doing that. But alas, we'll get better. Once we get Starlink Mini in conjunction with this Starlink, it's going to be a lot better to do stuff like that. It still won't be perfect, but I need 2 things. Nate, Lexi. They're amazing people. They took me out to the coolest spot they're going to put their next house on. Oh, it was beautiful. What I'm going to do, and yes, I absolutely, they're a military family. They're very sweet. They have 2 daughters. My Starlink is upset. Yes. Yes, and they're also, what I'm going to do is they're going to send me information. I know they have hunters and people coming in right now. They're doing tours. They do so much. They're such hard workers. It's so inspirational. I love that. But, hold on, my hat is... I can't handle it. I told him the story about how I got pee on my nose this morning. I'm just so not I'm not learned. I'm not learned, but I can learn. I'm teachable. But yes, we will absolutely, they're going to be sharing some information with me, including a video they said they wanted to share with me. Dahlia, don't laugh. Including a video that they said they wanted to share with me. Well, it wasn't my own. What? Well, hold on. So. I went to. I thought I had oil dripping from my tire, so I put my finger in it. Because I was like, where's it coming from? I couldn't see. So I was like, let me see if this smells like, grease or burning, or if something's leaking that needs to not be leaking, or even the inside of the cabin. Although the only stuff on that side is batteries. And I put my finger in it, and I went to put it to my nose to smell it. And I put it on my nose because, like, depth perception. I was like, oh, I was just doing it real quick. And then I could smell this, like, must. I'd never smelled it in my life. But I knew at that exact moment that it was piss from some animal. Probably a werewolf. Something marked my tire. Okay, so naturally I peed over it, but like, how dare they? How dare they?
himself with key fingers.
Yeah, that was an accidental boop, and I had to wash my hands and face and all that stuff to the best of my ability. Yeah.
Always
Exactly.
Liliana says haha.
So I'm gonna get everything set up to go. They were very sweet.
Mom 42 says you need to start marking your territory walls.
We're definitely not gonna make it home today, and I don't care.
Average Daniel says Sweaty got some dad vibes.
What's up, Average Daniel? How do I have dad vibes? What did I do? Here, let me swap this out. I don't know if this died at some point or what. Did I shut it off? Oh, yeah, I shut it off. What's up, Average Daniel? What's going on? Good to see you, dude. Good to see y'all. Listen, I am so inspired by their hard work. I'm so glad I got to meet them. I couldn't say no. They were the nicest people ever when I spoke to them on the phone, and I was so happy. And then I came and I saw the beautiful vibes, and like, I was like, man, this is just like such a nice and serene spot. And I got to stay here all alone. That other camper, I think it's their camper. You're perfect. Yeah, we had to explore. We saw so many turkeys. We saw so many turkeys. It was super cool. Every time we saw a turkey, like I could see the love in there. You know what I mean? It's like when somebody sees me hear something about chat and I stop in conversation or a video game or something. It was that exact thing, but like with people that love and appreciate nature and the turkeys and hunting and all the stuff that comes with it. It was really cool. I always love meeting like we were talking about exactly this. They're not 9 to 5 people, and neither am I. Like I was at one point, but what I do is not 9 to 5, so it's so, I mean, I love what I do, and it's interesting to people, but they're the exact same. Like what they do is exactly what they love, and they give back so much. I was woken up, so I was so tired that I didn't share it with y'all, and that was a mistake. But there were so many turkeys outside my window this morning doing turkey stuff. The stuff, the sounds they make, I could never even. They're so cool. I got some video of one that was pretty close. Turkeys are cool. That's awesome. I think we're probably gonna come back. Like, I mean, I have ADHD and a hard time committing to anything, so I'm saying probably, but my brain, I want to say definitely, because I love them. I love this place. They offered for like a more detailed side-by-side tour next time. Here's what I need. Here's what I need to make this better. See, what just happened? Y'all could have been there for the story. Y'all could have been there for the turkeys. Y'all could have been there for all this stuff. And it would have been so cool. But I don't have Starlink Mini, and I don't have a range extender on my cell phone stuff. Those two things are about $1,100, and they're going to make these trips that much better for content. We've been putting up a lot of big goals lately, but I want to put up the goals for those things. I actually think it's worth it, and I think it's going to make the stream that much better, and then we can start taking the next steps, because I am so super inspired by them, by their nonprofit organization. It's called A Bridge Between Us, ABBU. It's awesome. I can't wait to hear more about it, to see the videos that they have and stuff. I would love to, I want to get involved.
Maybe next time you go back, we can have a donation day for them.
Yeah, I'm going to be brainstorming what the best thing we can do, Spencer. Yeah, Spencer, what's up, baby? That's exactly in my brain. I want to make sure we're capable. I want to figure out the best thing to do. So I'm going to be big brainstorming on exactly that. I love that. I love that so much. So this has started, and we got to get back. So, man. Hey, baby, you. Oh, Dahlia. All right. I see you. Literally just gained like 1,000 points on the I like you scale, Dahlia. God damn. All right, I'll turn that stuff off. I guess this could stay on the bed. All right.
Kazoo.
Do the kazoo! Kill the fucking dreams, I'm talking to you! Ow! Do the kazoo! Kill the fucking dreams, I'm talking
Kill the
to
dreams.
you!
Dude, I was thinking about you, man. Kazoo, baby. I was just thinking about you, man. There, I went and took a tour of the property that I'm at. And they're... Nate is a military vet. And everything that they have here on the property... No, I didn't. I didn't. Can you put the command in chat what it would be? Is it !! Dono tracker space daily reset? So command dono tracker space daily reset. No spaces unless I said space. Here, actually, let me do that. Does it have a feedback that says dono tracker reset?
Robo__Daddy says you are not a moderator. Hashtag Rex.
I remembered it. I just wanted to hear that.
Killer Green says yay, we'll let you know it's saved. Robo__Daddy.
Awesome. Good shit, dude.
23rd of April 2025 _133956_daily_donations.txt in the archive. Robo__Daddy says daily donations have been reset.
I'm going to have that just when I...
Partington says you look really trim today, bro. Fucking fresh.
Thanks, Cam. I'll figure that out later. I was going to do it right now, but... Is it... Can I use that as a method? Is that a method that I can use? Instead of like an action? Inside of another action? Killer Dreams? Also, dude, I can't wait. We're going to watch some video. I just got a personal tour of this entire property here. from the owners, and they were the sweetest people, and everything that they do is like based on helping military vets transition from deployed to civilian life. It is so cool. They have like these amazing cabins that are, I mean, they're sweet. They're real nice and brand new. Yeah, if you methodize that, then I can just use it, because I don't know how to do it otherwise, besides putting out some stuff in the chat, like daily reset, that I don't want to have to crowd the chat with. So a method would be fantastic. Thanks, dude. Yeah, there was some like beautiful native artwork. So I know that a lot of like the natives don't like to be filmed and stuff. So when I see native artwork, I just intuitively now like don't film it. But I got to see it, and it was very beautiful.
Philip Green says getting back to civilian life is hard. 14 years later and I am still struggling.
Yeah, dude, their nonprofit is called A Bridge Between Us. I'm going to put up some more info. And, I mean, what they had to do, they didn't even know, like, I was a creator. They didn't even know what I did or anything. And they're like, if you'd like a tour, we're glad to have you. We'd love to have you back. I was like, what? And then I told them, and they're just good people, dude. They're just great people. The whole thing is WABBU. A Bridge Between Us is the name of their nonprofit. One lady said you can film stuff she was selling, but don't. Yes, that's exactly why I was like, you know what? I don't want to. What I need to do is get better at just, instead of just not filming it, like ask permission. I think is always the answer. Because I want to film it, and it was beautiful. I did put it on a little bit before I thought about it, and I was like, well, I won't go up close or anything, but. Yeah, it's all very nice. That's exactly trains, man. Dude, you guys are so here and so paying attention. I love it. I mean, if I actually think about that, like you guys are like really invested. No, and also I don't want to, I don't want to. It's not easy to look at someone and go, don't film me or cover. Not everyone can do that, even if they don't want to be filmed. I think it was something about like the spirit of the artwork, I believe she said. And I don't want to, I'm not trying to misquote what she said because I don't remember verbatim, but Sestra!
For 39 months. Well, there's another month you peed.
What's up, Pixie? Howdy, sister. How you doing? Thank you for the prime. Y'all, primers for the timers. Prime subs do count as well if you have, they count the same as regular subs, and I appreciate it very, very muchly. So if you guys have a prime sub, please feel free to use it. Definitely use it on Twitch. It doesn't have to be here, but primers do help the timer here. But definitely, you know, there's a lot of people out there putting in a lot of hard work. Love you, sister. How you doing? Alaska? Imagine.
Thank you and your family for your service to our country. I don't think anyone except you truly knows the price you pay to protect this country. Thank you.
Thank you, dude.
Pixie_7 says I'm trying to keep track of what states we didn't visit.
So Hawaii, Alaska, those are for now a given. Let's see, we haven't done Nebraska. There's a bunch on like the East Coast. So Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts. Did we go through Massachusetts on the way down? I don't think we did. Rhode Island, I don't think we did. Connecticut, I don't think we did.
Pixie_7 says your cousin lives in Nebraska.
Florida, Louisiana, I know. I went to her wedding.
Pixie_7 says, dude, I've been to Massachusetts.
Well, I've been to
for your tax
Massachusetts.
dollars while I was serving. Off-grid everything but Georgia.
We did do Georgia. Yep. We missed Louisiana down there.
Green says reasons why. Cultural sensitivity and potential violation of sacred traditions. Risk of perpetuating historical trauma and misrepresentation. Infringement of intellectual property and ownership rights. Potential for commodification and exploitation of cultural heritage. Loss of context and meaning when viewed outside its cultural setting. Possible violation of privacy or anonymity depicted in the artwork.
Yeah.
Dahlia_Rex says I volunteered to go to Hawaii. Pixie_7 says, oh, I was talking not with tour but real life.
Like where you've been?
Always_Emiliana says Florida. Disney World.
Disney World.
Pixie_7 says I love Hawaii.
Yeah, that's so cool. I would love to do Hawaii.
Pixie_7 says know where you've been.
You just mean in general? Like what states have I never been in? Louisiana, Alaska, Hawaii, Maine, New Hampshire.
Pixie_7 says what states have you not visited? Correct.
And I mean, is it...
Dream says I never thought of that before about artwork in diff cultures. Wonder if it like Smithsonian if they have Native American artwork if they say please don't film.
Right. And then I've only been to the airport in Colorado. I don't count that. Oregon, I've been to the east.
Pixie_7 says museums often don't allow cameras.
Right.
underscore Rex says I haven't seen a lot of New Hampshire during my trip, but it was gorgeous. I mostly stayed in Mass.
I don't know much about New Hampshire. I know a lot of people love Vermont, which is essentially right next to New Hampshire. But yeah. Never been there. Yeah. Exactly, Killer Dreams. We're on the same page. Exactly, dude. It's a great idea. And then yeah, very New Paltz. Killer Dreams, yeah, I want to get exactly that. Like every time I get a state, have it fill in. I know this is a full ass app, but like it would be cool if modulators could do like. Bro, we're literally on the same page. So when modulators. Exactly, and I want it. So I want it to be, instead of it just a map, which it might be just like an analog map. I want it to be a digital screen, and then we can also do like previous donations and stuff, and then have the map come up as a default and have it run by the Raspberry Pi. But I want, when the modulators put in like where we're at, they put in each state. I want that state to populate the map. So boop, it pops up. So it would essentially just be like an underlay of the map, and then 50 overlays, and you just have the overlay pop on in whatever color. But then I also want the ability to see it on stream and zoom in, and whoever's put it in like the Discord where they're from, just state only, it'll show like who's in each state. So if you do ! New York, it'll pop up with just the New York state, and it'll show not where they're at in New York, but just the picture of all the people that are in New York. Something like that. Then we can get a good database of where people are and maybe like make get-togethers. That kind of makes sense. Dude, is it 1? It's 1 o'clock. So we can go like 5 hours reasonably. Maybe 6.
Galia underscore Rex says cries in Belgian. Killa Dreams says okay F you I have too much to work on, but let me brainstorm. I am gonna have a full ass convo with Gemini later about this lol.
Cool. I'm gonna stop being so afraid of saying my ideas, because I really wrestle with this. I really wrestle with this. I don't want to see my ideas pop up for somebody else before I can have the chance to work on them. But the thing is, this is a subathon, and not only, that's all ego, man. Like, I'm just gonna put what I need to put there. And if I can say things out loud and you guys not only get excited, but maybe want to help, yeah, we need Canada too. Then that would be even better.
Pixie underscore Dust 7 says who off grid. Killa Dreams says we gotta get the weed smell out the RV first before we go to Canada.
That is true. We need to hire a that's such a funny idea Casey had, where we hire someone that has a drug sniffing dog.
Pixie underscore Dust 7 says weed is legal in Canada.
Yeah, but taking it from the US to Canada is not legal. They want to, just like anybody would, wants to like make all the money off of it.
Off-grid everything says just not to take across the border lol. Killa Dreams says cannot take stuff across border. Pixie underscore Dust 7 says facts. Pixie underscore Dust 7 says I always smell like weed. Pixie_Dust7 says I'm banned.
Why would you be banned? You're funny.
Kill a Dream says lol.
18 sites right on a lake. All right, I'm calling someplace. Let me just make sure they have showers and they're not 55 plus. Okay. All good. It says they're open on here, but that doesn't mean they're open.
Pixie_Dust7 says from going to Canada.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Take your you might run into another Aussie guy. It was so fun.
Just really with flying on loyalty. Please leave a brief message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Thank you for calling Daydream Campground. We are open for the camping season with limited office hours at this moment. Please leave a message and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you.
I think we should just get on the road, chat, and then the only thing is I always think I can just like figure it out on the road, and I can't. I can't figure it out on the road because I'm driving. I always forget that part. Like 8 hours of drive. Maybe a little longer, maybe 9 or 10. Like 6 hours and then 3 in the morning to get home by like noonish tomorrow. Give me 1 second.
Thank you for calling Big Sioux Recreation Area.
As of this time, the park does have a brand new phone number. You can reach us by calling 605-773-8106. Thank you for calling Big Sioux Recreation Area. Reservations are required year-round for cabins, campsites, and the picnic shelter. Reservations can be made by going online to www.campsd, as in South Dakota.com, or by calling our call center at 1-800-710-2267. We allow reservations to be made up to 90 days prior to your arrival. A vehicle entrance license is also required to enter the park year-round, and this is a separate fee from our...
I hate it. Sorry, but I fucking fell asleep during your messages, brother. I'm just leaving. I'm just gonna sleep. I don't care. I'm over it now. That guy just sucked the soul out of me.
J Brett's 420 says, I gotta go to work. I hope you have a good day, sweaty.
Thanks, Jay Brett's.
How many numbers lol at that place?
Fuck that place, dude. Oh, and a separate... No. Okay? I just had the best experience at this park. And then whatever that was... Dude, that's their house. How beautiful, man. They deserve it. They work so hard. They help so many people.
Says that you buy vampires. Mike W1387 says lol.
How beautiful, man.
Says here's another number. Oh, by the way, here's the website.
Jessica, what's up?
Turned Against says what a circle jerk of a customer service debauchery. Killa Green says, oh, and the first number you called, yeah, don't use this number. Lorna's World says I wouldn't want to leave here.
Call back. I know, Lorna.
Says, then they give you another number.
And awesome. Oh, and I meant to fill up, so let me tell you all about that.
Jessica 619 says, hey, I'm at work. Lol.
I meant to fill up because all of their water
619 says in you
is spring water. It's all of their potable water is natural spring water. Oh, you know what? They have a dump station here. Let me do that. And honestly, I think they have spring water there too. Let me use this before I leave. Dude, we did some trucking too. That was fun. We were going up hills. I was like, wow, I would never do this in the RV.
Killa Green says naturable.
Naturable. It's all naturable. That is, I mean, I literally saw, it's like a little waterfall. I got it on film. I just have this. I'm gonna go dump out real quick. Dump it out. All naturable. Tell you where I'm not going. That place. Whoa, tiny bird. This route includes unpaved roads.
Runs W Knives says you aren't trying to pet the fuzzy cows, are you?
Sup, Knives? Dude, you'd love this place, man. They were ex-military, and they have all these services and nonprofits set up to, like, so you have part of it's like an RV resort, super nice, brand new bathrooms, everything, just a beautiful place. But then the rest of the property is currently built, but also being even more, way more built for vets that are transitioning from deployed to civilian life. And they gave me a full tour. I unfortunately lost service for pretty much the whole thing, but I did record it, so we'll be watching a bunch of that, and they have a video to send and all this stuff. They're really, really nice people, and they gave me a bunch of their time and a bunch of content. Super nice of them.
Runs W Knives says, oh nice, I just got back pro MTHE dentist.
How'd the dentist go?
W Knives says temporary crown in place.
Ah. Some cows.
W Knives says gotta go back to 12 for the perm one.
Get her done. I have crowns on my two front teeth. I think I work on it. want to look up harvest hosts.
Bombs42 says messages aren't showing up on the chat display on the screen.
I don't know if I have an exclamation point chat refresh, but can I do modulators? Can you do exclamation point chat off and then thanks.
Bombs42 says anybody in here Pokemon fans, I definitely cannot.
Pokemon ZA, what's that? Badlands National Park. What the hell is that all about?
Bombs42 says a new Pokemon game that's going to be coming out.
Oh, I haven't even heard of it yet, dude.
Bombs42 says hoping to be able to get the Switch 2 Mario Kart bundle that comes with Mario Kart Worlds.
Mario Kart Worlds, huh? I haven't heard of that. That sounds awesome. Bruh. Are we not in one of the coolest places right now?
Robo__Daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Bombs42 says it's going to be a completely open world Mario Kart game where you can just race around with your friends and goof off.
That's so awesome.
Lorna's World says, have we gone through the Badlands? Or did I miss it?
We're going through it right now. As a matter of fact, maybe we go to Badlands National Park. I'm trying so hard to
42 says, can we turn on the GPS or do you want to keep it off?
No, we can. Thank you for reminding me. This is officially
Mike
Badlands
W1387
National
says the pics
Park.
of the park look impressive.
Officially, we're in it. Exclamation point GPS mods, please. Dude! Whoa! Whoa, bro.
Robo__Daddy says GPS enabled.
This is so cool.
Always_Emiliana says whoa.
I'll see this. This is impressive.
The Outlier Archive says they changed the thumbnail. W.
Hey, 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 what's up, Outlier Archive? We did, dude.
Robo__Daddy says bombs 42 redeemed wear 20.
appreciate the help.
Runs W Knives says Sage Creek Wilderness area is where I always found the fuzzy cows when I've been out there.
Bro, this is I might actually just go to this other camera. Get full screen for it.
Emiliana Cherry Blossom says Heyo Pixie.
Heyo Pixie. Birds know we're coming. What a special place, man. There's so many amazing special places throughout our country. And throughout the U.S. I know we have a lot of people from other countries watching too, which is great. Thank you all for wanting to be here. Hopefully I do I do these tours proud, man. This is beautiful.
The Outlier Archive says audio too low. The Outlier Archive says only slight road noise.
You don't hear me at all?
The Outlier Archive says we do, but it sounds like you're in the back of the bus.
Yeah, there's like
Robo__Daddy says screenshot taken by bombs 42. Check the hashtag pics portion of the dicky. Lorna's World says not clearly.
It's tough because I have a microphone over
Emiliana Cherry
here
Blossom
that
says
it's
it's very
listening
quiet, but we
through.
hear you a bit.
I wonder.
Bombs 42 says can't wait to have for supper what I'm making in the crock pot. Making pork tenderloin with potatoes and steamed vegetables. Robo __ Daddy says sweaty bath now smells 12 times. Bless you, Professor. Last night.
I'll go back out, yeah. Yeah, I had dinner. I had a bunch of stuff in the fridge, Lorna, so I had dinner.
Bombs42 says we need a graphic on the side of the camper that says Sweaty Pedals, professional tour guide for hire.
Actually, if you do that sort of stuff, you have to pay a whole bunch of fees. For going out of state and stuff. It's crazy.
Lorna's World says not your steak though. Dahlia _ Rex
Not
says
my
need a shower before dinner. Oh, leave the stream running. See y'all later, love y'all.
All right, Dahlia.
Bombs42 says didn't
Love
know
ya.
that. The Outlier Archive says did you get any accessories or attachments for the bike?
Yeah, it came with a bunch. I'm going to be getting some more once I kind of get a feel for what I like and don't like. But for right now, I should have everything that I need. One of the accessories I definitely want to get is that like really convenient lock that's super hard to cut through. It's like a flat chain thing. That one's pretty nice.
The Outlier Archive says seat suspension, curved handlebars, and a backrest are some of the things I would recommend.
Is that the bike that you have?
Bombs42 says and lumbar support for the booty. The Outlier Archive says yeah, I think I have the previous version of the Expedition.
Oh, they changed it quite a bit. But I'll look into those though.
The Outlier Archive says I think you may have said that yours has front wheel suspension.
Yes, it does.
The Outlier Archive says cause mine doesn't have any front suspension, it's quite bumpy.
I know.
Bombs42 says does the e-bike come with a horn?
No, I'll be getting some kind of bell or something for it. Ding ding. Ding ding.
Bombs42 says it would be funny if you could mount a train horn to the e-bike, but it would probably be too big. Lorna's World says an ice cream truck bell. The The Outlier Archive says I was able to bomb it straight up a super steep hill though. They got some power. I was surprised, but it doesn't sound like it likes it when I do that.
Right. Yeah, I wish I could get this thing paired, but I don't know.
The Outlier Archive says I put one of those clown horns on mine. D_M_T says ba baby boy.
What's up, D?
Robo_Daddy says D_M_TS in the chat.
What's up, dude? We're in Badlands National Park. Oh, I didn't.
D_M_T says fucking busy. Hope you're well.
Hell yeah, dude. I am. We can push through maybe and get home tonight by like 1 a.m., but I'm gonna be so dead tired doing that. I don't think I want to do that. So we're probably gonna just. I think I'm just gonna boondock, bro. I'll just boondock it. Alright, it looks like you probably don't hear that.
The Outlier Archive says what is that open area that you are passing through right now? Is it able to be just pull over and camped on legally? Is it BLM? I am always wondering what that super open land is usable for.
I don't know. Someone would have to look that up.
Lorna's World says pasture and grazing. Always_Emiliana says alright, I am gonna head to the beach and get some sun. Love ya.
Love you, Emiliana.
Lorna's World says also grow alfalfa, wheat, and hay. The Outlier Archive says oh so it's private farmland. XW Knives says most settlers in South Dakota lived in sod houses or dugouts. Lorna's World says, can you imagine how hard it would be to cut through that undisturbed prairie grass?
Hello, hello. All right, cool. We got a different site. Or we got a site for tonight. It's $35. They got shower, everything we need. I just got to stop and get cash. Sorry, y'all. I had to turn you down for a minute. Lorna, you asked me a question, I think? I'm not... Oh. This is it.
Lorna's World says good going.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Bouncy road, dude. Harvest Host. bouncing. Look at that. All the cows and stuff. You roll both sides of the bitch. Roll both sides of the bitch. You roll both sides of the bitch.
Robo underscore daddy says send me 420 in the chat.
Breaker, one-liner, I need two. Let off some fucking steam. You ever talk to someone that asks the same question 7 times? Like, bruh, I don't do magic gum.
Did they want you to do magic? Oh, dude. Oh, fluffy cows. Laying down. This is incredible scenery. I don't know if those cows are regular or fluffy. They're regular. They're regular. Dude, this place is so cool. What in the town are we coming up on right now? This is awesome too. Breaker. 1-9er. Turned what happened? I'm assuming that's turned. Native gifts.
If I tell you I don't have something in the size you need, I won't have it 5 minutes later. If you freaking ask me, God damn it, I'm over it.
This is fucking cool.
Turned against says dumb people dumb questions lol I'm a bit spicy. Turned against says W Badlands.
Well, guess we're paying $30. What do we gotta go through? Hello? Hey. Oh, yeah. Be right back. Be right back, chat.
Sweaty_mama says, are you back?
I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna go into Badlands National Park. Give me a second.
Morning World says, wow, look at that.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, hey.
Killer Dream says, hi hi.
What's up, Killer Dreams? Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Do y'all hear that okay? Or no?
Mike W1387 says, hey.
What's up, dude? Do y'all hear this okay?
What we doing? New mic.
I was just setting up a different mic to possibly do stuff, but I'm gonna pull up and check some stuff out.
Hornets Rogue says better now. Odious says I hear something. Just walk in the door.
Lock down. And then, okay, tell me if this is louder or good or what. How about this right now? Now, comparatively, does this sound louder, quieter, they're about the same? It's gonna be clearer.
Kill a Dream says the road Mike. Mike W1387 says I hear a slight buzz.
Okay.
Odious says better.
I don't need.
W1387 says this is better than.
I don't need better. I need quieter or louder.
Still a Dream says now louder, cleaner, bassier. Odious
Okay.
says number 2 all the way.
It's not a comparison. I'm not trying to do a comparison.
Hypersha says sexier. Robo __daddy says Hypersha in the chat.
Hi, Piper.
Odious says about the same volume, just less background noise.
Okay.
Mike W1387 says quiet and loud.
I just need to get this mounted somewhere kind of in front of me, but let's
Mike W1387 says haha.
Give me a second.
Still a Dream says number 1 seemed like echo far away from Mike with a buzz pump.
Yeah. The buzz part is helpful, and then quieter or louder is definitely very helpful. Howdy. How are you? Good. Do y'all take the National Parks Pass?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a private vehicle?
Yeah.
I need an ID with you, please.
No problem. Sorry, they're kind of like stuck in here. Here we are. And then, oh, there's the ID. I couldn't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Center Center's just ahead, second building to the right of the stop sign. They would have a map.
A map, and then do they have the passport stamps too?
Yep.
Perfect. Second stop sign on the right, you said?
Stop sign, second building.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, y'all. Hunting, no shooting, no off-road driving. So they said, is this a park you could stay at? First stop sign, second building. I have a really annoying...
Turned Against says what do you need a passport for on the road? Kill a Dream says private vehicle with dozens on board law.
That. It's not a passport, it's like the private or the national parks passport, so you get it stamped. It's really cool. Okay. First stop sign, I think. Amphitheater. Whoa, dude, this is so
Turned
sick.
against says O. Lorna's World says I wish I had one of those. Killa Dream says National Park. Hey, I've been to all these places. Book. Hypersha says hooey hooey hooey. Little did she know there's over 60 of us riding this bus. Odious says achievement passport.
Restaurant, gift shop, cabins. Look at that. Oh. Bruh. Chateau. Alright, let's run inside and get our things stamped. I'm gonna go
Killa
be
Dream says
super
my mind
quick.
has already been churning for this map. I can't wait for 8 p.m. so I can chill and start to put into action.
Dude, I love it. Thank you, Killa Dreams. Huh. Hi!
Mike W1387 says wow, that's sick. Lorna's World says I love being around creative people.
I know, me too.
Robo. Sweaty has now snuzzed 13 times. Bless you, Professor.
Thanks, chat. Alright, so we'll head through here.
Says, did you get the riddle thing on
Howdy. Did you get the riddle thing? Oh, yeah. Actually, the riddle thing's kind of cool now. So, if you guys use a riddle, I believe, there should be a way to check, but I believe... how cool is that? This place is awesome. So if y'all use a riddle...
Daddy says, here's your riddle. What city of cycle sweat, where denim meets pet, and streaming content is well met? Robo _ Daddy says Odious redeemed the riddler. Downward dog GGO says nice butte.
What's up, downward dog? Nice butte. Is that what those are called? Buttes? That's what a butte is? I've been hearing butte. Dude, that's a gorgeous poster. Exclamation point SS. Where I'm from New York originally, but I live in Minnesota for the last however many years. Whoa. Oh, this is really cool in here. I need another... I know where we're at, Killer Dreams. I wanted y'all to be able to see that. But you should be able to exclamation point SS this, no problem.
portion of the dicky.
Do you know where the passport stamp spot is?
Yes, it's going to be at the end of this desk by the round.
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
37 miles, which have to run road. It's a windy road.
Oh, this is cool.
Stuff like that. Like I said, there might be bison in the road up here.
So we're at that stamp station.
But after that, you can go out, you can come back that way. You know, it's kind of a choose your own adventure. That's what I always tell people. This map, that map you've got in your hand, we will open it up.
This is cool. I'll take the.
There's a driving out the north unit of the park, right there. The other side of that map is all of our established hiking trails. We are an open hike park. So if you set up camp over there and you just want to 44, yes, true. License and all that, you're fine. If you want to go, right in your park, but I would just 200 yards between bike seats. Right. You don't want to get up.
Oh, you know what? I gotta find it. It's just been. Oh, I think you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, it's my little practice stamper.
You got like a whole book.
I do.
Oh, I just got the.
That's cool though.
It's yeah, but you make me feel like I gotta make it cooler.
So, I just ordered this book specifically for this trip. So these are all the stamps I have.
That's
So
awesome.
I'm not that cool.
Are we in the Rocky Mountain region?
We are.
Heck yeah.
Did you get one of those? Oh yeah.
Where are we? You are.
All right, chat. We're still in the Rocky Mountain region.
It's yellow in my book, if that helps.
It doesn't show me on the side. Oh, actually it does. You're awesome.
Is it yellow?
It is.
All right. Doing big things.
Did you go to Zion?
We haven't.
Oh, Zion is amazing. I
Where
took a
is it at
helicopter
from here?
tour. So it's in Utah, like South Utah. Oh,
See, we just barely got down into Utah.
Yeah, Utah is
We'll have to come
absolutely.
back.
Where'd you go last?
Well, we have been driving since Seattle.
Oh,
So-
okay. Is that where you're from?
We're actually from Ohio.
Oh, okay. What
So
part
we
of
flew
Ohio?
from Ohio. It's north central Ohio. We're like
Okay.
halfway between Cleveland and Columbus.
Okay.
So we flew to Seattle, 3 of us,
Uh-huh.
and we're driving back, and we picked up another person in Wyoming,
Whoa.
Cheyenne.
Cool.
So now we're heading sort of home. We're
Sorta
heading
home.
the long way.
Same. I'm sort of home. I live in Minnesota, so
nice.
I traveled all
Minnesota
over.
is on our list. It is on our list.
Yeah, it's super pretty. It's prettier summertime. It's not too cold, but you're Ohio, so you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you get to Minnesota, a cool place to go is whoa.
3 of them.
Oh, it shows you right there. I'm very novice. Up by the North Shore, by Lake Superior, there's Route 61 is super pretty. It's very nice. So if you get up there, it's kind of the place to go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Best name. I've messed a bunch of them up, so. Nice to meet y'all. Have a
You too.
safe
Have a good
adventure.
trip.
See if there's anything you need. Duluth, that's right. Duluth. Well, you know Odious. Have you been up to Duluth? I would love this. Miss Prez.
This is all going to be everything that's red on this map is going to be pink. Everything that's black is gravel. So this section.
Los Angeles. Oh, are you guessing? They should be one. Oh.
I mean, unless your car's in like completely bad shape.
Think about the cities that we've been to, right? So that a good list or a good hint is it's using a list of like places that are very relevant to recent streaming. Wow. You know, there's some puzzles. There, Cyber Bisbee. What do we think of that? That's kind of cool, isn't it? It's a pretty one. Are those cooler passport books?
These are for the pennies, press pennies.
Oh, that is cool.
And I have press pennies from everywhere.
Yeah, the riddles are better. And also, chat, you can... Whoa. Also, let's go, Killa. So there's two things that the mods can actually change the riddle criteria. So they could put like
Anywhere in the park that your vehicle's in, obviously.
Badland, Faribault, Minnesota. Historic wool mill. Whoa.
Totally missed and woven. Is it the consumer?
What word is not an ailment, though complex and atrocious, with syllables 13 and spells out endless emotion? It decided not to rhyme, or not to rhyme very well this time. Excuse me. That's kind of cool. They have more puzzles over here too.
Part of it's flat.
No way. Did we like that answer, chat? I typically wanted I think this one's prettier. I wanted them to have something to do with the stream. You guys can add it, but I might Does this use the actual pages of the
The last showing will be at 3.
Huh.
It's going to be 2 more shows, 3 more shows. Do it now.
Yes, yeah.
And then you never go back.
They have this to like hold on to it. But I wonder
I think it's what I'm going to plan on doing. I'll get you one of these. And they also have, this is for the Knott's Trail, which, and then this is yours, is that one. Honey, I can't remember. I'm gonna look. You did not say. Do you want me to give you one of these top
Daddy says Killer Dreams added a new riddle prompt.
Figure out what else I have, what I need.
Daddy says here's your riddle. I'm making a scene. I keep it tidy though not always seen. What am I? Robo __Daddy says Killer Dreams released a riddle. Killer Dreams says a mama.
I've got some pennies though. Let me see.
Dude. It was real.
I think I might have got one. Make sure
This is cool. Coloring book. National Parks. Yeah.
From the other books. I can't remember what I
Killer Dreams says it's not bad, she just made it sound bad, lol.
Which is different than that. These postcards. Sequoia, I think, because the one that I got was different, I got this one. This is what they have here.
Okay. I think you're holding up the line, sister.
Oh.
I'm good as long as she is.
Out of my way.
I got time.
Well, I'm not in a rush anyway. Don't know about my chauffeur. Depends if
over there where nobody's at.
Hi, I like your nails.
Do you need a bag?
No, I should handle that. Thank you.
$27.59.
Sorry.
You're okay. No problem. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, did y'all get the riddle? Oh no. Oh no. Here's the riddle again. I'm in skinny jeans, making a scene. I keep it tidy, then not always seen. Is it jorts? Dude, is it jorts? So I need a,
says fanny pack.
denim? So I need to where it searches the already existing list, and then it'll tell you if that word's already on there, and so it won't duplicate it. Duplicating it isn't the end of the world. It just gives it a higher chance of it'll give it a higher chance of coming out, that word. So maybe we let them duplicate. And then that is the cool, you can give, when you put the prompt, you can give Hints is the word I was looking. We got our stamp. We're still in the Rocky Mountain region. Done this 2 times. We went somewhere to do this with the 360 dance lessons. Waxing.
Robo__daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 2 votes. Robo__daddy says chat chose to not add waxing to the list.
This
Killa
is
Green
so
says it times did.
cool. What national parks are in Minnesota, Chad?
Odious says okay sweaty. Time to learn C#XD. Jessica 619 says Goomba. Killa Dream says he knows D flat, he just doesn't have the time to know it, he employs us for free to do it for him lol. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 added a new riddle prompt. Lorna's World says Minnesota has 6 national parks. Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. What's a single foe in denim shorts known in the gaming world that Mario stomps to get to the castle's lord? Odious says Gooseberry Falls. No one else can take that name anymore. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler. Mike W1387 says was that a cantaloupe? Odious says Goomba. Odious says Goomba. Robo__daddy says congratulations Odious. Yes, the answer was Goomba. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Shinigami 420 says at Mike W1387 that's approved.
Bro. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. It looks like sand.
Odious says gooseberries are outlawed since they cause Dutch elm disease, the fungus from them. Mike W1387 says welcome to Ladbands National Park.
Ladbands.
Robo__daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 1 votes. Robo__daddy says Goomba added to random answers. Lorna's World says the Badlands began as sediment. Mike W1387 says the primary materials are sediments like siltstone, claystone, sandstone, and volcanic ash. These sediments were deposited by rivers and streams, and also include volcanic ash from distant volcanoes.
I did not know this is what we were about to be seeing.
Mike W1387 says wonder how distant the volcanoes were. This is amazing. Smiley 6669 says hi sweaty. Odious says I think the Badlands are where most of the US fossils were found. Smiley 6669 says how your drive going. Mike W1387 says hi at Smiley 6669. Smiley 6669 says hi Mike.
Wow.
Mike W1387 says at Odious love that.
this is. Howdy. How y'all doing? I guess we're in the Badlands today. Make sure y'all go check out the
Don't blink or you'll miss it.
Do you have an issue here, guys?
He won't show me his identity.
Look at this chat.
Do you have an issue here, guys?
He won't.
Ready to go take one more photo. Wow, dude, that's... This is awesome, y'all. Let's get to driving. Wanted to put something on the get some content.
Odiusk says Sweaty's camera taking a picture of Sweaty with Sweaty's camera. Mike W1387 says the Badlands, particularly in South Dakota and Montana, are renowned for their rich fossil record, especially of mammal remains. These areas, known for their exposed rock formations, preserve the bones of ancient creatures like brontosaurs, rhinoceroses, horses, camels, and even saber-toothed cats, among others. Lorna's World says at Mike, you find the coolest info.
Yeah, this
Thank
is
you.
cool. I can't wait. So, Killer Dreams, another thing I'm talking to Casey about is I really would like to have it so that ChatGPT can look up random facts about a certain subject while we're dealing for a certain amount of time. So like every 5 minutes, Robo Daddy would give a random fact and not repeat itself about the Badlands for the next hour because we're going to be driving through it. That kind of deal. Whoa.
Odiusk says Mike makes Neil deGrasse Tyson shake in his boots.
Odious. Odious, do you do programming? It sounded like you do some kind of either coding or programming.
Mike W1387 says lol.
You had a good grasp on him. If-else statements and stuff.
Odiusk says been doing it for years. Started back with the Apple, way back when it was monochrome screens.
Do you do it for a living or do you do it like on the side for a hobby and stuff?
Odiusk says self-taught.
Hell yeah, dude.
Odiusk says hobby.
That's awesome.
Lorna's World says there is a place in northeast Nebraska that is an open excavation site. Mike W1387 says at Odiusk I'm quick with Google search.
Really? Open excavation.
Odiusk says at Mike W1387 ironically, out of 4 screens, not one instance of Google. I must check my Tim. Lorna's World says I've been there. You can watch them actually excavating fossils.
Really? That's cool.
Mike W1387 says I have to visit an excavation site one day. Odiusk says at Lorna's World like trilobites or something larger. Robo__Daddy says thanks for the follow. Floppy93.
Thank you for the
says
follow.
trilobites are the
Welcome to the
horseshoe
Vibe
crab looking
Tribe.
things.
Oh yeah, we used to print a lot of those. We used to 3D print a lot of those.
Mike W1387 says I have a box of trilobites upstairs. Cool looking dudes lol. Lorna's World says camels, saber-toothed tigers, ancient zebras. The scientific name for saber-toothed cats is eluding me for some reason. Mom keeps going to Mastodon.
How the heck do you know all that stuff, dude?
Off-grid everything says Smilodon.
Thought it was Smitty's could be on.
That's what it was. Been awake too long. Lorna's World says I remember feeling like I was touching history when I touched one of the ancient bones. Mike W1387 says that's very cool at Lorna's World.
Whoa.
Off-grid everything says hoping to go and visit the king.
Modulators, can I get an exclamation point title set space Badlands National Park? Or just the Badlands or something? Just title set, command title set to something good for the Badlands right now. And we'll try to keep up with that. Let's make sure we're in IRL category 2, please.
Just look them up. NDT just caught one of the modern ones when he went to Antarctica. The sub had a clear floor did.
to show this to y'all. This is awesome.
Daddy says title has been set to Badlands National Park 24/7 day 850 new dono tracker. Ad time. Stream shot 18 inches. Mike W1387 says that it's really racing. Is that in Kentucky?
Ready? Look at this. Bruh.
Everything says at Lorna's World and at Mike W1387 it is in BC, Canada, near Horn Lake Caves on Vancouver Island. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Off-grid everything says at Odious go nice. They have living ones off the island I live on as well. Lorna's World says breathtaking. Mike W1387 says beautiful. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Shinigami420. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Odious says caught the green line.
This is absolutely gorgeous though. Here, let me try to get a wide angle.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Shinigami420. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. E_Mosey13 says at Odious I know right lol. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Shinigami420. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
Why we never made it out. Open the door. That's like nothing, and then all of a sudden.
Shut up. You ain't gotta get dick your whole fucking life.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13.
How
Check the
cool is
hashtag
that,
pics portion of the Dicky. Odious says is your fob closer to fisheye. Seeing weirdness on some of it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how I want to do it, honestly, but that is absolutely just awesome. That guy was a fucking asshole. Talking to his kids like that, dude. Let's go travel to this point over here. You can kind of hike it too, actually. Let's start there. Wow.
Bombs42 says too bad you can't fly your drone here, you could get some good aerial view pictures.
Thank you, Mike.
Daddy says screenshot taken by Mike W1387. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
I mean, it's gorgeous here. Yeah, that's a little bit closer to fisheye. It's a nice wide angle, and then this is a little less, but that's a good photo right there.
Daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
Dude, I'm gonna take y'all down here next. This is awesome. Wow. Hold on, check. Turn around for a screenshot in 1 second here. This is a cool fucking spot, dude. This is so cool. When I come back and grab y'all, we'll come back down here and I'll give you like a full tour of all this down here. Check this out.
Dahlia_Rex says woo.
Dahlia.
E_Mosey13 says at Dahlia_Rex. Dahlia_Rex. Amazing view to come back to.
Does that look pretty good?
Knives says I was standing out on a hill like that one time and one of the giant male sheep popped up about 10 feet from me. Dahlia_Rex says hey Mosey. Mike W1387 says. Robo__Daddy says screenshot taken by Odious. Check the hashtag pics portion of the dicky. Odious says damn right it did. Lorna's World says Sir Sweaty, I'm so grateful that you are willing to take your time showing us this stuff. Thanks for not rushing. E_Mosey13 says at Dahlia_Rex hey Dahlia. Robo__Daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex. Check the hashtag pics portion of the dicky.
This is why I do what I do for a living.
Lorna's World says I just noticed all the colored layers.
This is why. Y'all, exclamation point IG.
__ daddy says screenshot taken by Mike W1387.
Look at that.
Check
Dude.
the hashtag pics portion of the dicky.
There's an SS right there. Screenshot that. And I mean, look out as far as you can see.
Robo __ daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia _ Rex. Check the hashtag pics portion of the dicky. Runs W9
Awesome.
says it's a magical place for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I can't believe we're right here. We're right here, Chad. Chopping the rocks. And you're very welcome, Lorna. Thank y'all for being here, being present for this. Oh. I mean, that's cool. Foxy Katie, how you doing? That's cool and everything, but like, we've missed this whole side.
Lorna's world says makes me feel very small and insignificant.
And you are very significant. Small though we may be. Bruh. Look at this side.
E_Mosey13 says at Foxy K there.
Dude, look at this side. I like this side. Whoa.
Robo __ daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13. Check the hashtag pics portion of the dicky. Lorna's world says don't fall. E_Mosey13 says it's so pretty to look at. Foxy says I wanted to come in and tell you that after I came in here a couple weeks ago and had our chat, I finally found myself a band that I am going to start converting. I'm picking it up this weekend.
You did.
Encouraging, helpful, and inspiring dude.
I love that. Heck yeah. I love that, Foxy Katie. Oh, I can't wait to see what you do.
W1387 says awesome at Foxy.
Let's see if our connection, I'm pretty far from the Starlink, but let's see if we can. I love that. W's.
Says I spent 3 days in the park last time I went out and took pictures at sunrise and sunset all over the park. Foxy says we're starting small, but it's the perfect band for me. E_Mosey13 says let's go KT.
Can you take your time? 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 I'm enjoying the view, never go by. I can't stop thinking of you. Can you take your time? I'm enjoying the view, never go by. I can't stop thinking of you. Can you take
Shimmery Kimmery says holy cow this is beautiful.
Hi, Shimmery Kimmery.
E_Mosey13 says at Foxy it's the Astro van you tweeted about. Foxy says at Lorna's World, I feel very grateful that I came in here on that day. This has been something I have been thinking about for years.
Can I get an
and I just
exclamation
needed a
point
little push from
SS?
someone who has been there. Foxy says at E_Mosey 13 it is.
It's gonna clear up in a second here.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex.
Right
Check the
there.
hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
I'll get one just like this.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Celeste Teal. Check the hashtag
Thank you,
pics portion of the
Celeste.
Dicky. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Foxy. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
Thank you, Foxy Katie. Heck yeah. And Shimmery Kimmery's back. Man. This is unreal. A little light rain, everyone's panicking.
Mosey 13 says at Foxy, that's awesome. I love Astro vans. My parents had a 90s model when I was a kid. Hope you enjoy it.
The Wi-Fi is starting to drop, so let's see if see if the Verizon picks it up. It did. Shouty Verizon, dude.
Jessica 619 says W. Lorna's World says I guess ancient fossils and volcanic ashes don't need WFI. Dahlia_Rex says wow. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Hammond Liz Gaming says beautiful. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Mike W1387. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom. Wow.
Lorna's World says in all this grandeur, I can still hear a bird song.
Wow.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky.
I should have brought my walking stick thing out here. We could have gotten a cool photo. Man, that's just so awesome. Foxy Katie, are we gonna see pictures of the van in the Discord? Jessica.
Jessica 619 says it's okay. Jessica 619 says he.
Hey.
Ad Engineering says hello fam.
Casey, what's up, dude? All that beauty out there, and the sexiest thing
Says, I'm super excited
is
for
right
KT.
there.
This will be a fun adventure for her.
All that beauty back there, and the sexiest thing in the whole place is right behind us.
Ad Engineering says NM I'm having acrophobia just watching.
I don't know what that is. Fear of acronyms? Don't be scared, dude. DBS.
Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Ad Engineering says fear of heights.
Ah. Well, we're not even close to it. Look at that, dude.
Engineering says probably has circus roots. Robo__daddy says screenshot taken by Dahlia_Rex.
Thanks, Dahlia.
Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dicky. Ad Engineering says nah.
You got circus roots.
Ad Engineering says I don't like clip edges.
I typically don't either, but this doesn't, for some reason these feel different than normal. But I think especially when you're not in control, because I know how far I am from there. But when you're not in control of, like, it just feels. You know what the coolest thing is? There's a tiniest bit of rain.
Space Needle was fine. I don't like not having barriers.
There's a touch of rain, which is giving us like the most beautiful horizon. And literally, this parking lot had like 30 people. When I showed up, the rain started. I walked out, the rain hit me immediately. Everyone left. Every person.
Ad Engineering says it is gorgeous for sure.
find the shot, dude. She deserves it.
Mike W1387 says they didn't want to be filmed. Are you filming me?
Are you filming me?
Lorna's World says that's the way I always dream of seeing nature. Robo__Daddy says screenshot taken by E_Mosey13. Check the hashtag pics portion of the Dickie.
Wow, dude.
Says when we went to the Grand Canyon there was a bunch of people taking pics and teenagers fucking around out in the cliff edge despite the signs saying not to.
Yeah, well. Can't make other people not suck, unfortunately. I fucking there was a dude yelling at his kids in the parking lot, cursing at them. You have to be a dick your whole life. Fucking kids ruin everything. That's what he was saying to his kids. I wanted to turn around and give him a fucking piece of my mind, but there's like a... And all the kid did? You want to know what the kid did? He said, can you open the door? Because they didn't open the door in the rain. They forgot. And instead of going, oh shit, my bad, he literally took it out on the kid. And it was fucking gross. And in front of other people, you can hear it on the stream. And honestly, if you could teach stupid people things, I would have tried. But he's just a fucking stupid person that probably grew up that way. And it was gross to him. And now he's gross to his kids.
My stomach.
Yeah. And if I didn't have the duty to be on stream and be an entertainer, he would have caught a fucking piece of my mind.
Shimmery says generational trauma being passed down actively.
Yeah.
Celestial says the water would make me want to stay. Kick my shoes off and do some thing. The ring would be a bonus, connecting the earth and the sky. Lawrence World says that's probably the way he was spoken to. Ad Engineering says WTF dude, yeah, everything in me says to let him know what's up, but right probably wouldn't have changed anything.
Well, not only is it not gonna, I mean, I literally had to have this fight in my head. Not only is it not gonna change anything, but it's also I didn't say it brings up bad feelings in a place where I want to be good, but you know what? This stream is about real life and real life shit too, and that's just, we have to be aware, because to be honest, like, what happened was he got pointed at, his kid wasn't like, hey, open the door, dumbass. His kid was like, hey, can you open the door? It's raining. And his brain went, oh, I made a mistake. And instead of making a mistake and remedying it as quickly as possible, which is the best thing as humans we can do, because all we do is make mistakes.
And you want to say something, but they are his kids. It's a fine line.
It is a fine line.
Engineering says in a perfect world I would have had the quick thinking just to tell the kid that parents aren't supposed to sew to you that way.
Yeah. Dude was gross. And the thing is, like, you know, not to the same degree and not with children, but like there are times when
Thanks for your definition of rain, connecting earth to sky. How cool.
I love that.
Ad Engineering says if it were me though I probably would have frozen.
Oh yeah, I gave him a look to let him know, but like, I'm not gonna get in a fight or argument or whatever on stream or period. Again, it's just that person's not in a spot in their life where they're ready to learn and grow. You can't teach everyone. The superpower is pick your battles, but it's just unfortunate for that kid, man. That's where I feel bad. It's like, who the fuck's gonna teach this person? What are you supposed to do? Call CPS? He's gonna have that dad. Hopefully, you know, like I said, the kid didn't even do anything weird or wrong or anything. He just said, hey, can you open the door? If I remember correctly. Who knows? Anyway, this place is gorgeous. To come out here, see that, and be that way boggles my mind.
Celestial says sadly, the kid would probably get it worse. You embarrassed him, the kid would get the blame. Ad Engineering says there were 2 unhoused individuals outside the library yesterday cussing and threatening each other's lives. I told them to get their heads out of their asses and that I didn't want to bring my 2-year-old out of story time to see this shit. Lorna's World says I think your caring will somehow translate itself to that little kid.
We can only hope. One can only hope somehow. All right, let's get we gotta get to our spot. We took an extra day. Shinny's gonna lose it, dude. Shinny's gonna lose his mind, but you know what? I'm gonna lose my mind about this.
Ad Engineering says kids go through stuff all the time though.
Yeah, we all go through stuff. It's how you learn how to go through stuff, but it's just sad, dude. It sucks.
Shinigami 420 says you mean, I am losing my mind. Ad Engineering says and it often breeds more brutality. E_Mozy13 says and Shinigami 420 will be fine. CGN Mountain Man says can't lose what you never had in Shinigami 420. Shinigami 420 says ask it engineering is worth getting home for.
You know, with all due respect, I'm going to get home. Regardless. I'm not going to skip everything in my way. This is quite literally what I do, you know? I want to put this stuff in the rearview mirror knowing that I, you know, got to spend time instead of rushing home. I know getting home is important and we will get there, but you gotta forgive me.
Shinigami 420 says all I just came back from walking the dog and I would be losing my mind. I don't know what was being said. Ad Engineering says well now you have to tell Sweaty to take it if he doesn't like it. He filled it up so much now. Celestial says I think you made it.
Alright, I'm gonna
Deployment Shinigami 420 when CA would not let us leave.
I need to.
Kimmery says worth seeing that. It was stunning. You won't regret stopping but you might regret if you skipped it. CDN Mountain Man says you get distracted and then eventually get back on task so you not being home yet tracks like a mofo.
Thanks for understanding. That's funny, dude. Helicopter tours. $59. They are closed though, Shinny. Don't worry, bud.
CDN Mountain Man says don't mean to call you out sir, but sorry not sorry lol.
Alright. Shimmery Kimmery, did we ever see those bikes in the Discord?
Ad Engineering says I think you are living the RV life perfect LT. Shinigami 420 says I know, I am being a patient boy.
I know you are. Thank you, dude. I'm excited. I am excited, but at the same time, like, there has to be some kind of content to keep people.
Mountain Man says I almost have expected you to stop and take photos of the pools.
You know what I mean? Like, it's super important to do this, not just for like the Instagram and all that, but for you guys.
Home in front of the camera doing bus stuff. Ad Engineering says, I think RV life is perfect for your brain.
I agree, dude. It has a perfect amount of like, ooh, look at that. And then just being able to stop. Like, knowing I have the power, water, gas, everything to just stop and sleep at any time.
Yes, of course I am not arguing that in the least.
It's like, it's super awesome. Now, I know you're excited. I'm excited too. I don't even know what I'm excited for. I am excited for the e-bike though. It was officially delivered yesterday, so we got it. It's safe. It's in my neighbor's garage. Buffalo hot dogs.
CDN Mountain Man says, I'm excited for the poop tent, sir.
For the poop tent?
E_Mosey13 says e-bike hype.
Oh, this road be bouncy, dude.
Henry says, I need to find some good pics of them. Ad Engineering says, dude, why didn't you just get a poop tent for the RV? Would have saved so much money. Henry says, I also wasn't sure where to put them. Killer Green says, gonna have to let him take it out there a rip. Can't believe you had that old man drag it across the yard's lawn.
Let's put him in
says Buffalo burgers are supposed to be very good and quite low in fat.
He didn't drag it across. They saw the delivery dude pulling up, and they had the delivery guy put it right in the garage. Their garage.
In the backyard, the pregnant soup, steak like every day for a month.
Oglala, Dakota. I believe that's the tribe that Nate said his family was a part of. Oglala. This is cool, dude. Last chance for Badlands gifts. And the hot dogs.
Killer Green says, damn, report that shit missing kidding.
I just needed you to know. I love you.
Love you, chat. Alright.
Ad Engineering says, turn your e-bike into a free bike. Robo_Daddy says, always _Emiliana redeem sound alert. Love.
Love you, Emiliana.
CDN Mountain Man says, pretty sure one my other Minnesota buds is part of the Dakota tribe. Yeah, I said it. You aren't the only Minnesotan I watch, sir. Ad Engineering says, Miliana.
That's cool. Back on a real deal highway, and this is a highway that intersects
E_Mosey13 says,
right,
always _Emiliana.
Right by my house, so starting to feel weird. We're almost home.
Always _Emiliana says KCYY.
Dude, hasn't this adventure just been
Ad Engineering says, so on the map I can see you are headed toward a huge river.
What river?
Always _Emiliana says at E_Mosey13 maybe. Ad Engineering says, how do you plan on dealing with that?
Swim. Vehicular swimming. Oh, or a bridge. Did I just cross it? I just went over a bridge. Great question, though. Very good question.
Lorna's World says, all this time I've been thinking you'd see your mom when you get home. Does she even live in Min?
No, my mom's in South Carolina.
Always _Emiliana.
So we will see Jeeves, though. So just in case, modulators. Shinny, you want to do something fun? You can put exclamation point riddle subject, so command riddle subject, space,
CDN Mountain
and
Man
then
says
any
Subathon.
subject you want. Like,
Ad Engineering says, ha ha ha, I just imagined you swimming with ropes in your
Subathons,
mouth towing the
or poop
RV.
tents, or roads, or badlands,
says, yay geeks.
or anything like that, and it will change the riddle to a subject. So you can pick a subject: Mario, Goomba, video games, and we can do that to make it like part of
Always underscore Emiliana says at Ad Engineering OMG lol. Robo underscore Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of Subathon.
There you go. So now, if anyone runs a riddle by default, like meaning they don't message Robo Daddy, but they just use the riddle right now, it'll be on the subject of Subathons.
Robo underscore Daddy says here's your riddle. I am a long stretch of time where streamers often dine. Game, chat, or crap. The fun will always last. What am I? Robo underscore Daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the riddler.
That's clearly Subathon. It's not supposed to be that word though. I did tell it to not be that exact word.
Killadream says just chatting. Killadream says IRL.
Should still be a single word though.
Celestial says Subathon. E underscore Mosey 13 says stream. Always underscore Emiliana says lol.
Also, Casey, last night, I was up super late because I had to fix this to where
everything says chat.
If somebody puts in, it's,
Celestial says clock.
I think it's Subathon, honestly. It sounds like it's just the word, which is, I'm sad about.
Off-grid everything says Twitch.
Or Subathons or something. I don't know. Marathon stream? Subathon stream?
Celestial says night.
We may
Always
need to change
underscore
the
Emiliana
subject.
says timer. Always underscore Emiliana says Subathon. Celestial says I said Subathon, not it.
Okay.
Off-grid everything says marathon. Robo underscore Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer is marathon. Ad Engineering says sorry man, I had to talk to the wife here, I would have been there.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just telling you what I did. So I made it so that whoever messages Robo Daddy cannot answer. Like they can type the correct answer in the chat, but it won't give them that answer. So if we make the point system I'm kind of envisioning, then it won't give them the points for that. Also, I put an Easter egg and I made it change the user once that type of question is done. So the next time that user goes to make a riddle, it doesn't automatically pull their name and with the same riddle thing again. So I changed the username, and that part is kind of an Easter egg. What else? I'd like to make it, I need a random timer, not a random timer. I need it, basically if someone goes exclamation point facts, like from a modulator, like facts, so command facts, space, and then...
Celestial says automatically, lol it, stealing it.
So command facts, space, and then a subject, and then space, and then an amount of time in minutes, let's say.
Always underscore Emiliana says, haha, the Riddler sounds like a supervillain.
Kinda is. So it would look like this.
Jimmy says, bro, that actually looks so chill.
Hell yeah. What's up, dude? So if I put command fact
Enemy
space
420 says it always
Badlands.
is the name of a Batman villain.
Command fact space Badlands space 60. It would every 5 minutes give
Always underscore
a
Emiliana
random
says wait.
fact for the next 60 minutes. And the fact would be about the Badlands.
Celestial says lol. Need a pic of Jim Carrey as the Riddler to pop up in the corner when redeemed. Always underscore Emiliana says ha 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 ha. Shinigami 420 says at Celestial my thoughts exactly. Underscore Emiliana says such a nice long boring road. Ad Engineering says nice, so you figured out which lines to change for the message sent to GPT.
Yeah. Yeah, so Shinny can now, it's kind of weird how it's set up, and this is a reason why I wanted to do, Casey, I'll explain why I wanted to do 2 separate commands, not just a swap. So now
Celestial says so. I were to redeem now. It would still be about the Subathon unless I ask the mods to change it.
Exactly, Celeste. So we can do one of like 3 things I could see. We can only make it for 1 question and then it swaps back. We can make it for a certain amount of time that's defined and then have a default amount of time and then it swaps back. Or we can make 2 different commands, one that goes to subject definitely and changes the subject. Because right now, if the mods want to change the subject, they go exclamation, they go command, riddle subject, space, and another subject, and it's just going to swap back to random, which is not what they meant to do.
Ad Engineering says so. I might have heard wrong, but you were gonna scrap the bot DM for choosing the riddle answer. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. Streaming all day and night with no stop. What can be longer if viewers don't flop? Robo underscore daddy says E underscore Mosey 13 redeemed the riddler.
Whoa. No, I'm not going to scrap the answer thing.
Ad Engineering says Subathon. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations Ad Engineering. Yes, the answer was Subathon. Celestial says
Interesting.
Stream.
So that right there is a that's a problem, because when I defined it to ChatGPT, I didn't make it long or anything, but I did say use the don't use the exact word, but use the subject of blank and then the variable. And it's clearly not working because it used Subathon. But it may not know much about Subathons. Like, it would be cool if we did can we get a mod to do command GPT ass, no spaces,
Ad Engineering
ASS,
says oh okay I heard wrong.
and then command riddle subject space and a different subject, like Badlands, or you could do the Badlands. You should be able to do video games. Try video games. It's 2 words. Let's see how it does. So command GPT ass, all 1 word, and then command riddle subject space video games.
Robo underscore daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT 2, random.
Thank you, off-grid.
Shinigami420 says it didn't pick the 2 words. Robo__daddy says off-grid everything, swap GPT to the subject of video games.
Thank you.
Ad Engineering says just got to play around with the wording. Let me look into how long that message can be. The behavior setup message max length is 200 characters.
I think it's under that. I think.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. I arrive with light. Without me there's no delight. Endless worlds I sustain. In your room I remain. What am I? Robo__daddy says Shinigami420 redeemed the Riddler. Off-grid everything says monitor. Off-grid everything says TV. E_Mosey13 says lamb. Shinigami420 says video games. Off-grid everything says computer. Celestial says sun. Shinigami420 says games. Celestial says power.
Good shit, Shinny.
E_Mosey13 says mouse. Off-grid everything says video game. E_Mosey13 says controller. Celestial says mouse. Shinigami420 says cyberworld. Off-grid everything says television. Celestial says keyboard. E_Mosey13 says cable. Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. I arrive with light. Without me there's no delight. Endless worlds I sustain. In your room I remain. What am I? Hammondless Gaming says fiber. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Ad Engineering says byte. Off-grid everything says lead. Celestial says camera. Celestial says webcam. Off-grid everything says RGB. Ad Engineering says Wikipedia. Shinigami420 says console. Shinigami420 says console. Robo__daddy says congratulations Shinigami420. Yes, the answer was console. Walkieburger says candle.
Now we have a poll open, and we need to, what's up, Walkieburger?
Off-grid everything says lol nice Shinny. That was my next one.
We need to be able to cancel the poll. I forgot to do that part.
WildView_RXT says a console. Damn Shinny. Ad Engineering says oh should I heard. Words, not worlds. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 3 votes.
Hell yeah. That's kind of fun, isn't it? That way, this way we can keep it as fresh as possible. AFAP. As long as the mods are available to put in a subject, we can just put in a subject. Boom. If it's a subject like
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. Controlled by many, I can't move on my own, but with me, a hero's journey is shown. What am I? Robo__daddy says Shinigami420 redeemed the Riddler. Off-grid everything says character. E_Mosey13 says avatar.
I wonder if it's gonna give like a specific character. I hope that's
Ad Engineering says player.
Ooh.
Shinigami420 says gamer. WildView_RXT says quest. WildView_RXT says map. Off-grid everything says hero. Jessica619 says controller. Robo__daddy says congratulations Jessica619. Yes, the answer was controller. Jessica619 says www. Jessica619 says let's go. WildView_RXT says damn at Jessica619. Ad Engineering says damn. Jessica619 says www. Celestial says controlled was the first word. The answer was controller.
It's super tough because it's so literal. I can't be like, don't use this word or any derivation of this. Actually, I could probably say exactly that.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. I start a journey on a bike, race through hills for the lights. Endless hours on a seat, streaming sweat but never beat. What am I? Ad Engineering says bro I am so happy that this actually works. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler.
Wait, what? E-bike?
Shinigami 420 says Warzone. Mike W1387 says sweaty pedals. Off-grid everything says sweaty. Celestial says pedals. Jessica 619 says pedals. Jessica 619 says sweaty. Off-grid everything says spin bike. Mike W1387 says sweaty pedals. Jessica 619 says sweaty pedals.
This is
Jessica
fun.
619 says Joey. Celestial says streamer. Shinigami 420 says bike. Ad engineering says sweaty. Mike W1387 says someone other than sweaty pedals.
Gaming, hotel,
Jessica 619
fuel,
says
dining,
Gimel. Ad engineering says Joe Montana. Jessica 619 says what is that thing called? Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
That seems to go fast, doesn't it? I think I made it 4 minutes or something.
Jessica
Seems fast.
619 says Beard Hub.
Especially with good riddles. Beard Hub.
Shinigami 420 says it's a lot faster than 4 minutes. Jessica
It feels
619
like a
says
lot
turn against.
faster, but it's
Mike W1387 says Joey. Shimmery Kimmery says is that a Goomba?
Yes. Yes, Shimmery
Jessica
Kimmery.
619 says Kai Senat. Mike W1387 says streamer. Always underscore Emiliana says sweaty. Dad says hi. Robo underscore daddy says Shinigami 420 swap to Big Cam 1. Robo underscore daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore daddy says Subathon. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations Robo underscore daddy. Yes, the answer was Subathon. Celestial says still one word answers. Jessica 619
They
says
should be
fruit.
one word.
Shimmery Kimmery says I love him. He's
That
so
one
cute.
didn't make much
Shinigami
sense.
420 says Excelistadial yes. Mike W1387 says tires. Ad engineering says okay that one did not make sense. Top shelf underscore says what up.
What
Hope
up,
the
Top
drive
Shelf?
has been going killer.
Oh, it's good, dude. It's good. How you doing? You got a bump. Is this it? I think this is it, right? Here. Here? Yep, here. And another one. Another one. I'm on this road for 250 miles and I'm not even home.
Robo
That's
underscore
part
daddy
of the
says
way home.
Shinigami 420 swap GPT2 random. Shinigami 420 says.
If you
Mike
want to swap the
W1387
subject,
says
you have to
bicyclist.
do it again one more time with the same word, whatever words. Otherwise, it's just going to be on random. It's just the way it's set up right now. I'll fix it later. I couldn't do everything last time.
Robo underscore daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of van life. Shinigami 420 says okay.
Cool. That's a cool subject. Van life. Let's see
Robo
if it sticks to it.
daddy says here's your riddle. I'm a road traveler, not quite a home. In a place I am when you choose to roam. Common in film, a hippie's delight, the living space with a compact site. Robo underscore daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler.
Dude, doesn't it know it? I like that it rhymes, but I want it to know it doesn't have to rhyme.
Celestial says RV.
I think it makes a
Off-grid
lot of the
everything says
nonsense
Volkswagen.
because it feels like it has to rhyme. What is the, not the Beetle, not the Eurovan,
Celestial says Sprinter. E underscore Mosey 13 says van life. Dahlia
not
underscore
the
Rex
bug.
says vehicle.
Not the
Dahlia
bug,
underscore
but
Rex
the
says car. Ad engineering
Volkswagen.
says I feel like working and this together we got it up and going pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Wildview underscore RXT says GPS. Mike W1387 says even. Celestial says bus. Mike
Yes,
W1387
microbus.
says RV.
Isn't it? Or the, because they said
Mike
compact and everything.
W1387 says van. Shinigami 420 says Mernon Dahlia. Dahlia underscore Rex says hey Shinny. Trains are cool L says BW Microbus.
I think it would just be microbus.
Trains are cool L says Combi. Wildview underscore RXT says short bus. Celestial says microbus.
Not that.
Ad engineering says van life. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Mike W1387 says minibus.
I'll fix
Mike
the,
W1387 says tiny bus. Trains are cool L says samba. Mike W1387 says baby is. Dahlia_Rex says truck.
Did anyone say
Everything
Euro?
says transporter.
Eurovan or whatever?
Ad engineering says sprinter. E_Mosey13 says schoolie. Robo__daddy says go show love to Dahlia_Rex if they are just chatting enjoyer. Dahlia_Rex says caravan. Robo__daddy says congratulations Dahlia_Rex.
Let's go, Dahlia!
Yes, the answer was caravan. Ad engineering says Ivy. Dahlia_Rex says AAAYY. Mike W1387 says fresh mozzarella. E_Mosey13 says W Dahlia flip. Ad engineering says the bot is British. Dahlia_Rex says WTF was that clip. Shinigami 420 says that face. WildView_RXT says a caravan. WW at Dahlia_Rex. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 4 votes.
Not yet. Dude, that's fun.
Mike W1387 says WW at Dahlia_Rex. Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. I roam without legs, tiny home or giant smite. I carry dreams or a nomad's fight. What am I? Lorna's World says at Adengineering, I watched you and Sir Sweaty working on it. I understood nothing except that you two were in perfect sync with each other. It was magic. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler. Ad engineering says caravan. Shinigami 420 says at Dahlia_Rex bring it. E_Mosey13 says bus. Dahlia_Rex says van. Celestial says wheel. Celestial says tire. Dahlia_Rex says car. IV Gooey says cell phone. Mike W1387 says sweaty pedals. Odious says phone. Off-grid everything says airstream. Ad engineering says at Lorna's World lol. Ad engineering says trailer. Odious says RV. Ad engineering says camper. Mike W1387 says computer. Ad engineering says campervan. Celestial says bus. Off-grid everything says motorhome. Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. I roam without legs, tiny home or giant smite. I carry dreams or a nomad's bite. What am I? Ad engineering says camper trailer. Mike W1387 says WTF is a nomad's bite.
It's gonna be Cyberbus or something.
Ad engineering says at Mike W1387 it's like chomp.
Dude, what a road.
Ad engineering says rack.
But if I do remember, I think it's the west side.
Off-grid everything says
the
semi.
west side of South Dakota is gorgeous.
Mike W1387 says wanderer. Ad engineering says cyberbus. Off-grid everything says truck. Shinigami 420 says cyberbus. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Off-grid everything says nomad. Shinigami 420 says cybervan. Ad engineering says butts. Mike W1387 says pig ass. Ray Goal says win. Off-grid everything says e-bike.
E-bike. What's up, Ray?
Off-grid everything says bicycle.
Can we title set and do riddles
Mike
while we drive?
W1387 says I know one day I'll win with pig ass.
So command riddle space, or I'm sorry, command title set space riddles while we drive. Wasn't pig's ass.
Robo _ daddy says full complete. Yes. Has one with 4 votes. Robo _ daddy says vehicle. Robo _ daddy says congratulations. Robo _ daddy. Yes. The answer was vehicle. Add engineering says vehicle. Robo _ daddy says title has been set to riddles while we drive 24/7 day 850 new dono cracker. Add time. Clock 18 inches. Robo _ daddy says here's your riddle. I'm a traveler's joy, with no engine's voice. I offer you a choice, and keep all your choice. What am I? Robo _ daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler.
The Riddler.
Celestial says GPS. Celestial says map. One incoming sausage says wait, who has 18 inches? Mike W1387 says choicey choice.
Oh, this guy's got 18 wheels though.
Off-grid everything says bicycle. Shinigami 420 says at one incoming sausage a sausage does.
Dude, I could use an 18-inch sausage right now. I'm so hungry.
One incoming sausage says at Shinigami 420 ahahaha. Top shelf _ says anywhere to check out your bus build. IB Hui says navigator. Add engineering says you can't rhyme choice with choice you fuck.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck's wrong with this thing?
Add engineering says
to check out the bus build? Not as of right now, but I'm gonna do something.
Keep all your choice. One incoming sausage says AO sweaty. Off-grid everything says radio.
Hey yo.
Odious says bicycle. Off-grid everything says music. Mike W1387 says pole. Top shelf _ says hell yeah that would be cool, a dream to have a build like yours. Add engineering says oh yeah you gotta post a tour video. One incoming sausage says, I could use 18 inches, I'm so dead, I laughed hard when Sweaty said that ahaha. Off-grid everything says root. Mike W1387 says chat. Odious says road. Celestial says did you cook your steak Sweaty? You need a good meal for your last night before you get home.
No, I didn't.
Off-grid everything says road.
Well, see, it almost seems like one of the places where you can, oh, I need to stop and get cash, too, from an ATM. Remind me that, chat. I gotta stop and get cash
Mike
from an ATM.
W1387 says GPS. Robo _ daddy says here is the riddle again. I'm a traveler's joy, with no engine's voice. I offer you a choice, and keep all your choice. What am I? Robo _ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Add engineering says 18 inches is a curse voice. Just be happy with what you've got. Off-grid everything says home. Add engineering says electricity. Add engineering says solar. Off-grid everything says company. IB Hui says diaper. Odious says anti-rhythmic bot. Odious says asphalt. Robo _ daddy says cold complete. Yes. Has one with 3 votes. Robo _ daddy says camper. Robo _ daddy says congratulations Robo _ daddy. Yes, the answer was camper. Mike W1387 says congratulations Mike W1387. Yes, the answer was pig's ass. Odious says oh bullshit. Celestial says at Mike W1387. Add engineering says oh cause a camper is a trailer. Add engineering says and a camper has double choice.
While keeping your choice.
Robo _ Daddy says, here's your riddle. Always moving but never leaving. Home for some. Freedom it's weaving. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says, Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler.
The Riddler.
Off-grid everything says van. Odious says camper.
Hold on. Often
Mike
moving, but
W1387
never
says
leaving.
RV. Off-grid everything says bus. Mike W1387 says van. Avocado Pablo says I am low-key jealous you get to travel so much. Mike W1387 says caravan. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Mike W1387.
Let's go.
The answer was caravan. Mike W1387 says camper. Mike W1387 says sweaty pedals. IB Gooey says engine. Ad Engineering says at Shinigami 420 you gotta
I'm
make
very, very fortunate. I'm very fortunate, Avocado Pablo.
Shinigami 420 says at Ad Engineering gimme one. Robo _ Daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT-2, random. Mike W1387 says so the answers are generally.
We'll keep refining the prompt.
Ad Engineering says at Shinigami 420 music.
Oh, interesting. That's so general. I like it. Let's try it.
Robo _ Daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT to the subject of music. Mike W1387 says the answers are generally van, RV, caravan and pig's ass. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I don't need chords to move a crowd, but streaming's how I play loud. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler.
Dude, I think...
Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. IB Gooey says guitar.
What the fuck? I gotta fix that. I think I know what the issue is. Casey, oh shit, I was just gonna say something. It felt important. Forget it now, dude.
Off-grid everything says microphone.
Drums? Said something about don't need a chord to play loud. That'd be drums.
Ad Engineering says geez have a little faith. Mike W1387 says guitar. Mike W1387 says caravan. Celestial says singer. Mike W1387 says RV. Off-grid everything says drums. IB Gooey says singer. Off-grid everything says drum. Mike W1387 says pig's ass. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 2 votes. Celestial says headset. Ad Engineering says Spotify.
Casey, I think the API does hold on to that, and perhaps it needs to be cleared. I never cleared it with a new one that you gave me.
Celestial says microphone.
But it's gonna eventually come back to the whole knowing
Ad
who I am, what I do,
doesn't need chords and uses streaming to play loud. Mike W1387 says Wi-Fi. Off-grid everything says speaker. Ad Engineering says DJ. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Ad Engineering. Yes, the answer was DJ. IB Gooey says piano. Ad Engineering says nailed it. Mike W1387 says WTG at Ad Engineering. Ad Engineering says that was a good one though. Engineering says maybe it's better to have it learn over time.
Honestly, it might be, yeah.
underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I don't scream nor flow, yet in band I'm endowed. I am played but not won, in tune but don't sound. What am I? Robo underscore daddy says at engineering redeemed the riddler. Lorna's world says the riddler can learn.
It should be able to. It just depends on like how they do the algorithm. Because it's chat.
At engineering says or maybe we need to refresh it, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, it always talks about streaming.
W1387 says guitar.
Even though it's on the
Off-grid everything
subject of
says
music.
microphone. Mike W1387 says voice.
I will say though, if we keep refreshing it, we'll never find out. If we don't refresh it, we'll see if it continues to learn.
Off-grid everything
and then we
says
can
mixer.
refresh later if we need to. So I don't know. How do we
Mike
feel as of right now?
W1387 says strings.
As of right now, I feel like it just keeps talking about the same stuff, like streaming.
Celestial says record. Robo underscore daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Lorna's world says I can really learn. Off-grid everything says pickup.
Well, it depends what you consider learning, but I would say yes.
Pixie Tail says almost home. Yay. Celestial says wait.
What's up, Pixie Tails?
E underscore Mosey 13 says drums. Celestial says sound waves.
Who the hell mowed
Mike
all this?
W1387 says ChatGPT's learned about you. Take a look at the raps I sent in the Dicky.
The raps? Rap songs?
Ad Engineering says I think we should refresh it so we can nail down how to build the streamer bot stuff.
Okay.
Robo underscore daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Robo underscore daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't scream nor flow, yet in band I'm endowed. I am played but not won, in tune but don't sound. What am I? Ad Engineering says cowbell.
In tune but
Off-grid
don't
everything says
sound.
harmony. Mike W1387 says lyrics. Off-grid everything says song.
Oh, yeah, that's deep. What about a composer conductor, like a live conductor? The band? They're not really in tune, they're in tempo. I mean, a tune, you have to sound to be like a maestro, a conductor, in tune but don't sound.
Mike W1387 says capo. Ad Engineering says conductor. Ad Engineering says condor.
Conducer.
Ad Engineering says timing. Ad Engineering says metronome.
What about the key?
Ad Engineering says tempo.
The key.
E underscore Mosey 13 says pedal.
Tune is different though than in
Mike W1387 says radio.
necessarily.
Mike W1387 says stereo.
Oh, like FM? Like a FM radio or AM. FM, AM.
Ad Engineering says key. Mike W1387 says songs. Celestial says vinyl. Mike W1387 says pitch. E underscore Mosey 13 says equalizer. Ad Engineering says note. W1387 says speaker.
Can I get a command
engineering
repeat?
says kick ass. Robo _ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
I thought it was
Off-grid
gonna say
everything
that
says
when it was
monitor.
big ass.
Add engineering says bite. Robo _ daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't scream nor flow, yet in band I'm endowed. I am played but not won, in tune but don't sound. What am I?
I am played. Yeah, like you play the radio. In tune, but don't sound. That's... overture, a piece, a composition, a song. Music, composition, song, overture.
Robo _ daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Off-grid everything says album. Zimmy says instrument.
Ooh, well, they have sound though. Sup, Zim? Melody.
Celestial says song.
Yeah, but that kind of has...
Off-grid everything says composition. Celestial says recording. Add engineering says 2 chains. Celestial says recorder. Mike W1387 says sheet music.
You did composition, but what about like...
Off-grid everything says tab.
Note.
Off-grid everything says tablature. Add engineering says mustard on the beat. Baked _ Helen says a musical instrument. E _ Mosey 13 says instruments. Off-grid everything says music. Mike W1387 says the Remen. E _ Mosey 13 says musical. Add engineering says oboe. Add engineering says French horn. Off-grid everything says mix. Add engineering says master.
Interesting.
Mike W1387 says chord. Robo _ daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't scream nor flow, yet in band I'm endowed. I am played but not won, in tune but don't sound. What am I? Odious says guitar.
One is O-N-E or W-O-N?
Odious says mute.
Rest.
Add engineering says drum. Add engineering says drums. Off-grid everything says W-O-N. Odious says W-O-N. Celestial says W-O-N. Off-grid everything says rest. Odious says rest. Taft Garcia says is there a cool bridge crossing over that river there? XX Dangerman 2112 says where are you off to now?
I don't know. We're gonna have to
Off-grid
see.
everything says stop.
We're heading
Add
home,
engineering
Dangerman.
says pause. Mike W1387 says ring. Add engineering says refrain.
Coda? C-O-D-A?
Celestial says show. Odious says drum. Add engineering says measure. Add engineering says coda. Off-grid everything says concert. Robo _ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Odious says solo. Add engineering says bar.
I haven't seen the...
Taft Garcia says
the
triangle.
river. So, I don't know if we're gonna poll to skip it, but if not, command
Mike
repeat gets you
W1387 says
the...
sound. Taft Garcia says cowbell. Odious says xylophone. Mike W1387 says music. Odious says at Taft Garcia need more. Mike W1387 says loudness. Off-grid everything says vocals. E _ Mosey 13 says harmonic. Mike W1387 says volume.
What's the
Off-grid
name of the
everything says
written
rhythm.
music?
Mike W1387 says caravan. Odious says bass. Robo __ daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't stream nor flow, yet in band I'm endowed. I am played but not one, in tune but don't sound. What am I? Robo __ daddy says poll complete. Not yet, has one with 2 votes.
Hell yeah,
Celestial
Chad,
says
we got
lyrics.
this.
Mike W1387 says donkey's ass. Odious says sheet music. Celestial says lyric. Cap Garcia says score. Trains are cool L says score.
Score. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Off-grid everything says beat.
What about like the baton, overture, we did composition, what else could it be?
Ad engineering says fingering. Mike W1387 says tempo. Celestial says scream. Tap Garcia says bass.
Timbre? Timbre?
Celestial says video. Mike W1387 says baton. Odious says bow. Ad engineering says timbre. Celestial says hair. Celestial says dance. Tap Garcia says tap. Mike W1387 says waveform. Odious says stage. Celestial says concert.
Hall, reverb.
Odious says stand. Off-grid everything says studio.
Dude, this is a tough one.
Mike W1387 says hearing.
If
Tap
it's
Garcia
fucking
says composer.
Cyber
Odious
Cycle,
says
I'm
speaker.
pissed.
Mike W1387 says ears. Odious says cyber cycle. Celestial says this is where a hint would come in handy.
Yeah. The hints were not working, Casey.
Off-grid everything says recording.
It didn't, the code didn't run correctly, so it didn't output a hint.
Odious says pedal.
To,
Mike W1387 says race.
To the variables. And so it just literally says hint 1, hint 2, hint 3.
Robo __ daddy says new poll started. Hit up on riddle. Celestial says track. IV Hui says harp. Tap Garcia says note. Mike W1387 says clap. Mike W1387 says applause. Tap Garcia says musical note. Mike W1387 says cheers. Odious says refrain. Celestial says vocal. Mike W1387 says claps.
These are all really good answers. I don't know what it could be.
Robo __ daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo __ daddy says silence. Robo __ daddy says congratulations. Robo __ daddy. Yes. The answer was silence. Off-grid everything says sound tech. Odious says bite me bot. Tap Garcia says it's bullshit is what it is. Mike W1387 says electricity.
Rest in tune, but no sound. And the reverb exists in the silence, right? Oh, interesting. What is silence in the key of?
Teal says silence is like the opposite of music.
I disagree. I think music exists in the space between notes. Oddly enough, I think it's imperative. It's like the ultimate dynamic to music. You can stop everything and make the
Cat
sound
Garcia says
stop.
silence is what I crave in life. Ad Engineering says wow. Robo__ Daddy says Odious redeemed its rig. Ad Engineering says how did we not guess that?
We guessed a lot of synonyms and like similar things, like rest, that kind of stuff. But yeah, you know what? That was kind of good. In tune, but no sound.
Ad Engineering says
You know what I
silence
don't
is pretty
get?
good.
I am played but not won. Like, what does that mean? I think, Casey, personally, I think if we try to let it know you can rhyme, but you don't need to rhyme, or even possibly don't rhyme. Because I've heard riddles
Robo__
that
Daddy
were
says
awesome.
here's your riddle. I don't play in brass, but I am instrumental. You may group me with fitness, but I'm not physical. Robo__ Daddy
didn't
says
rhyme.
Odious redeemed the Riddler. Mike W1387 says that's why there are rests in music. Odious says cycle. Mike W1387 says that was a good one. Celestial says track. Odious says wait. IV Gooey says barbell. Tap Garcia says cowbell. Tap Garcia says bell.
Barbell?
Tap Garcia says triangle.
Tribell. Rest area. Yes,
Odious says drum. Shinigami 420 says more cowbell. Celestial says more cowbell. Robo__ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't play in brass, but I am instrumental. You may group me with fitness, but I'm not physical. Off-grid everything says drums. Robo__ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Shinigami 420 says it's celestial. Tap Garcia says vocals. Tap Garcia says sing.
Going now.
Off-grid everything says bow. Odious says track. Always _ Emiliana says pedals. Celestial says scale. Robo__ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet, has one with 0 votes. Celestial says banned. Odious says I think the prompt should have been pre-tested. Shinigami 420 says this is pre-testing. Off-grid everything says score. Celestial says Edom. Off-grid everything says record. Telesir says hello, I am Telesir, nice to meet you. Robo __ daddy says Telesir in the chat. Celestial says dance.
What's up, Telesir?
Off-grid everything says wave. Telesir says vacation has officially started.
Let's go. Oh, where are you going? Are you going to Minnesota?
Telesir says state bowling.
Bowling.
Robo __ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Telesir says we leave tomorrow.
So wait, are you going somewhere to bowl? Is that what you're doing? Kind of want to eat this.
Robo __ daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Telesir says yeah, it's an hour and a half away. Hey Day Jay says hello to the fellow sweaty captain. Telesir says 12 games in 24 hours.
That's cool.
Please _ Emiliana says hey Day Jay.
Hey.
Off-grid everything says performance. Robo __ daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't play in brass, but I am instrumental. You may group me with fitness, but I'm not physical. Always _ Emiliana says Cheesa. Always _ Emiliana says barbell. Hey Day Jay says hello to the lovely at always _ Emiliana. Odiusk says joint. Always _ Emiliana says dumbbell. Odiusk says bar.
Bar. That's a good answer.
Telesir says rubber band.
Band. Someone guess band or no?
Odiusk says making me want to eat my last block of cheese, sweaty. Always _ Emiliana says it says I'm not physical, that's throwing me off. Off-grid everything says tempo. Lorna's World says are we taking a break or stopped for the day?
Just taking a little break so I can eat this cheese.
Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Celestial says pitch. Always _ Emiliana says tuba. Off grid everything says rhythm.
Remember, anybody can give can whisper Robo Daddy and give an exact prompt, meaning like the word Care Bear. Make it one single word. It has to be one single word. You whisper a joint, but then you can.
Robo __ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes.
Obviously, but you can give us all hints. Anybody can do that. Whisper Robo Daddy, one word. Grill. Meat. And Robo Daddy will make a riddle that's the answer to. Then you can't play.
Always _ Emiliana says trumpet.
Run. Or runs.
Always _ Emiliana says what could it be? Off grid everything says run. Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I don't play in brass, but I am instrumental. You may group me with fitness, but I'm not physical. Celestial says strings. Jessica 619 says mayonnaise. Odiusk says flute. Jessica 619 says JK lol. Celestial says percussion. Odiusk says ubu. Odiusk says oboe. Celestial says harp. Off grid everything says vocalist. Odiusk says guitar. Odiusk says it has to be a musical instrument of some sort. Always _ Emiliana says euphonium. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Hey Day J says Captain Insano shows no mercy. Always _ Emiliana says trombone. Odiusk says tuba.
Alright. Oh, you know what?
Celestial says bow. Always _ Emiliana says Goomba help us. Odiusk says cymbal. Odiusk says snare. Odiusk says kick. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Odious says rage-inducing bot. Off-grid everything says scale.
Scale is a great guess. What about scales?
Off-grid everything says step.
Intervals.
Off-grid everything says scales. Mike W1387 says percussion. Off-grid everything says intervals.
Scale would be a great answer for that.
Odious says wood. Odious says woodwind.
Check the weather in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, please. SIOUX.
Odious says read. Off-grid everything says 65F with 8 miles per hour winds.
Okay, perfect. Not raining though? Nice.
Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Off-grid everything says just mostly cloudy ATM. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 1 vote. Robo__daddy says playlist. Robo__daddy says congratulations Robo__daddy. Yes. The answer was playlist.
That's what?
Celestial says you work out to a playlist. Odious says poopy.
It's instrumental. It doesn't play in grass. Did it say play in grass too? Just so that you know, you or anybody else can message Robo Daddy one word. If you do that,
Celestial says, "Cause I'm hungry."
it'll give you confirmation in the chat. It'll say Celestial selected a keyword or whatever I made it say. And then if you redeem the riddle bot, it will, the Riddler, it will use that as the answer. But then you can't play. Or we can have a modulator change it to food. Food is great, actually. That seems like a really good subject. So mod could go exclamation point GPT.
Robo _ Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT-2 random.
Alright, then just do GPT subject, command GPT subject space food. Thank you, Shinny.
Ad Engineering says, I thought of another game we could build for road trips.
Okay.
Robo _ Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of food. Robo _ Daddy says, here's your riddle. I am abundant in the gym and in the chase, yet I'm not a meal. I set the pace. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the riddler. Slurpee Mixler face says brew.
Slurpee. How you been, dude? Slurpee mix
Celestial says protein.
Bro, wait a minute. You were from
Off-grid everything says
you haven't
calories.
been in here in a while, but you were from Ed Boy's stream, right? Played Fortnite together?
Ad Engineering says it's an NYT game. You get 6 letters and 1 golden letter. See how many words you can spell, but you have to use the golden letter in every word. Slurpee Mixler face says yeah, exactly. Odious says carbs.
That's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, I've been trying to rack my brain and brainstorm.
Corey in real life says you.
Yo, Corey,
Slurpee
what's
Mixler
up,
face
dude?
says, come on. You
how's
sang
your
me
trip
about my
going,
first
dude?
night here.
I know I did. I know I did. But then you disappeared for 3 months.
Off-grid everything says
So it
electrolytes.
took me a second.
Always
dare you.
_ Emiliana says Corey.
We went to the Badlands National Park
Odious
today.
says water.
I've been on a 3-month
says
road
water.
trip, bro. I wish you were here.
Corey in real life says Emiliana.
What's up, Mel?
Slurpee Mixler face says I have some legal matters that needed my attention. Hashtag ads.
I feel you,
Ad
dude.
Engineering says that way everyone could join.
I'm
We
glad
could do
you're
Wordle,
back.
but some people might accidentally ruin the puzzle a lot.
Well, no, not Wordle, but
Corey in real
Contexto.
life says got back to this morning.
Because
Stream most
Contexto
of the
doesn't
way.
matter
34
how many words you guess. That's why I like Contexto.
Tap Garcia
Just
says
type
treadmill.
Pick one person's answer, type it in, it's good. Pick the next person's answer, type it in, it's good. And it'll queue everything. Give it a second, let it queue, let it enter.
Off-grid everything says Gatorade.
But I like that idea too, Casey. It's just how are we gonna get the feedback?
Slurpee Mixler face says back.
Welcome back, Slurp. Glad you're back, dude.
Slurpee Mixler face
Okay,
says no
stop
ad
taking
blocker
care
on
of
this
me.
computer. Odious says come. Slurpee Mixler face says so forced to watch ads till I can resub. Slurpee Mixler face says me too, bro.
So, okay. What is our riddle right now? Can I get a command repeat?
Slurpee Mixler face says how was your trip?
Fuck, so good, dude. Fantastic. The entire thing is on YouTube. You can feel free to like scroll back and stuff like
Robo
that.
_ Daddy says here's the riddle again. I am abundant in the gym and in the chase, yet I'm not a meal. I set the pace. What am I? Celestial says carbs.
I'm abundant in the gym. Protein?
Kilodream says weights. Odious says muscle. Kilodream says weight. Celestial says carbohydrates. Slurpee Mixler face says did you flip off the Rushmore Monument? Killa Dream says treadmill.
Why would I flip it off?
Celestial says protein was my first guess. Odious says protein.
Damn, I don't know.
Robo _ daddy says neutral started. Give up on riddle.
Exercise? Running?
Odious says making sure it was spelled right. Celestial says juice. Ad Engineering says next time you are at the computer thinking about new games, look at the New York Times games. A lot of possible ones in there.
Okay.
Off-grid everything says shake. Odious says running. Off-grid everything says it's food topic. Odious says run.
Oh yeah, it's food topic. Abundant in the gym and in the chase.
Odious says fat. Slurpy McSlurpface says I am Native American, and the monument was carved into a holy place, the Black Mountains.
Let's see. We went and visited the Black Hills and the Badlands and all that stuff. I didn't know people felt that way.
Robo _ daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes.
So.
Celestial says energy. Robo _ daddy says congratulations Celestial.
Celeste!
Yes, the answer was energy.
Food? On a
Odious
subject
says
of
it's the PMC Slurpface, at least your tribe didn't have a bounty on scalps. Off-grid everything says Powerade. Slurpy McSlurpface says I am Cherokee. Off-grid everything says dang thought that was too off-topic lol.
Yeah, it wasn't quite food, but it kind of is. Like food gives you energy. It's weird with a bot, like what you're gonna actually get. That's why we were refining things. It's all pretty good. I think it's learning too, but again, we may clear it that it's not using similar same stuff.
Off-grid everything says should have put it after I guess calories. Odious says ours was almost hunted to extinction, up in Maine. Slurpy McSlurpface says we feel your pain Odious. Says the trail of trees was not something that was enjoyed. Ad Engineering says we have taught it bad habits.
Well, the thing is,
Slurpy McSlurpface says tears.
It taught itself a lot of things too. And no matter what we do, we're gonna teach it. I wonder if it
Odious says that engineering once it starts cussing.
It's kind of wild.
Ad Engineering says it was our first time being parents lay off us.
I think it'll be very beneficial to the algorithm.
Killa Dream says does the APP learn and remember? Can you train it directly off website?
I wonder, dude. That's what I was thinking too. Like if we go to ChatGPT and say, hey, learn this, learn that, take some time and study Sweaty Pedals YouTube page, that kind of stuff, if it would help. I just don't have enough time to really test any of that stuff. But I think it would be very beneficial.
Ad Engineering says I am not sure if it's a PP or the AP project. Killa Dream says just shove Sweaty Pedals down its robo throat. Robo _ daddy says here's your riddle. I'm taken before you train. I'm not a meal that ease your pain. What am I? Robo _ daddy says Celestial redeemed the riddler.
That's gotta be protein, right?
Killa Dream says G Fuel. Odious says aspirin. Killadream says pre-workout. Killadream says protein. Robo__ daddy says congratulations Killadreams. Yes, the answer was protein. Ad engineering says I will look into it. Mike W1387 says fuel. Celestial says can we talk about food without the gym please? Robo__ daddy says here's your riddle. I am not eaten, but I'm consumed in full. Sweat is my payment, hunger my fuel. Celestial says lol. Robo__ daddy says Slurpee McSlurp redeemed the Riddler. Killadream says energy. Odious says workout.
The Riddler. I can't even, I like heard the words and laughed so hard. I didn't internalize anything. I need a command.
Everything says fat.
I need a command fucking repeat.
Off-grid everything says salt. Slurpee McSlurp says sugar. Odious says protein. Killadream says carbs. Off-grid everything says water. Killadream says carbohydrates. Odious says fatty hamburger.
It's all fully
Slurpee McSlurp says glucose.
It's all fully fallen out of my head by now.
Off-grid everything says electrolytes. Killadream says stomach. Celestial says calories. Celestial says energy. Killadream says Celsius. Off-grid everything says shake. Ad engineering says dude I've been asking GPT how much it knows about you and it is suitcasing me a lot. Ad engineering says like way more than what you have put into text. Killadream says games.
That's interesting that it like the mini. I wonder if the mini is just a different structure then. You know what I mean?
Odious says sun. Off-grid everything says alanine.
Like, do they even relate to one another? The AI knowledge of when you're going to the website and saying what do you know?
Ad engineering says might be.
And then you go to a mini. That's kind of the whole point. Is that like that's why they charge you more for
says
Ford
mini not
than the
remembered.
mini and for other stuff because you're not using the processing power, all the graphic cards or
Robo__ daddy says here's the riddle again. I am not eaten, but I'm consumed in full. Sweat is my payment, hunger my fuel.
Sweat is
Off-grid everything says air.
Hunger.
Slurpee McSlurp says labor. Ad engineering says mini might be more conversational. I know 4T is 4 turbo and it does like deep research across the internet. Slurpee McSlurp says work. Odious says food. Off-grid everything says
How
sodium.
much is 4T?
Off-grid everything says muscle. Odious says, hunger my fuel. Killadream says can we just host our own local eye on Unkle Daddy? Slurpee McSlurp says work.
AI NASDAQ. Whoa. AI on NASDAQ. That's an interest. I have a
Ad
graphics
engineering
card.
says probably a similar step up from 4 to 4T as it was from 4 meters before. Slurpee McSlurp says workout. Robo__ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
I mean, this is wildly fun. I wonder if we made it like actually sick. I like this for the road trips. Like if we're spending like, I don't know, $5 a day.
Celestial says change.
You know how much I spend in gas? I spend like $100 a day in gas. So to make it more enjoyable for all of us, to spend like, I'm guessing $5 a day. Learn how to boondock.
Killadream says what's almost better would be a game where we spot colors of cars. Odious says gasoline. Ad engineering says if you made it cost 50 bits to redeem it would pay for itself. Slurpee McSlurp says stress. Odious says music.
That's actually kind of genius.
Odious says now I'm just guessing.
Like like every
Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes.
every time someone uses 50
Daddy
bits,
says
it would
exercise.
flip it on.
Robo__Daddy says congratulations. Robo__Daddy. Yes, the answer was exercise. Slurpee Mixler Face says. Slurpee Mixler Face says FFS. Odious says oh my food.
Well, exercise? It's supposed to be food! What the fuck, Robo Daddy?
Slurpee Mixler Face says workout should have worked. Slurpee Mixler Face says hashtag refund. Slurpee Mixler Face says XD. Odious says how does hunger fuel exercise?
Well, hunger causes exercise? I don't know. Enough hunger for long enough gives you...
Ad Engineering says the sound alerts have an integration with SB. Slurpee Mixler Face says so I googled the riddle after the answer. Off-grid everything says GPT got sidetracked by the gym.
I don't know.
Slurpee Mixler Face says and even Google says it's either work or labor. Dream says feel like if user RoboDaddy it should respond differently like you all couldn't figure it out how well the answer is blank.
Well,
Ad Engineering says 50 bits for a riddle sound.
I see.
Celestial says you've got one more shot food.
I mean, basically you could do it this way. It wouldn't be very...
Robo__Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT-2. Ad Engineering says and then that triggers SB. Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. In Arizona's corners, I lay, historically rich and surreal each day. Once copper was king, now tourists play. Where am I? Robo__Daddy says Celestial redeemed the riddler. Robo__Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of Unkle Daddy.
Interesting. But I think we did a random while that was happening.
Off-grid everything says Bispy. Robo__Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything.
Wait, what was the
answer was Bispy.
Oh, dude, nice. What was the rhyme? So while we're building it, some of the best stuff that we can do is use good words that wouldn't be on the list yet.
Dream says here's your riddle. In Arizona's corners, I lay, historically rich and surreal each day. Once copper was king, now tourists play. Where am I?
Oh, dude, that's so cool.
Robo__Daddy
That's
says
a
here's
great...
your riddle. I am seen in a stream, not of water, but of dreams. Longer I stay, more the sweats. Who am I in this world of nets? Robo__Daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the riddler.
Wait, what?
Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Off-grid everything says in Arizona's corners. I lay, historically rich and surreal each day. Once copper was king, now tourists play. Where am I? Slurpee Mixler Face says hot. Off-grid everything says sweaty. Says sweaty pedals. Slurpee Mixler Face says gotta go y'all. He'll pop back in from time to time till I can get back home and fully enjoy hanging out again.
Alright, Slurpee.
Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Robo__Daddy says here's the riddle again. I am seen in a stream, not of water, but of dreams. Longer I stay, more the sweats. Who am I in this world of nets?
More the sweats.
Celestial says Subathon.
Who am I in this world of nets?
Ad Engineering says wait, did you hard bake any sort of one-word requirement in the mods command?
No, it doesn't need to be one word
says Uncle.
for the mods command because it's supposed to be the subject of, not the exact terminology.
Celestial says streamer. Robo__Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was streamer. E_Mosey13 says sleep. Ad Add engineering says pause they can do. GPTASS pickle. Also, you don't have to rhyme.
Oh, yeah, we can test stuff exactly that way. Good idea, Casey. Good freaking idea, dude. I didn't even think of that. And it'll easily be under 200 characters there still, right? Like, we shouldn't even say you don't have to. We should just say also don't rhyme. Or make it not rhyme or something. Like, so we can test it out without it rhyming.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. I'm a persona you've known, in a realm that's digitally grown, cycling, streaming with cheer, who's mentioned but not here. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler. Celestial says petals. Off-grid everything says spin bite. Off-grid everything says sweaty. Shinigami 420 says McNips. Add engineering says pause. If you end the sentence you should be able to just add a sentence with instructions. Celestial says sweaty petals. Celestial says streamer.
After this riddle, I'll have Shinny. I'll have you do.
Celestial says who's mentioned but not here. Come. __daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
I'll have you do exclamation point GPT ass, no spaces, ASS, and then have do GPT ass space.
Engineering says I am surprised that God hasn't broken the formatting rules and broken the whole thing yet. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT-2, random. Off-grid everything says Daddy D.
GPT ass space.
Kilogreen says Jake.
Just do Unkle Daddy, and then put a period,
Daddy says poll complete.
Make
Not
it
yet.
not
Has 1 with
rhyme.
0 votes. Kilogreen says Thieves. Add engineering says milk. Off-grid everything says potential bliss. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of Unkle Daddy. Make it not rhyme. Add engineering says, make sure the riddle doesn't rhyme. Celestial says Bard.
Oh yeah. Well, he's gonna have to do it again twice now. GPT ass again, and then GPT ass space Unkle Daddy period make the riddle not rhyme.
Add engineering says, it might be ambiguous. Off-grid everything says skip. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT-2, random. Add engineering says again. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 swap GPT to the subject of Unkle Daddy. Make the riddle not rhyme.
Perfect.
Add engineering says okay test time.
Well, we need to get to the next
Kilogreen
riddle.
says where did the hints go? Or we just beat it up last night.
The hints didn't work. I couldn't get them to work. It was time to go to sleep.
Off-grid everything says hints didn't work. Ad engineering says I finished the hints prototype but never tested. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
Let's give up on that riddle, yes. And that way we can retest this without it rhyming. It's very interesting. Let's see if that works.
Ad engineering says they weren't doing variables right for some reason. Killer Dream says how you guys try it.
I just right-clicked and tried it while a riddle was running, and it didn't output the variables correctly, so it just literally said hint 1, hint 2, hint 3. The timing of it all like works, but
Ad engineering says classic. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has won with 3 votes. Robo__daddy says Uncle Daddy's. Robo__daddy says congratulations Robo__daddy. Yes. The answer was Uncle Daddy's. Smiles24 Life says hello all. How are you mentally handling not going to be seeing the mountains again for a little while?
Smiles, you know, I'll be a little sad about it for sure. I haven't even really thought it. I'm excited to get home for a few things, so I got other stuff going on. Maybe Uncle Daddy was not a good answer, a good prompt subject. Fuck. Uncle Daddy's.
Celestial says I don't. Do you think anyone would have gotten that with the S? Smiles24 Life says cool sky beautiful.
Yeah, just flat now, unfortunately.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. Streaming for hours, rain or sunny. Who pedals onwards? One, not many. Ad engineering says might have needed to say, the local Minnesota band Unkle Daddy. Celestial says I don't think anyone would have gotten that with the apostrophe S. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed the Riddler. Off-grid everything says sweaty. Smiles24 Life says I understand. Living in the part of Manitoba I do. 3-hour drive to 1,000 foothills I think they are considered mountains. Killa Dream says I'll have to see the code should we make threads in the hashtag code channel with what projects being worked on and share the code with who's working on it.
That's a good idea.
Ad engineering says yes. KCKSUM says hope you're having a nice drive.
Thank you, KCKSUM. Hope you're doing well. Life's good. It's just flat and boring, and it just started smelling exactly like cow shit. Horse shit? Cow shit. Yeah.
Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. KCKSUM says as soon as I enter that state, all I smell is cow shit. Off-grid everything says Uncle Daddy. Robo__daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was Uncle Daddy. Always_Emiliana says lol.
He doesn't have any information on Uncle Daddy, so it just uses the words Uncle Daddy to. Thanks, that was.
Killa Green James says I still have to work on the dono tracker maps and shit.
Okay. That dono tracker is there though.
Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Ad Engineering says you gotta go way more generic with the PMs. Music worked pretty well. Robo__Daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT-2, random. Robo__Daddy says no donations reported today. Robo__Daddy says Sweaty has now snuzzed 14 times. Bless you, Professor. Smiles24 Life says, are you really W Olives?
Oh, hell yeah. What do you mean? Of course. You want to see exactly how W Olives I am? Look at this. That's a little W Olive.
Engineering says can a mod copy and paste this? GPTASS animals. Also, make sure the riddle does not rhyme in any way. Smiles24 Life says I come from the L Olives crew from Bliss Crew. You are super cool guy personality is why I'm still here.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I appreciate you being here. I love Bliss, man. Fucking. Can I get a big shout out to Danny, please?
Engineering says hell yeah Smiles, we happy you're here too. Smiles24 Life says love all around. Robo__Daddy says go show love to potential Bliss if they are IRL enjoyer.
Oh, we found it. me that message Casey asked for. Copy and paste. Casey's message.
Robo__Daddy says off-grid everything, swap GPT to the subject of animals. Also, make sure the riddle does not rhyme in any way. Ad engineering says lol. Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. A streaming site with mighty pace. No sweater tears mark its face. Its power lies in legs of 4. It roars yet never lets out a roar. Robo__Daddy says ad engineering redeemed the riddler. Ad engineering says didn't listen ha ha ha.
That's just like hard-coded into the riddle.
Celestial says RD. Off-grid everything says Ritter. Ad engineering says there is room in the setup code for that though. It seems to stick to the setup code. Celestial says engine. Green says okay. So yeah, for Dono Tracker, we want the ability to turn donation, bar on and off, like Donna Tracker goal 505 days new GPU.
Yes.
Green says and it would pull and populate the overlay stringing without one command. Off-grid everything says bear. Celestial says win. Off-grid everything says lion.
I think I'm getting sick. Can I get a command
says did it take the animal topic change?
I don't know. It's in the prompt to do animals. We'll see.
Robo__Daddy says here's the riddle again. A streaming site with mighty pace. No sweater tears mark its face. Its power lies in legs of 4. It roars yet never lets out a roar. Green says RD. Green says bus. Off-grid everything says cat. Engineering says I think it is trumping the importance of being told that it is supposed to make riddles which traditionally rim over the communication. Since it is built to be a chatter, it might not listen to commands from the message action. Celestial says clock. Bad engineering says so that a troll can't come in and make it do or say something bad. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Odious says lion. E_Mosey13 says desk. Killadream says why did it? Was it built to be a chatter? Off-grid everything says tiger. Hey Jay says you pushing through until home or stopping somewhere.
I'm gonna be stopping somewhere. I mean, I'll have like another 3 hours.
Bad engineering says at Killadreams it is one of StreamerBot's official extensions. Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Bad engineering says like the Pokemon game or the fishing game. Off-grid everything says tortoise. Off-grid everything says turtle. Hey Jay says smart move. Don't pull a Cory and drive 24 hours straight. Bad engineering says but we did a Frankenstein on it. Life says I just saw who was in the passenger seat.
Can I get a command repeat,
Off-grid
please?
everything says Jaguar. Robo__Daddy says here's the riddle again. A screaming sight with mighty pace. No sweater tears mark its face. Its power lies in legs of 4. It roars yet never lets out a roar.
It roars yet never lets out a roar?
Celestial says alarm clock. Killadream says moose.
Cheetah?
Killadream says mouse. Bad engineering says shark. Bad engineering says sharkass. Off-grid everything says cheetah. Green says chair. Off-grid everything says seal. Off-grid everything says elephant. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Bad engineering says maybe a fish cause of the sweat thing. Killadream says river. Everything says waterfall.
Thunderstorm?
Killadream says stream. Killadream says lake. Off-grid everything says salmon. underscore daddy says full complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore daddy says cyclist. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations. Robo underscore daddy. Yes. The answer was cyclist. Ad engineering says cyclist is a weird animal. Ad engineering says maybe it's a weird dog breed. Dream says it probably never even changed to animals. Robo underscore daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT-2, random. Ad engineering says if grid has the right idea.
Random might be the vibe for now. And honestly, if you guys will help train it a lot.
Ad engineering says do just the word animals. Dixie Doo says are we there yet? Robo underscore daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT to the subject of animals.
Like if y'all want to actually make the prompt, I know you don't get to be involved in the riddle then, but you can make the prompt, that'll be helpful. All you gotta do is message Robo Daddy one single word. And then also redeem the redeem. What's up? Was that Tipsy? We got I think you asked how long we have or something? A couple hours on this road. 3 hours actually.
Still a Dream says and then you can give hints to us.
And then you can get, yeah, whoever does that. You can't answer, but you can give hints.
Ad engineering says oh is that what random does now?
No, random is just random from that list. But at any point,
Dixie says I asked, are we there yet? Long.
People can, at any point, people can still message Robo Daddy.
Ad engineering says oh when it's in subject that'll work. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I am known for my pace and races long and strong. I never compete, but with pedals, I belong. What am I? Robo underscore
Casey,
daddy says off-grid everything redeemed the riddle.
That'll always work. There is no switch to subject. It will always work. Or I'm saying.
Ad engineering says 06.
It'll work.
Celestial says bicycle. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was bicycle.
Yes, it should still work. So these are going to be easier because they're from a list, but if you guys put it this way, if y'all put stuff, you can put stuff on the list by doing that. Because it puts up a vote at the end and says, do you like this? Did you like that word?
Off-grid everything says that's an odd animal. Hey Jay says shout out from you to the 2. Robo underscore daddy says ad engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. Among all creatures of the sea, it's the bicycle I mimic to a T. When I stop, it's down I sink. What am I? Do you think? Robo underscore daddy says ad engineering redeemed the riddler. Ad engineering says it worked. Sweaty underscore mama says beep. Off-grid everything says start. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was sharp. Robo underscore daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Ad engineering says we need to refresh for sure lol it's still trying to add bikes into everything.
It thinks a bike is an animal for some reason. Bicycle.
Sweaty underscore mama says shark. To what? Odious says you don't want to know where the bell is.
The bell? What do you mean? Bell of the beast?
Robo underscore daddy says full complete. No, has one with 1 vote. Robo underscore daddy says chat chose to not add shark to the list. Dipsy Doo says, are you expecting to be home tonight?
So just for clarification, it will add, if we do add words, like if they have to do with a subathon and we like them as a riddle, it will add that as an answer, but it shouldn't repeat the same exact riddle. It shouldn't. I'm not going to be home tonight, no. I have a campground about 2 hours, 45 minutes away, and then it's another 3 hours or so to home. Maybe a little longer.
Robo__Daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. I stomp around in a classic game. I'm a simple foe in Mario's fame. To defeat me takes no strain. Just a jump on the head, again and again. Who am I? Robo__Daddy says add engineering redeemed the riddler. Off-grid everything says Goomba. Robo__Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was Goomba. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Add engineering says gee I wonder.
Working well, we're enjoying it, it's fun, it's a new game. I want to have games and stuff that we can play.
Robo__Daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt.
Try to think of some ones that have to do with the stream that would be
Robo__Daddy
good
says
for
poll complete. Yes, has one with one votes. Robo__Daddy says Goomba. Robo__Daddy says Goomba added to random answers. Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. I carry many cyclists, yet I do not pedal. I'm not stream, yet flow under the open sky. What am I? Robo__Daddy says add engineering redeemed the riddler. Jay says Billy passed the third grade. Oh what a glorious day. Oh, passing third grade, the Billy Madison way. Off-grid everything says road. Add engineering says that actually makes sense this time. It's a good riddle. Sweaty_mama says airplane. Off-grid everything says RV. Smiles24 Life says e-bike. Celestial says seat. Miss Press Tattoos says wind. Celestial says feet.
Miss Prez!
Ad Engineering says path is close. Ad Engineering says road is close. Odiusk says pavement. Miss Press Tattoos says breeze. Odiusk says asphalt. E_Mosey 13 says asphalt.
Yo, Danny, what's up,
Off-grid
dude?
everything says track.
Yo, what's up?
Nothing, just stopped for a second, rock a piss. What's up with you?
Celestial says highway.
Nothing. I need to have a conversation with you really quick, but like in
Off.
private.
Yeah, no problem. All right, be right back, chat.
Always underscore Emiliana says leaves.
Oh no. Goomba, you see what you did?
I'm sorry. She touched my butt.
Your what?
My butter. I said, I'm on keto too. And she took my butter.
Okay, well, you get more butter. What's wrong with him? You get half off for tier 3. All the Tangia. Thank you, Lorna. Look at those.
Yeah, all of them, same way.
All
they
the way.
would just
Yep.
lose.
Yep. All
Your
the way
ring
into
was
the
just
shank.
hitting like that. You got lucky, but it came out all the way. Look at him.
I'm lucky only one snapped.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. You drove a lot of miles with this ball, like loose.
Yeah.
Generate equality says L.
L. Can I keep one of these?
Should keep all of them.
No.
Dream says I gotta figure out a better way to do speech to text. Always underscore Emiliana says but I want cookies.
Cookies. Random hiccup. Alright, there we gotta go.
Is Mike's pilot car okay?
My guy Dan addicted to sugar. He like him a murder. Anyone who coulda, we should have fixed that solar like 2 days ago. Got out of here before this dude got OP.
OP? It's OP.
Hey, Mr. Generator, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Generator, you suffocated in my long-ass curly hair. I pooped in a tent and went for the gold. Yeah!
Uncle Mike's pilot car says under the house cause the house will insulate or block the heat of the sun.
Okay, pretty loose.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Does that tighten it to the back one, too?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So that whole thing was...
Yeah. But you're in pretty good shape, I'll be honest with you. Not that bad.
So, I mean, I'm guessing I've worked in manufacturing and with mechanics and stuff long enough to guess this is more probably a symptom than the actual problem. So maybe take it easy over to the place that I'm going. And I'm just asking.
Can't find one you wanna feel alive outside. I can't fight my fear. I'll just do that. I gotta play the whole fucking thing, but
Dude, that's awesome. You have such a good voice.
I was in the bathroom peeing. Like, dude, this is a great song. Like, sound like I was listening to the radio. It's crazy.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Dude, that's awesome. You never play it?
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Yes. We her in the sun, baby. Yeah.
Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO. Turned against says just relax. Skyvadar says trying to add my phone number, forgot my password.
I can't relax, bro. Not with that.
Wildview underscore RXT says ha 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 ha. Always underscore Emiliana says LMAOOO.
What is that?
Check the hashtag.
And then the last one, did it open? Yes. One more package to pick up. Open next locker. They didn't have to give me the tall one. They didn't have to give me the highest one. How do I know there's nothing else in here? All right, we're good. For over 2 years. I fucking travel the country and never get laid, and yeah, that.
Oh, nice.
Not perfect, but pretty sick though.
Turn against says at one incoming sausage.
Hey, Mr. Dejan, what you doing down there? Hey, Mr. Dejan, why you got a mouthful of McGriddle? I want some that ain't fair. Happy birthday. Bitch. Yeah.
_ Emiliana says happy birthday, you goof.
Where, Mr. Sweaty, did you murder him like Ghost King? He already died. Why you gotta be so mean? He already died. Now,
Uncle
bruh, I know you want sugar, but chill, bro.
After I'm done with my run, chilling in the van, getting ready to sleep. Carrot of Fire says looks like a tie rod.
Now this is, I mean, I know the steering needs a little bit. So look at the play here. Play here. That's my steering. This is newer, but what is this? It's from their jack, dude.
$313 Flores says, do you have the death wobble?
Which means they jacked it up. No death wobble. They jacked it up here. Is that where you're supposed to jack it up? Probably. I mean, that nut should be all right, but they should have put it here. Here's a little dilemma. No big deal. Just dilemma. Listen. This smells so exotic. Hold on, I'm smelling it first. They all turned around and pumped. Alright, here we go, dude. Bro. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice?
Isn't that ironic?
Displaying a bunch of stab wounds, that would look pretty trashy. So Martin is like, hey, these knives are supposed to be in a knife block. What the hell is going on here? And Laura is like, oh, don't worry about that. That wasn't Joey. you know, my son with telekinetic powers. It was just an evil ventriloquist dummy who's trying to prevent Joey from talking to his dead father over a plastic toy telephone. I mean, I knew being a single parent would be a challenge, but honestly, this is a bit much. Then they find that the dummy has disappeared.
Bang, 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 bang. The likely cat comes back after a screenshot gets taken. Riley Rika says ooh.
I never meant to make that mistake again, but I did it. Baby, let's make it end. I never wanted to have that chat on the screen when I didn't intend, you know what I mean, Mr. Sheen. Yes.
On it. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's a bad cheese.
No, it's good. It's just not that salty. It's not. It's kind of bland. This one.
Meh.
Not that great.
We're in Dan's magic van. Look at this. Look how cool this is.
You've been sucked into my orbit now. Now you're part of my thing.
Them. Makes sense, right? They would do stuff like this.
Yeah. Oh, okay. To get like weird leverage in different ways.
I mean, think about this in like martial arts, you know, and like traditional kung fu, you have yin and yang, and I can't remember which because I learned a very long time ago. One's the strong side, one's the weak side. So, for example, like if you're in a deep horse stance and you're sitting in this, I can be pushed from both sides and I won't budge.
Mm-hmm.
Someone can.
Tell that Emiliana girl to stop stalking me.
What do you mean?
She won't stop talking about me all the time.
Well, she likes you.
Yeah, well, it's kind of weird.
Be nice, Goma. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
It gets like muted. So it's like no big deal. All right, here, let's do this. I'll zoom out. I'm gonna turn y'all down for a second because what a fun and wild YouTube clip to have. Do they have any Celsius? I don't know. Y'all sell Celsius? There's a hook down here.
Oh, it's like a speaker, so you can hear everybody.
Yeah, it keeps TTS.
Your little van. It's a little too big to fit in the spot. So this is Karen again. This is Karen calling from the HOA. And we were asking you to politely move that vehicle of yours away from our house. And I suggest you do it quickly before I tow it. Now.
Wow. I know the phone number.
To the 911. So I have to call it immediately.
Always underscore Emiliana says leaves.
Oh no. Cooper, you see what you did?
I'm sorry. She touched my butt.
Your what?
My butter. I said, I want keto too. And she took my butter.
Okay, well, get more butter. What's wrong with him? You'll have fun though. It's Liz's birthday. You gotta tell Liz I said happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Liz. Happy birthday to you.
It's nice to hear beat steps. Accurate beat steps. Good audio. Amazing. Pretty cool. Shouldn't really take it for granted.
Always underscore Emiliana says I'm surviving. My tummy feels like it's getting ripped out of me with really bad cramps. It's gonna be a hell of a week.
Oh no. Keep that tummy. Keep the tummy, God damn it. Don't let it go. All right, sorry everybody. I had a important phone call, so I hope it was okay. Turn this back up. Let me check y'all out. Odious. We had a good riddle.
Ad engineering says is Daniel okay? Smile.
Yeah, he's okay. Mama Isa, hey! I honestly kind of have to pee again. Now that I've been drinking so much water. I'll be right back. Right back. I'm here, but I'll be right back.
Engineering says let me know if you need another hint. Odious says I got nothing.
All right. Hi, Mama Isa. Hello. How you doing? I'm really proud of you for finishing that, by the way. Yesterday, I didn't get to say that to you, but...
Odious says screen cap. Jessica 619 says W.
Hey, Jessica. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I know it took me a hot minute.
Avocado Pablo says I just saw a clip of your tongue on Danny's stream. Holy shit. Do you have a license for that thing, sir? Mama _Isa _fan says hello, sweetheart. I can post a picture of it in Discord if you like.
Yes, please do. Put it in the talent show. I'll make sure to check it out as soon as I can tonight. I would love to see that.
Daddy says here's the riddle again. I capture a moment with precision and might. From a gamer's victory in the darkest night. What am I?
Clips? A clip? Clip?
Ad engineering says ignore precision and might and ignore darkest night.
Ignore.
313 Flores says you're a trucker now, lol.
You know, pretty much all of it. What's up, Flores? Oh yeah, we made the switch. From state to state, and I've made the switch. My current debacle is my current sitch.
Generate equality says get to the choppa. Off-grid everything says recap. Ad engineering says ignore the shit that is rhyming. Smile 24 likes it.
Ignore anything that rhymes. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, like, it seems like that's almost hindering. It does make it fun, though. I do like it.
Off-grid everything says dislike. Celestial says PLSYBSCK. Celestial says playback.
OBS stream.
Odious says the extra stuff is just making it blur the lines too much. Flores says, are you online? Celestial says this road is a giant pothole.
That last road sucks. Am I boondocking? No, there's a spot I can go park at with bathroom and everything for $35, so I might as well do that. I can check my power here.
Ad engineering says, like I said, forced half is one definition of the word, second half is a different definition of the word.
Can I get a command read?
Robo__daddy says, here's the riddle again. I capture a moment with precision and might, from a gamer's victory in the darkest night. What am I? Generate equality says arrow. Smiles 24 like says healer. Smiles 24 like says hijacker.
I capture a moment, precision and light is on camera.
Ad engineering says capture a moment, gamer's victory.
Scoreboard. W.
Odious says snapshot.
Screenshot?
Odious says photo finish. Ad engineering says close odious. Smiles 24 like says screenshot. Ad engineering says screenshot is close. Odious says split second. Odious says damn it. Ad engineering says snapshot and screenshot were close. Celestial says video capture. Odious says photo capture. Smiles 24 like says game capture. Smiles 24 like says Windows capture. Ad engineering says every hint I can think of just gives it away. Odious says video capture. Odious says dunno. I give up. Celestial says screen grab. Ad engineering says this is something that makes most gamers yell out loud in celebration. Smiles 24 like says thumbnail. Odious says, let's fucking go. Odious says that's all I hear them yell. Ad engineering says yes you might say that Odious. Odious says headshot. Robo__daddy says congratulations Odious. Yes, the answer was headshot. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Smiles 24 like says now I'm more confused lol. Always _Emiliana says ha 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 ha. Odious says Jesus. Celestial says that actually makes sense.
Precision. You gotta let the light go, right? Mama_Isa_fan says it's posted now. Let me know what you think when you have time to look. Odious
says the fluff in it though, springs it up. Ad Engineering says a headshot is also a picture of your face for actors and models. Celestial says the precision part makes sense. Pyrexian says UWU Hawaii. Robo _ Daddy says full complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo _ Daddy says, headshot, added to random answers. The Moon Oracle says I love trucking.
Trucking, fucking trucking. Welcome in. Okay, SWEAT Sweat Freightliner. Home of the Rolling Hills. We got some pretty little rolling hills over here. That's nice. Well, welcome in, new peeps. Yeah.
Robo _ Daddy says thanks for the follow. Polo _ Gert. Celestial says at Feminauracle I love your name. Mama _Isa _ fan says when do you expect to be home?
I'll be home like
Off-grid everything says BRB. Pyrexian says that scenery is flatter than my woman's chest.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Well, that's an odd thing to say. I'll be home tomorrow afternoonish.
Robo _ Daddy says Ad Engineering added a new riddle prompt.
Here we go.
Celestial says oh boy.
That's nice.
Mama _ Isa _ fan says nice. Odious says at Piracy I'm so sorry. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I'm a group of 4 in every stride. On a bike, I take great pride. Strong in squats, fast in ride. What am I? Can you decide? Robo _ Daddy says Ad Engineering redeemed the riddler. Ad Engineering says pretty wild to just come in and insult your significant other. Always _Emiliana says pretty you excited to go back home.
You know, I am excited for some stuff, Emiliana. I am.
Odious says quad bike. Celestial says tires. Pyrexian says at Engineering I'm playing a character. I'm a liar. I betrayed your trust and I'm sorry. Celestial says wheels.
That sounds like a robot.
Mama _ Isa _ fan says yes. I hope you can do some live streams.
It's gonna be fantastic, Mama Isa.
Smiles 24 Life says Boston Dynamics. Odious says gears. Ad Engineering says fair enough at Piracy and let's just keep the vibes high and be cool guys. Shinigami 420 says at Piracy and what's your vibe?
Their vibe? Under 18 is their vibe. Feels like.
Celestial says
maybe let's just get rid of them.
Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer
Let's
was
go!
Always _Emiliana says co-pilot Uber reporting for duty lol. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? The Moon Oracle says have you ever played American Truck Sim?
No. Oddly enough, I haven't.
Fan says I have been still keeping up with my 7,000 steps a day. Sunday I will be changing that daily goal to 8,000 steps a day.
Let's go, Mama Isa. I'm proud of you. Hell yeah. I love that. Dude. Out of nowhere.
Odious says watch people play it. It's very realistic.
Is it? It's hard to tell context and stuff from
Robo
TTS,
_ Daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 1 votes.
I gotta
Robo
make that
_
part,
Daddy says chat chose to not add quads to the list.
What? Not quads?
Odious says real-time driving.
We love quads. Oh, it is real-time driving? Like however long you drive is how long it takes. That's kind of cool. I mean, why not? We play games now that take hours and hours and weeks and months. Think about Baldur's Gate 3. It's amazing. You're just playing that for forever.
Ad Engineering says when Sweaty comes up here, I'll drive the RV while he plays ATS. Celestial says hey. Yes, had one BOU. Odious says Celestial says both.
Okay, so when they tie, and I did this for a reason, but now I'm seeing.
Odious says if you take an 8 hours job, you're USC.
Take an 8-hour job, you're USC. Oh, don't. Just go. Just faster. Okay. Fine, you're gonna slow down?
Odious says up shit creek.
Dude, look at that.
Engineering says we should play Supermarket Sim and have all the mods be your employees.
That's a pretty cool idea. Bruh. Is this the big river everyone was talking about? Look at that. Dude. Rural County. What river is this? It's big.
E_Mosey13 says grab your floaties.
Grab your floaties, Funko!
Trains are cool. L says my employer is lucky. I really like living indoors.
Why do you say that? Have a crappy day or what? Dignity statue, Lewis and Clark Welcome Center.
Ad Engineering says outside is not so bad. At least I've been told. Trains are cool. L says not a crappy one, just a tough one.
Sorry, man. It got real pretty around here all of a sudden.
Always _Emiliana says whoa big lake. Mike W1387 says I think that's the Missouri River. Ad Engineering says oh shit Sweaty, look at the map. You are about to drive straight into a river. Avocado Pablo says his shit floats.
Tired, hungry, exit now.
E_Mosey13 says looks like Lake Oahe and Lake Sharp and appears the Missouri River runs through them. Robo__Daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed wear sweaty. Trains are cool. L says he's right there. Engineering says was that joke less funny, equally as funny, or more funny than the last time I told it?
I don't remember the last time you told it, so equally is the only answer. Why am I getting a survey right now? Please stay on the line for I never do that unless I have a really good experience.
Engineering says let's go.
I don't think I've ever had a bad enough experience where I was like, I got a survey right now. Some people suck, but I don't care. Let somebody else complain.
Engineering says we strive for mediocrity. E_Mosey13 says wait, it was funny the first time. Lol JK.
Ow. Oh damn. Oh wait, was the first time you said it differently though, right? The first time you asked me like what I plan to do when I get to the big river, to be honest, I think the first one was better. Starting to get exhausted. I got 2.5 hours left. I have a headache. I don't know what the headache. I think the headache is from sucking exhaust for a while. I was like sitting pulled over for a minute. I'd love to get to my destination though. I've actually heard good things about the destination. Never been there. Damn, my fucking head hurts.
Engineering says we here at Engineering are sorry to hear that you had a less than exceptional experience. Please stay on the line to take a brief 3-hour survey about your experience.
See, that one was good, actually. But please do not. But you put 3 hours
Mike
with a question.
W1387 says maybe it's from allergies. You've been sneezing a lot today.
I have? Oh, shit. Maybe you're right. I didn't take anything for it. I'm out of Claritin and I don't like taking Flonase more than 1 day in a row. 1 days in a row. But you're right. Actually, we're back up here where all the bullshit exists. I feel like dizzy and stuffy and it might be allergies, bro.
Engineering says I would never carry on a joke way past when it's funny and all the way to when everyone gets mad at me. Always_Emiliana says oh no, Los allergies got sweaty. Where's turn?
Oh no, Los allergies.
L says Casey would never do that. Ad Engineering says dude Los Angeles had a hold on you. Ad Engineering says it tracer echo. Always underscore Emiliana says LMAO. Shinigami 420 says at Engineering no never. Mike W1387 says or it could also be from the werewolf urine you got on your hand and sniffed earlier today.
You're right. I do feel like I'm turning into a werewolf. This is a werewolf headache. 1,000%. Yep. Subathon's about to get real cool. Imagine.
Always underscore Emiliana says at Mike W1387 OMG he's turning into a werewolf. Ad Engineering says suddenly everybody's got an opinion. Super Scott says Sweaty Nation. Tracer
Super
Cool L
Scott.
says full moon
What's
watch
up,
out.
dude? Shit.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says imagine all the people living for today. Robo underscore daddy says but 0 nanoseconds underscore BB in the chat. Always underscore Emiliana says oh no, we gonna lose sweaty. Ad Engineering says buttons.
Ugh.
Always underscore Emiliana says hero at but 0 ns underscore BB. Ad Engineering says what's good BB. Trains are cool L says hey buttons. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says please be safe in that crappy weather.
What?
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says hello, all my loves.
Just overcast. It'll be alright. What the hell was the sun?
Trains are cool L says watch out for Sharknadoes.
Sharknadoes?
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says getting close to home. Are you stopping for the night?
I'm stopping for the night, yeah. It's not worth it. I probably have another 5 to 6 hours, 6 hours of driving. It's not worth it.
Mike W1387 says hey buttons.
Plus I'd mess up my sleep schedule doing that. I'm tempted, I gotta be honest, but I found a spot that's only 35 bucks right now to go plug in and use the bathroom and shower.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says good call. Loves you for doing that.
Hell yeah,
Ad Engineering says get home tomorrow though. Exciting. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says at Mike W1387 hey BB.
Living for today.
Ad Engineering says get her feet back on solid ground.
Buttons, how you been doing, dude? Alright, we need a prompt, a good prompt. We need a good prompt. Casey, you're in charge, dude. You got this. Tell it. Tell Robo Daddy. And don't make it Sharknado, for the love of God. You'll never get it.
Super Scott says sorry if this has been answered 1,000 times because you vehicles have the hookups for campsites like the water and electrical.
Yeah, it has both. I do not.
Robo underscore daddy says Ad Engineering added a new riddle
Here we
prompt.
go, dude. Here we go, dude.
Always underscore Emiliana says Sharknado.
I don't
But 0
have,
nanoseconds underscore BB says I would rather talk on the phone about how I have been doing. It has been interesting. Let's just say that my hormones are completely messing me up.
Whoa.
Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I am worked in a pusher press, but remain hidden beneath your dress. What am I? Robo underscore daddy says Ad Engineering redeemed the riddler. Shinigami 420 says I am excited to have my 2-hour date with Sweaty tomorrow night. Hee hee.
What?
E underscore Mosey 13 says Sharknado is the name I gave my Robo vacuum. It's Shark brand vacuum lol. Ad Engineering says ha 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 ha. Ad engineering says great riddle. E_Mosey13 says push up. Always Emiliana says LMAOOO at E_Mosey13. E_Mosey13 says push up. But 0 nanoseconds _BB says Shaniqua, I thought you were taken. Always Emiliana says wait what is that riddle? Trains are cool L says underwire. Smiles24 life says underwear. E_Mosey13 says push-ups. Shinigami 420 says at but 0 NS_BB no.
Brah.
Robo_Daddy says here is the riddle again. I am worked in a push or press, but remain hidden beneath your dress. What am I?
Buttons?
But 0 nanoseconds _BB says at Shinigami 420 no. You're a handsome lad. What you afraid of? Always Emiliana says ha 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 I know the answer. I'm not telling though. Smiles24 life says jockstrap. Celestial says button. Ad engineering says this is so easy. Celestial
Belly
says
button?
buttons. Mike W1387 says muscles. But 0 nanoseconds _BB says bra. Mike W1387 says muscle. Mike W1387 says chest. Ad engineering says I'm not giving hints. Mike W1387 says biceps. Ad engineering says the riddle says it all. Shinigami 420 says at but 0 NS_BB I don't think I can go there here.
It might be.
Trains are cool L
Pecs.
says him. But 0 nanoseconds _BB says a train circle that is it. Mike W1387 says arms. Always Emiliana says at engineering Hee it's gonna take forever for them to figure out. Trains are cool L says pectorals. Robo_Daddy says congratulations trains are cool L. Yes, the answer was pectorals. Robo_Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Mike W1387 says pecs. Dutchabagalo says can I lick the bottom of the ice cream container? Always Emiliana says ha 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 at train circle. Ad engineering says we'll never know if Emiliana actually knew it.
Yeah, it's a good way to play, Emiliana. Listen, licking the bottom of the ice cream container ain't as easy as it seems. Listen, the people have spoken.
Mike W1387 says yes. Robo_Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo_Daddy says, pectorals, added to random answers. Ad engineering says she'll just say she knows them all. Trains are cool L says if Emiliana said she knew it, then she did. Dutchabagalo says did you really think you could just show up to school in a Yeti costume and nobody would ask any questions?
What? Wait, what?
Ad engineering says I wish I could trust Miliana like that. Shinigami 420 says at train circle did she bribe you with cookies? But 0 nanoseconds _BB says I am off to clean the litter box and test out this new solution I got to eliminate pet odors. Jessica 619 says yeah sweaty.
Wait, what? What did I do?
Trains are cool L says Emiliana I got you booed. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says see you all later if I don't die in the process from fumes.
Don't clean it with bleach.
Shinigami 420 says love new buttons. Bagalo says do pigs like milk? Robo underscore daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt. Trains are cool L says if you die buttons I'll pour a sip out for you. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says I don't have a death wish. Who uses bleach on a litter box? Poor kitty. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I ride the airwaves, but my form you never view. My life's a script, a story spun for you. What am I? Robo underscore daddy says add engineering redeem the riddler. Celestial says song. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says a train wreck thanks.
Getting off at
engineering
loves to rock
says I like this one. Celestial says podcast. Trains are cool L says CD. Trains are cool L says record. Celestial says music. Celestial says lyric. Smiles 24 life says record. Trains are cool L says laserdisc law. Celestial says soundtrack.
RV hookups. Oh yeah, look at those. Bruh, there are RV hookups right there.
Ad engineering says I guess laserdisc is closest so far. Celestial says DVD. Odiusk says vinyl. Celestial says Blu-ray. Dutchabagalo says what time is the pizza supposed to be here? Odiusk song. Trains are cool L says 8-track. Celestial says radio. Hammondless Gaming says MP3. Ad engineering says Celeste dancing around it. Celestial says Bluetooth. Odiusk says soap opera. Hammond Liz Gaming says audio. Celestial says VHS. Odiusk says video disc. Ad Engineering says at Dutchabagalo, are you sure you in the right chat? Celestial says MP3. Smiles24 Life says Blu-ray. Mike W1387 says movie. Robo __ Daddy says congratulations Mike W1387. Yes, the answer was movie. Ad Engineering says odious red hot. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Mike W1387 says yes. Ad Engineering says nailed it. Sono Kokoliche says hello everyone. Odiusk says the other bot is confused. Dutchabagalo says I'm just using a random question generator to mess around. Celestial says at Adengineering he's just talking to the ghost. Sono Kokoliche says flowers are pretty. Celestial says YouTube. Robo __ Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was YouTube. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Ad Engineering says ha 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 ha. Odiusk says WTF. Shinigami 420 says Danny going through some shit on stream RN. Musher OOM Sauce says at Shinigami 420. Celestial says did you already pay for the other spot sweaty? Can you stay here? Odiusk says that's a spammer. No one royal go into someone else's chat and start dropping random questions.
Huh? No, that's douchebag. What you talking about? We know douchebag.
Musher OOM Sauce says might need some Jorts team love. Ad Engineering says ha 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 ha.
If I was lying, I would cry and avoid it and tell you, yeah, later, trust me, like they're lying or whatever. And I told her, I was like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't look right. This doesn't sound right. The fact that you're not like immediately like, oh my God, how stupid is this? Like, let me video you right now, even though I'm crying, because let's clear this up so we can both lift our chin up and laugh about it later. So I got off the fucking phone. And I just was like, what the fuck? So I get back on stream after literally putting you guys on fucking Be Right Back clips for an hour straight. And then watching the viewership go from like 100 to 40 and being like, I got some explaining to do.
Ad Engineering says now whether or not a Dutchabagalo is a spammer.
The amount that she talked about applying for places out here, the amount that she was like allowing me to walk around and scope out neighborhoods where she would potentially live. And like, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but I tiptoed.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says at Engineering I am here. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says and on things. Ad Engineering says I don't want to ask on his stream, but do you know what's happening with Danny?
He was, you know, getting very close to someone and talking.
Ad Engineering says I tried to gain context, but I am lost.
It's okay, dude. You're alright. He tried he was getting close to somebody, and they were a moderator on his chat, but it turns out they were like literally catfishing him with photos of a not real person. Well, a real person that's not them.
I'm so glad I was able to tell out during stream, by the way. And the person who was... How many people have fucking banned from this fucking stream for being... How many times I've been like, oh, I've known Cass photo. I've never asked her to... Actually to her, I've never came... It's always been playful. It's always been something I could just... What did I get myself into or... All the times I've called people out for being like fucking weird. Somebody trying to fucking warn me. It's clearly I'm so sorry. Level. I have goosebumps. Body is kind of shaky. I'm not feeling my comments. There's no way. At this point, there's photo on somebody's page that's in it. It's not. They're not named Cassie. There's photos that have been photos so that she could lie even more. This person does for a living if they have told us about working and their and all this shit. I'll take care of the dogs when I get out there. Dogs. All the times that she sent fucking photos of the band, she sent so much stuff. It's
Flonase.
Be clear, bumped. There's no way around it.
It's just super sad, dude. Yeah. There's somebody long conning and for what I could only guess is just attention.
I think it just like I'm not even done it up. It's like you know, like I'm pushing myself to get better. You're an absolute legend. They're not worth your time. Thanks, Wes. Takes a pretty sick person to spin a web of lies. Yeah, I know it didn't go right. That's some serious betrayal, right, T4? And I'm not looking for validation. I'm just looking for fucking community, dude. I'm just looking for, like, people to understand where I'm at and how I feel about this because what the fuck, dude? Like, there's some... I'm too fucking empathic and too... give a benefit of the doubt. It's like, why would this person fucking lie? Why wouldn't they just be themselves? If the way that they talk and act all the time is really who they are as a person, then that's a great person. You're beautiful inside and out no matter what you look like. You don't have to use someone else's fucking photos and lie to everybody and then become a fucking mod in the stream because you've been there since day one and then banning people and like she's never argumentative and this is like, it's so out of left field. Are you giving them a chance to come clean about why they lied? I was gonna call them before doing this, but I didn't feel like putting myself through like another conversation that feels like it's just, you know, being lied to, so. We love you so much. We're here for you. Thank you, Jagger. Jessica, I feel terrible. I want to cry with you. It's okay. Try not to beat yourself up. We're here. I'm so sorry, Danny. What happened, mate? I'm sorry, Danny. It stinks. I feel like Cassie was super nice to everyone. Well, what happened? Hope all's well. You're a great role model, the hero we need.
You just gotta keep living.
So sorry someone would try and hurt you like this. Yeah. And they were trying so hard to build a relationship with me. And I was so, like, anybody else would have jumped right in and been like full fucking fledged, like long distance relationship type shit, tell you, like all that, guarantee. I'm probably one of the only people who just sits back and just lets things unfold the way they're supposed to without rushing. It's fucking crazy. You're a good dude, bro. Don't ever fucking change. We end up in these situations where we're vulnerable and take advantage of you, but you are the light in this world. You are a light in this world and on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks, T4. Thanks, Turn. Thanks, Round Babe. Danny, it's all good. Feel what you gotta feel. We're here for all of your stuff. Love you, man. Thank you so much, Mushroom. Basically a catfish. Yeah. Never thought I'd have to fucking use those words. Holy shit. I've been so chronically online since I was a kid. Like, how the fuck did I end up in this situation? April, feeling your feelings is important. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Thank you, April. I agree. I'm here for you, Danny. It's really hard to tell when someone's catfishing. You're not a fool at all. They fooled us. It's not you. It fucking sucks so hard. It does. Thank you, Dwindle. Wonder how someone found out to tell you. Well, at this point, you know, I'm just glad I know. That's it. Once there was sort of a clue towards it, there was somebody like looking out for me and was like waiting for the right way to like tell me so that I wouldn't be like looking fucking oblivious the whole time and then find out later when it hurts more. So thank you to those people who recognized this and who put in the effort and time to do research and whatever you had to do. I don't know, reverse image searching, etc., etc. But I love you too, Jessica. Thank you. I'm sorry you're going through this. Thank you, Coco. I appreciate it. You were nothing but kind to them. Yeah. Heard you talk so much about this person. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a fucking idiot. That's for sure. It's like an episode of Catfish. Yeah, kind of. Been lurking and I'm so sorry, Danny. I'm shocked to hear this. Me too, cerebral palsy guy. I hate to be that person, but I feel bad for whoever that person really is. I feel bad for the person who felt like they needed to lie and pretend to be someone else because, and come the fuck on, dude. Don't you know me better by now to know that I don't give a fuck what you look like, where you come from, whether you're perfect or not, whether you have a learning disability, autism, any kind of anything? You think that I fucking would judge you? No. But to fool somebody into thinking that you're someone that you're not is crazy as fuck. Especially to someone like me.
Exactly.
Why would you do that to yourself and do that to me?
Exactly,
but especially
that.
yourself. Look at what you've done.
Out of their mind.
Look at the position that you're in. If you are as sweet as you act in the community for the past couple of years, it's gonna hurt you too. You know?
Oh yeah, they're going through it right now. It's just really unfortunate. People don't realize what their actions are about to do to somebody, and then they do them. Y'all go show some love to Bliss, man. Can we get a / shout out for Danny? Modulators, please.
Sorry, I'm just catching up. They just taste like Charlotte French fries.
Yeah, true. Sometimes people do throw food in the air and let them catch it in the air. I've seen that in San Francisco. A bit selfish, eh? Right? Sorry, and thank you, by the way. Pablo. It's a sad reflection of who that person is and how they're pretending to be someone not carefully affecting other people's lives for their own benefit and self-satisfaction. Which is crazy because, like, out of all the people who
Trains are cool says join Sweaty Live 24/7 at. Dahlia Rex says YouTube tab gang AWOO. Matthew Nero says currently procrastinating work. What's up, man? Emiliana
Nero?
Cherry Blossom says hey this.
Alright. Damn, dude, I'm...
Pretty sure catfish usually fail at the last second, and then you realize they make up lies about not being able to go, and then they try to make it seem like it's all good, but you know, maybe just move forward and do it in another era where it works out better, you know, like I don't know.
That's okay. Running for 16 hours with 4 hours sleep, so things get fuzzy at this point.
Who's that? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Shinigami 420 says go sleep.
It's crazy. It's so selfish. I'm literally if you've ever DM'd me before, you know I hardly ever open DMs. I don't like to get too involved outside of this, because this is my safe space. You have something to say to me and you can't say it in chat, but something's fucking wrong. And sometimes people DM me, or sometimes I DM people, but it's so fucking rare. And like...
Odious says waiting for the printer to get done so I can script
The
this report
amount of
before
times
bed.
I let this person in my little bubble when I wasn't letting anybody else in, and this is open to allowing them to see or feel me in certain states of being.
Odious says 110 to go.
And like I said, nothing was ever sexualized. The only comments that have ever been said that were like over the line of flirtatiousness that makes it super obvious that they like me has always been from her end. Always. I've literally never insinuated things. I've never suggested things. They've never sent me a picture of them. Never. Nothing like that. I've never sent them anything like that. Period. And I keep myself protected. I keep myself in a safe little bubble. She's the one fucking person that I let in. And it's like, all we really lost is who we thought was a person, and my heart's a little broken. I feel bad. But like, what was the motive? Like, what's the fucking deal? Thanks, guys. Thank you, Patrick, Smiles, Jessica, Roundbane, Romina, T4, D&D Engineering, thank you. Tom, Turn, Wildebeest, Jacket, other Jagger, Janessa, Sweaty, thank you. Bulgy Guy, Clay. I'm shaking. Yeah, I knew her for years, but I never thought that it would come to a thing like, come to a head like this, because, like I said, I never pursue things like a teenager, you know? I don't fucking, like, I don't move that fast. I'm too busy thinking about what I can do to be my best productive self, and being distracted by that is only worth it when it's like a long-standing friendship that turns into a beautiful relationship. So I've always treaded so fucking lightly. So fucking lightly. I wish
619 says off.
Super
Jessica
sad.
619 says I like when you listen to Danny. 2 streams in 1 lol.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could have spent more time there and talked to him and everything. I don't get to talk to him or a lot of people in my life enough. It breaks my heart to see him going through this. But, you know, I kind of did too. Same thing on stream. And it's only to like relate. It's only to like relate with them. You know, it's not really something I even like being honest about or talking about because it makes you feel
619
foolish.
says definitely. Robo__daddy says Shinigami 420 redeemed. We're sweaty.
But
yeah, I don't
619 says right.
We're very anonymous, so we just chat.
It's strange. It's strange when that happens and people can act like someone, and you wonder about motive and all that. Like exactly what he's saying. Like why? Why would you?
Just all just
People assume or figure out that they can get your attention in some way that's.
Investigating and then sending me various forms of different types of proof and examples and just so that I wouldn't trick myself into being like, no, there's no way, you know, because like people do have doppelgangers, etc. Like, you know, go out and people can like.
Jessica 619 says agreed. 619 says I can't believe it. Rick says, are we there yet?
We're there yet. Is that catchy riff? What's up, dude?
The hardest last 2 hours. Power walking 6 miles away to get to the beach. I skipped the street that we were going to do because this all came up, so I just turned around. I was going to walk all the way to Beverly Hills today. Instead, we did like almost Beverly Hills. And I was just walking and
Patchy underscore Riff says not bad.
trying to process like what's going on.
That's good, dude. That's good, dude.
Nixie Hugh says it's awful. No one deserves that at all. He of all people too. Ugh, so unfair. Wish we could just take the hurt away from him.
I know.
Emiliana Cherry Blossom says boo.
Hey, Emiliana. Thanks for being on the YouTube a lot. I appreciate you.
And I would have expected to ever be a thing. Like this is. What I missed doesn't sound like
Jessica 619 says agreed. Recavision says almost home. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Recavision in the chat.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah. Probably like a total of 6 hours away. I'm gonna go another 2.
619 says yes, hi Emiliana.
faking us all out. Once somebody caught on to it, they told me today. I called her and I was like, listen, you're gonna have to verify.
Recavision says not bad. Recavision says smart.
Yeah, I don't like driving through the night. And as close as we are, it's like, I don't want to drive 3 hours tired.
Recavision says South Dakota fun driving.
The west side is, but we didn't really get, we got a lot of the nice part. But.
Just be like, wow, that was weird. And then she's confused to do video chat. I've never gotten a video from her before. I've never...
Recavision says yup.
Video chatted with her before. As close
Man,
as
my head is hurting.
Needs 1005 says you're coming home tonight.
Jeebs.
Online besties, but all
Hey.
interactions.
No. I'm gonna stop for the night.
Very
but I'm like 3 hours
Recavision
away.
says I still remember how tired we were at this point from Vegas.
So I kept my distance.
Is this how we drove? I don't even remember, Greca. No, we went through, at least on the way down, we went through Des Moines, Zombie Burger, all that. On the way up, didn't we take the same?
Emiliana Cherry Blossom says I hear Danny.
I was like, listen, I don't want to hear.
Yeah, Danny's, I'm listening to him, and he's really going through some shit right now, so.
Recavision says no, we came up from Iowa.
I was like, if you
That's
feel
what I
like
thought.
you're being betrayed, then
Needs 1005 says it's Recavision hello.
everybody's dumb.
Recavision says we hit it on the way back too.
Cheap's nose, Greca. Oh yeah, we hit the mall one. That's right. We hit the mall one.
So somebody who's been a mod.
Oh, my head is killing me, dude.
Only mods. Somebody who's been talking to everybody in the chat and being
I took some allergen or whatever it's called. Allegra. Does Allegra work? I wanted to try something new, so I took Allegra.
It just happens to be catfishing. And they were talking about moving out here, and they're going to be like nearby, and they love the area because they see it on stream, and they would
Says sorry man, take it easy, you're almost there. Jessica 619 says take something.
I'm okay.
Jessica
I took some.
619 says ooh. Recavision says yeah, the allergies are hitting.
That's what I think it is allergies, and it's like coming up from the south where I was feeling great. It's like, I feel dizzy, and my head feels 2 sizes too big, like I'm gonna fucking float away. And I mean, I'm fine. The worst part is I'm listening to Danny, and it's like just going through his heartbreak. Fucking, sucks.
Says the wife and I have been so tired and headaches. Heats 1005 says have YTUOU been sleeping? Recavision says same.
No, actually I'm not sleeping quite as well, but today I slept all the hours. It was like I just woke up way late. I just kept like redoing the alarm. I haven't done that in so long, since being on the road.
Says lol all the hours.
All the hours. How about you, Jeeves? You been sleeping?
Cirque Knight 225 says road life is rough.
Cirque Knight.
Cirque Knight 225 says hey hey. Celestial says I'm glad you were able to talk to him and be there for him earlier.
Yeah. He's a good dude.
Cassie, is that even your fucking real name?
Yeah, he was just like in shock and disbelief and needed someone to talk to. To be honest, I'm kind of honored that he called me.
Yeah, I always joked about, oh, she speaks in her own language, but she always makes typos and stuff. And I don't judge people for that shit. Like, I would never, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude?
Beard_Hub says at Shinigami 422 thanks to banding together for this beautiful curly-headed JORT son of Squatch. Really great job on the VOD and hope you at Sweetie Beetles are safe and have an amazing night.
What's that, Pogo? What's up, dude? Are you talking about Shinny's surprise? I haven't, whatever it is, I haven't seen it or yet or anything.
I hate to do this, but I have to do this, right?
Cirque Knight 225 says, so you're in SD heading back to MN.
No way I can tell you guys everything that I just found out like 2 hours ago in the middle of a stream.
Shinigami 420 says, at Beard_Hub, you're so very welcome. Beard_Hub says, oh fuck am I mean?
I had to tell you guys because
I know he did something.
Beard_Hub says, hope you're having a great day.
Hope you're having a good day, bro.
Shinigami 420 says he's allowed to hype it up, it's okay.
Yo, Grills, I'm just dealing with the most ridiculous.
Dude, it's so weird. It's like I can't get enough water in me.
Cirque Knight 225 says looks like an update or two depending on stop and scenery.
Catfish, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think I'm really gonna stop again. I already don't. I get sick every time I go home from a trip to Minnesota. I get sick.
Shinigami 420 says I am so glad you like it at Beard_Hub. Beard_Hub says I watched it in 2x speed by the way and was so good NGL.
Kindness, most non-judgmental, most welcoming, most fucking like literally set like a standard for kindness in this community. Like if we never found out, thank you so much.
Cirque Knight 225 says that's homesickness.
She was lying about who she was. We would literally set the bar.
That's what homesickness means? Then no thanks.
That's how fucking weird and hard this is to process. Thank you for gifting us up to heaven. That's
Finnegamy 420 says at beard underscore hub.
You know what I'm saying though? Like this is insane, dude. I've known this person for years, bro, and it's not who they said. And it is absolutely out of everybody that comes to my streams, anybody who's ever been to my streams, this person is the one person we would like be like, no way. So it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And she visited a streamers that I talk about. You know, she goes in there and makes, you know, like it's just like it doesn't make fucking sense. We were able to learn everything from the person that the way that they responded to me seemed like they were crying because they were guilty and not because they were being given false accusations against them, and that they realized that they got caught and that they couldn't fucking make a video chat with
Bombs 42 says with there was something I could do to make Danny feel better.
sharing the Discord sections and all of the fucking
I know. Well, just be there for him, you know. I'm sure knowing how many people love him,
there's no fucking
not hurting.
So I was like, listen, I respect and appreciate you and I'm not accusing you of anything, but I need us to clear this up. Like there's no way I can like continue my stream, like feeling and wondering all these things. Like there's no way.
225 says I know when I was a long haul driver. Every time home time came around I was feeling it physically and mentally. The drain of just 4 weeks of non-stop 11 hours a day of driving in traffic and such.
And she was still in there.
Yeah, but that's not really what's happening. I'm like living my best life on the road, and then I go back and
60 seconds later,
it's either allergies, which feels like it's definitely part of it,
like 60 seconds later,
or just like a physical brought on digestion of depression. Every time I leave, I'm on top of the world. Every time I head back, it's like, although I'm actually really excited to get home. I don't feel depressed. I don't know what it is, but perhaps it's just a little bit of the cold too. I always leave and then come back and it's cold, or at least colder than it was. Who knows? I also fucking booped myself with some animal's piss earlier last night. That probably didn't help.
Says, did you just say you booped yourself with an animal's urine?
Yeah, but like not on purpose,
yeah,
you know?
I just learned everything.
Just
have to handle it all. Was she a mod? Yes.
So there was some liquid hanging out. I didn't know what it was. It was on my wheel bearing.
Underscore fan says it is time for me to get some rest.
Okay, Mama
much love and the biggest hug ever.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to check out the quilt. It's in a talent show, y'all, if you do want to check it out. Ugh. I feel like a bag of shit all of a sudden. What the fuck? Well, maybe not all of a sudden, but it came on and now it's here and not sustaining. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And then I feel dried out. That's what's so weird. I'm taking my... You know what, though? I have had a lot of Celsius. Yeah, there's something to do with it. I had 2 Celsiuses today instead of... I haven't been having Celsius. I've just been having their, like, little mixed with water things. But I had 2 because I was like, I'm going to try to make it through.
420 says, good night at Mama underscore Isa underscore fan.
Everybody say good night to Mama.
Underscore Daddy says, here's your riddle. I come in many shapes and sizes, from small to big, never late on delivering, regardless of the journey, be it short or long. What am I? Robo underscore underscore daddy
Boxes?
says he's 1005 redeemed the Riddler.
Box?
Bombs 42
Jeeves left
says
the
mailman.
Riddler.
I was like, I didn't like not speaking, but like actually because I just was trying to build up the fucking courage to admit it to myself out loud. To you guys that just
Are we sure that Allegra is non-drowsy?
Regress 420 says box.
Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes making ticky-tacky.
1005 says I just used all my nuggies for this.
No. Yeah, so
Odie says cardboard.
I went to feel it, and I like put my finger in it and rubbed it, and I was like, what is that? And I went to like smell it, and I hit myself in the nose, and it was musky
Odie says clock.
piss. It smelled like nothing I've ever smelled, but something I knew I didn't want to smell. It was thin. Someone came and just pissed right on my wheel.
or something, you know, like that was my only rational thought. It was like the only way that she could tell me is by taking a video of herself and it being the fucking person that she is, the person that I am, is who I am. Counts and all this stuff that happens to the person physically and performance. The only rational explanation for them to be like, well, I didn't want you to know my history. I didn't want you to know my weird past. So I lied. This is me looking at me. Like, that's the only rational thought that went through my head when I was very first trying to like suss it out. That was my only rational
Celestial says memories.
somebody was nervous about their past.
Heats 1005 says adventure.
Adventure.
Odious says time. Says success.
They've been a mod since like day one, and I never thought about vetting them. And I feel like now I need to create
Odious says days.
kind of moderator system where I like have video chats with all of my mods, which I have one. Right, I love these so much. Don't feel any pressure. Get some mods.
Celestial says experience. Heats 1005 says hint. Robo underscore underscore daddy says here is the riddle again. I come in many shapes and sizes, from small to big, never late on delivering, regardless of the journey, be it short or long. What am I? Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Odious says opportunities.
Ooh, it could just be opportunity as well. You remember, you got to get it exactly right. I can't give a hint because I don't know what it is, and the only way to check would be to pull over.
Cherry Blossom says sweaty. Is there a way for the YouTube chatters to participate in the riddle?
Yes. Actually, I can't set it up now, but I will set it up when I get home. I believe I can do that. Let me make sure some of it's written in code. Should still be doable, but whether or not I know how to do it.
Go underscore underscore daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Emiliana Cherry Blossom says, I was just wondering.
No, it's a good idea. I just gotta do it when I get some.
J Brett's 420 says, what's up, Sweaty? How's your day going? Celestial says, should we switch from riddles to music for the drive? It might give you some energy.
Either way, I mean, I can pull over really anytime I want. I'm just trying to get some miles because I would love to be home by like noon tomorrow. I'm not really tired. My head feels weird. Very weird. But I think y'all are liking the riddles, so I'd like to keep them going. We could do both, honestly. There's no reason I can't turn on music.
Right. Like if for some reason it was the person in the photos, that's who they actually are, and they're hiding their identity because they're embarrassed to admit what they do for a living.
Says we sleeping somewhere special or just find a truck stop or rest area law.
I have a place where...
Odie says I'm confused if Sweaty is in the back or not. Thought I saw an outline, but now, not so much.
In the back?
I mean, but we can just do it with this one.
It's a ghost.
I need to get better at that. Instead of being like, oh, maybe you should try this. And I could be like, are you open to hearing like my opinion on this? I respect that as well.
Jeeves, I'm glad you're here.
Last year, and then said that she got COVID, so she
Killa Green says, as they Danny I am hearing. Odie says, hope he's alright.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna take some time to process and feel all that stuff. You know?
1005 says I could seal the riddle.
He what the riddle? Conceal?
Odie says same peeps.
When it comes back around, just vote to give up. Vote yes, and it'll give you the answer. Then you could do another one. Sometimes the riddles are...
__ Daddy says, here is the riddle again. I come in many shapes and sizes, from small to big, never late on delivering, regardless of the journey, be it short or long. What am I?
Killer Dreams.
__ Daddy says, new poll started. Give up on riddle. Eats 1005 says failed. Odious says pardon. Says life. Says wiener. Odious says wheel.
Wiener. Dude, it's like right here.
Robo __ Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo __ Daddy says carrier. Robo __ Daddy says congratulations. Robo __ Daddy. Yes. The answer was carrier. Killa Dreams says the butt. Beats 1005 says law.
Killer Dreams. We could change back to...
says that is the most vague question ever. Bombs 42 says the big wiener. As answer even. Killa Dreams says carrier bitch that was so olive.
We could GPT ass and go back to random. Command GPT ass, no space. Will put us back out of random. I thought the category was animals right now. We should have a command that allows us to check.
Robo__daddy says off-grid everything swap GPT-2 random. Pilladream says why GPT ass. Beats 1005
Don't
says
ask.
sweaty your eyes are hiding under hats.
Yeah.
Couldn't they just not have fucking profile? They could have had a fake photo, like anything. They could have not shared fake photos like this photo. It's so true. That's crazy. And like I said, she's like,
Odious says the GPT's questions are ass, that's why.
she's always been like, oh, if you don't need anything,
Celestial says is in. GPT is showing its ass. Beats 1005 says thank you.
All right, let's try another. It should have something to do with the stream. Jeeves used all her nuggies on carrier.
Says because it's ass. Robo__daddy says beats 1005 redeem sound alert. Hello there. Odious says oh my frigging word. The video was paused FFS. Over an hour.
You pause the video?
__daddy says Pilladreams added a new riddle prompt.
Oh, there we go.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. What's a place where both trees and dreams grow tall? A sanctuary for cyclists and fitness enthusiasts after all. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Robo__daddy says Celestial redeemed the riddler.
Oh, Celeste redeemed it.
Odious says I must have hit the space bar. It was literally during daylight, and nothing was changing. Not even a breeze. Odious says okay, for you geeks. Odious says after.
Nothing was changing. Not even a breeze. Yet a new riddles prompt has come up. Strictly for Jeeves.
Pilladream says park. Odious says arena. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with one vote. Pilladream says gym. Odious says stadium.
yo, Mike, thank you so much for the generous time, dude. Thank you so freaking much. $30, 47 cents is great.
Odious says track. Pilladream says reservation. Turned against says Joshua tree. Turned against says Joshua. Turned against says trees.
Yeah, so
check out a tree.
pretty much just showing long story short, Cassie
Odious says Bisbee. Celestial says cars. Turned against says California.
California's a good guess.
Turned against says love. Celestial says California. Odious says Zion. Odious says it sounds like a location.
I always give people their space. I don't want to intrude on personal space.
Turned against says Arizona. Turned against says Texas. Turned against says Minnesota. Celestial says Utah. Trains are cool L says Colorado. Trains are cool L says Boulder. Odious says sanctuary. Pilladream says track. Pilladream says path. Pilladream says trail.
I literally screamed with Caroline on my screen.
Pilladream says dirt. Trains are cool L says velodrome. Kilogreen says grass. Celestial says wait, do my guesses count if I am the one that redeemed?
No, they do not. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, they do. They do. Sorry, I meant like if you make the prompt, they don't. Because we're planning.
1005 says I am really bad at riddles.
The riddles are really bad at making themselves, so I wouldn't feel too bad, Jeeves. One thing that's cool is like Killer Dreams has one in the queue right now that if he redeems it,
says museum.
He actually makes the yeah, it's only if you message the bot, Celeste. So yours count right now.
__ Daddy says here's the riddle again. What's a place where both trees and dreams grow tall? A sanctuary for cyclists and fitness enthusiasts after all. Kilogreen says more like shittles. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started.
Trees and dreams? Enthusiasts and cyclists? Like the park? Park?
Odious says conservatory.
Los Angeles?
Kilogreen says sky. Kilogreen says ground. Odious says park. Kilogreen says parks. Trains are cool. L says sequoia. Off-grid everything says trail. Off-grid everything says forest. Peeps 1005 says 555. Kilogreen says earth. Robo __ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Kilogreen says soil. Odious says path. Baked _ Helen says mountains.
Hey, Baked Helen.
Board 1999 says what the fuck is going on, baby boy?
What's up, Board?
__ Daddy says board 1999 in the chat. Kilogreen says did you make it to the not yet list? On top, on purpose so that way it keeps going. Odious says perfect.
Yes, I did.
Odious says I'm just guessing from what I've seen. Kilogreen says hashtag but for calling me. Trains are cool. L says board.
Starting to feel a little better. I wonder if the allergy thing is kicking in. My head feels a little better. Yeah, I like that. I've been just, water's going through me. I can't hold on to anything.
How do I keep it fresh?
Peeps 1005 says we just make you happy.
That's exactly it, Jeeves.
Odious says that. Robo __ Daddy says Shinigami 420 swap to Big Cam 2.
I wish this wasn't, I don't understand why this just shuts off after a half a second.
Odious says love that move transition. Board 1999 says GBBBBBSSS. Peeps 1005 says at board 1999 he. Peeps 1005 says where have you been? Odious says that may have stayed on for a whole 20 secs.
I know.
Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. What's a place where both trees and dreams grow tall? A sanctuary for cyclists and fitness enthusiasts after all. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Lord 1999 says how's things going for ya? Where have I been? Where have you been? I haven't seen you on screen for like months. Odious says Jim. Celestial says Forest. Beats 1005 says Sweaty Palace.
I don't think I've ever posted a selfie of myself or anything in anyone's Discord ever. Any of my friends.
Odious says Gymnasium. Off-grid everything says Jungle. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo _ Daddy says Balboa Park. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Robo _ Daddy. Yes. The answer was Balboa Park. Fort 1999 says nice. Holding down the fort. A very important job. Odious says Velodrome. Killadream says fuck you it was 2 words. Celestial says that's a 2-word answer. Killadream says hell now WTF.
I did allow some
Robo _
two-word
Daddy
answers.
says here's your riddle. I'm a duo found in the stars, but I'm not a double star. Birthdays within me make 2. Who am I? Can you clue? Robo _ Daddy says Killadream redeemed the Riddler. 96,669 says are you almost home dad?
I'm like 4 or 5 hours away. A double star?
Beats 1005 says that Sweetie Beatles ran away from me so I can't take over his screen. I even offered to drive for him and he said no but I am trying to convince him to let me get some airtime when he gets home. I really want my 20 minutes of fame. Odious says Gemini. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Odious. Yes, the answer was Gemini. Killadream says the real AI fuck chat GPT. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer? Celestial says it would have been nice if you shared that info Sweaty. Odious says too many. Twin elements. Celestial says lol lol lol. Fort 1999 says it beats 1005 just start shutting things down till you show up on the screen. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I am not a cloud, yet I can descend and obscure. In haunted houses, my presence is insured. What am I? Ghost! Robo _ Daddy says Odious redeemed the Riddler. Beats 1005 says Fort 1999 OMG. Celestial says the 2 words still had me all. WTF, I missed that riddle. Off-grid everything says spirit. Odious says ghost. Off-grid everything says mist. Off-grid everything says fog. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 2 votes. Robo _ Daddy says chat chose to not add Gemini to the list. Celestial says ether. Celestial says slime. Off-grid everything says phantom. Beats 1005 says I totally have the ability to stop the stream. I know where the kill switch is. Celestial says essence. Cranes are cool L says smoke. Odious says ether. Celestial says ectoplasm. Odious says cobwebs. Odious says dust. Off-grid everything says poltergeist. Cranes are cool L says cold. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. RN Bearded says hey man.
What's up, RN Bearded?
Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I am not a cloud, yet I can descend and obscure. In haunted houses, my presence is insured. What am I?
Ghost King.
Says height. Celestial says spirits. Celestial says ghost farts. Killadream says just start unplugging the ports behind his big PC case lol. Off-grid everything says darkness. RN Bearded says darkness. Trains are cool L says condensation. Fartington says did someone say farts? Killadream says fright.
What's up, Farting Cam?
Killadream says Ghost King.
El Rey Fantasmo.
Odious says 1 word. RN Bearded says shadows. Killa Dream says no, not one word.
Fear?
Robo__ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Odious says ghosting. Killa Dream says this shithead just cost a 2-worder at his law.
I did make that happen, and I'm sorry.
Off-grid everything says ghosts. Odious says if this is another twofer, then the dictionary needs to be refined. Killa Dream says, are we CST yet? Cranes or Cool says right.
No, I don't think we're gonna be tonight. We're still gonna be in South Dakota. Just by a little bit. I think that's MST, isn't it? I didn't switch at any point, did I?
RN Bearded says how long till home now you?
I'll be home like tomorrow afternoon-ish. Dude, this guy's just
Beats
slamming.
1005 says I think you can make it.
What, make it home?
Beats 1005 says all the way home.
Home?
Odious says dark shadows. Off-grid everything says horror.
I can't fucking see shit, dude, when you do this.
Celestial says fog. Celestial says mist. Celestial says cloud. Killa Dream says how is OK CST, and Texas, which are below you CST, what does your phone time say? 8 p.m. or 9?
9.
Beats 1005 says FWOD. Odious says height fog. Cranes or
I must have
Cool
went to
says
CST
YUB.
when I went to
Finnegan 420 says
South
it beats
Dakota.
1005, you don't know how much I would love this. Killa Dream says UCST, let's do. Odious says it freeze echo in the skies. Send them clouds this way. Cranes or Cool L says lol. Cranes or Cool L says frostbane.
Frostbane.
Off-grid everything says storm.
Here we go.
Killa Dream says makes it easier for me to do stuff with you now that 2-hour time zone should suck. Celestial says phantom. Odious says rainstorm.
Brainstorm.
Odious says vampire fog. Robo__ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Celestial says shade. Killa Dream says fog. Killa Dream says foggy. Cranes or Cool L says that Odious Wagyu beef makes as much sense as some of these answers do. Killa Dream says rain. Killa Dream says tears. Off-grid everything says blood. Cranes or Cool L says chainsaw. Killa Dream says crying. Celestial says apparition.
Fear?
1005 says death. Robo__ Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo__ Daddy says fog machine. Off-grid everything says whales. Robo__ Daddy says congratulations Robo__ Daddy. Yes, the answer was fog machine. Killa Dream says heartbeat. Ad engineering says 2 words. RN Bearded says fear. Killa Dream says OMFGF these 2 words. Odious says how do you put a fog machine in the friggin' skies? Off-grid everything says again. Crazy Cool L says lame AF. Killa Dream says yes Casey. 2 words last 2 times F this shit.
I set it up. It's my bad. I did it. I set it up. I let it do 2 words. I put 2 worders on there.
Ad engineering says wow, so God has finally started to go rogue. Beats 1005 says don't waste your nuggies, people. Ad engineering says GPT asterisk asterisk asterisk. Trains are cool. L says bot is learning.
The bot is learning. We're fucked. Imagine this is where it starts. The riddle bot. The riddle bot has taken over.
Complain to the manager. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killer Dreams added a new riddle prompt. X Deadly Monsieur says lol. Celestial says this is more than a Las Vegas slot machine. Take my nuggies. Robo underscore underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I am not a ship, yet I'm crafted for the sea. Stand upon me, paddle in hand, balance is the key. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killer Dreams redeemed the riddler. Off-grid everything says paddleboard. Killer Dreams says WTF is this shit. Trains are cool. L says paddleboard. Off-grid everything says canoe. X Deadly Monsieur says paddleboard. Beast 1005 says paddleboard. Beast 1005 says inflatable canoe.
I know.
Killer Dreams says totally not what I said. Off-grid everything says kayak. Trains are cool. L says a big fucking whale. Ad engineering says
I can tell by
Celestial
what
says
fucking...
not paddleboard. Says one or two. Yes, 2 words. X Deadly Monsieur says kayak. Off-grid everything says bots gone rogue. Ad engineering says rap boat. Killer Dream says and this bitch must have operated. Did you mean and change the spelling? Off-grid everything says rap. Beats 1005 says inflatable kayak.
Dude, Killer Dreams got fucking...
Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
It sounds like we're not gonna get it, dude. The fucking Killer Dreams made a typo to the bot. We're fucked.
Beats 1005 says up shit's creek without a paddle. Off-grid
That looks
everything says
so
lost.
badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Killer
Up
Dream
shit's
says no
creek
if you guys
without a
vote no.
paddle. If you guys vote no.
Killer Dream says I did not type a law.
You fucking typoed. Dude, every truck that
Ad
goes
engineering
by
says
is
WTF.
harder and harder to fucking see with the goddamn rain. We need a
Ad
hint.
engineering says give us hints then bitch. Trains are cool. L says the RV. It does have a paddle in it and sweaty stands on it. Killer Dream says I
Sometimes,
swear I did not typo. Beats 1005 says hint TTTTTT. Robo underscore underscore daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 4 votes.
Hint, 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 hint.
L underscore U underscore R underscore K underscore 3 underscore R says surfboard.
Lurker.
Ad engineering says recreational vehicle. Off-grid everything says wakeboard. Ad engineering says wakeboard. Killa Dream says I gave hints. Ad engineering says hints killa.
You better give some hints, bro. People are getting pissed.
Trains are cool. L says paddle fucking board. Beats 1005 says is that a flashlight?
Flashlight.
Beats 1005 says flashlight.
Flashlight? No, it's the light for up here.
Ad engineering says bottle.
It's a bottle.
Ad engineering says water bottle.
It's a bottle.
Killa Dream says the hint literally says the answer law. Beats 1005 says off. Off-grid everything says paddle. Ad engineering says boat. Robo underscore underscore daddy says congratulations ad engineering. Yes, the answer was boat. Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Beats 1005 says bottle. Ad engineering says fuck you killa. Beats 1005 says what is boat?
What is boat?
Off-grid everything says blood of the earth, aka water.
Oh, B-O-T-E. Well,
Beats
dude, you can't
1005
put
says
something that
OMG.
doesn't understand
Killer
what
Green
the
says
fuck.
B-O-T-E, blood of the earth. Beats 1005 says I hate you guys. Beats 1005 says and that is mine. Killer Green says fucking chat GPT is balls.
Well, how's it gonna know what blood of the earth is?
Robo __ daddy says here's your riddle. I'm the single star on a sea of blue, a giant among states, that much is true. Known for barbecue, denim, and heat. What am I, mighty and fleet? Ad engineering says and how exactly the fuck would GPT know the killer? Robo __ daddy says Odious could be the riddler. Killer Dream says Gemini knows what boat is. Odious says Texas.
What?
Robo __ daddy says congratulations Odious. Yes, the answer was Texas. Robo __ daddy says full complete. No, has one with 3 votes. Robo __ daddy says chat chose to not add vote to the list. Trains are cool L says Texas. Trains are cool L says Lone Star. Beats 1005 says fun ruiner at Odious. Odious says who the hell put the most obvious one. Ad engineering says at Pilgrims let me do an answer. Trains are cool L says Lone Star. Killer Dream says I tried to whisper B. O. T. E. But it didn't let it process.
So it just did what it assumed you were the fucking talking
Robo
about.
__ daddy says ad engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo __ daddy says here's your riddle. I'm neither a bike nor a root. I've no sweat, but I help out. When it comes to repairs, don't follow a trope. Where do you go to keep your cycle in scope? Odious says here. Sweaty _ mama says how much longer are you driving?
Hey,
Robo
Mom.
_ daddy says Odious redeemed the riddler.
About an hour
1005 says I need a nap. Off-grid everything says bike shop.
Mechanic?
Killer Green says repair shop. Killer Green says shop. Ad engineering says bicycle shop. Ad engineering says bike dude. Killer Green says mechanic shop. Ad engineering says bike lady. Odious says watch it be something like car dealership or something. Killer Green says mechanic. Trains are cool L says bottle bike and speed. Killer Green says bicycle technician. Off-grid everything says garage. Celestial says rocket repair. Ad engineering says car dealership. Killer Green says bicycle mechanic. Ad engineering says bike dealership. Killer Green says YouTube. Ad engineering says bicycle dealership. Off-grid everything says Walmart. L_U_R_K_3_R says cycle shop. Sweaty _mama says gynecologist. Ad engineering says Home Depot. Robo __ daddy says congratulations ad engineering. Yes, the answer was Home Depot. Killer Green says ST2. Ad engineering says I said that as a joke. Odious says ha 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 ha. Killer Green says fuck that shit. Trains are cool L says like shit. Robo __ daddy says here's your riddle. Sometimes I'm a joke, often worn on a face. At times, I'm too tight and need to reduce pace. What am I? Robo __ daddy says ad engineering redeemed the riddler.
Dude, the Riddler. He's the most cryptic bitch. He fucking sucks.
Odious says mask. Killer Green says is this yours Casey? Killer Green says panties. Trains are cool L says Riddler is fired for incompetence. Ad engineering says this one is mine.
Does it make sense? Give us a hint.
Killer Green
Just
says
tell-
song. Ad
just tell-
engineering says how the fuck was that Home Depot?
Dude, gas is
Shinigami
$2.77.
420 says undies. Killer Green says BR. Odious says choker. X Deadly Mistier says toothbrush. Killer Green says headset.
Deadly, hello.
X Deadly Mistier says lol.
Dude,
Odious says throttle. Odious says throttle. Off-grid everything says it somehow thinks Home Depot is a bike shop. It said earlier it has racks with bikes. Ad Ad Engineering says, case is a weird word, but other than that it makes sense. Train for Cool L says I will not suffer this indignity.
I'm sorry.
Ad Engineering says I would ignore the word case. Killa Green says sleep mask. Odious says restrictor.
Can I get a command repeat? Holy shit, that's funny, dude.
Celestial says egg. Killa Green says jet band. Celestial says mask. Odious says you don't proof your questions. Robo __ daddy says here is the riddle again. Sometimes I'm a joke, often worn on a face. At times, I'm too tight and need to reduce pace. What am I? Robo __ daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
It's not jet band.
Deadly Miss here says caller. Celestial says time. Killa Green says all we type is one word and it makes the riddle nothing to prove. Odious says hat. Killa Green says balls. Sweaty _ mama says smile. Off-grid everything says eye patch. Killa Green says boba. Killa Green says hat. Ad Engineering says dude it is fucking everything up cause it is trying to make everything about bikes and making it rhyme.
Holy fuck,
says,
dude.
so if it's about bikes AD seems
Holy
to be their only
fuck,
rhyme,
dude.
you can ignore it.
That was a triple
says
trailer, dude.
Sweaty _ mama says
Fuck
bike.
that thing,
Robo _ daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes.
Dude, fuck.
Sweaty
that
_ mama says
thing.
sweat.
A fucking triple trailer.
Killa Green says peanut butter and jelly. Odious says shades. Off-grid everything says makeup. Odious says glasses. X Deadly Miss here says glasses.
You see that? I couldn't see a fucking thing, bro.
Odious says specs.
It's trying to make everything
Ad Engineering
about
says this word is spelled the same forward and back.
It's a
Sweaty _ mama says
palindrome.
legs.
Kayak.
Killa Green says that's badass trips. Ad Engineering says one word. Killa Green says race car. Odious says clam.
Civic, solos, level,
Killa Green says poop.
kayak. Those are all 5-letter palindromes. What is another palindrome?
Odious says level. X Deadly Miss here says I. Odious says race car.
Go hang a salami, I'm a lasagna
says
hog.
mom. Robo __ daddy says here is the riddle again. Sometimes I'm a joke, often worn on a face. At times, I'm too tight and need to reduce pace. What am I? Sweaty _ mama says poop. Trains or cool L says it's probably a 30-letter word with no vowels. When you try to say it, you die. Ad Engineering says the first sentence is all you need. Dahlia _Rex says but.
Sometimes I'm a joke worn on a face. Is it boob?
Killa Green says gag. Robo __ daddy says congratulations Killa Greens. Yes, the answer was gag. Robo __ daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer?
Wow.
Killa Green says LMAO. Ad Engineering says sometimes I'm a joke, often worn on a face. X Deadly Miss here says oh good lord. Robo __ daddy says Shinigami 420 swap to Big Cam 1.
Wow, dude. Honestly, it's
Celestial says gag. One on the face. OMG. LMAO. E_M_T says I hate it.
It's
so sexy,
Dude, I gotta stop getting hit by fucking triple trailers and shit.
Robo __ daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 4 votes. Robo __ daddy says chat chose to not add gag to the list.
Thank you, chat.
Robo __ daddy says go show love to Dahlia _Rex that they are a just chatting enjoyer. Robo _ Daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I'm neither a task nor a drill. Still you get exhausted, but with a thrill. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says Odious redeemed the Riddler. Dahlia _ Rex says thanks Shinny. Trains are cool. L says hi Dahlia. Odious says practice. Off-grid everything says road trip. Odious says challenge. X Deadly Mysteer says game. Dahlia _ Rex says hey trains. Killa Dreams says hey Riddler. Why is Dahlia so beautiful? Off-grid everything says roller coaster. Engineering says workout. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations at engineering. Yes, the answer was workout.
Let's
at
go!
Engineering says hot ass. Odious says oh hell. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I stream throughout the day, in jorts of denim, as creatures play. What's my handle, where trolls behave? Robo _ Daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the Riddler. At Engineering says sweaty pedals. Off-grid everything says lol said it's not work, yet that's literally the first word. At Engineering says sweaty pedals. Odious says sweaty.
Dude, am I gonna get out of this
At
rain
Engineering says WTF.
at any point?
Odious says wait. Trolls behave. Says who? Celestial says the bard. Killa Dreams says at D_M_T this in for you bro. Trains are cool. L says Goomba. Killa Dreams says this one. Celestial says Bard. Off-grid everything says Unkle Daddy. L _U _R _K_3 R says potential bliss. Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I stream throughout the day, in jorts of denim, as creatures play. What's my handle, where trolls behave? Off-grid everything says Twitch. At Engineering says is it Sweaty's handle in Dark and Darker? D_M_T says Sweaty Pedals TV. Killa Dreams says where do we go with D?
Y'all might be on the right track.
At Engineering says sweaty ass bitch ass. D_M_T says Bard with a harden. Off-grid everything says Goblin Caves. Trains are cool. L says the answer is clearly Mars.
You guys have gotten...
At Engineering says this part is hard.
If
Off-grid everything says YouTube.
If it is what I think it is, you guys have gotten so freaking close so many times.
Killa Dreams says one word but it's supposed to be two, but ChatGPT is shit and won't let me do 2 words lol. Killa Dreams says it was said. Trains are cool. L says friendly fighter. D_M_T says Goblin Caves. Robo _Daddy says congratulations D_M_TS. Yes, the answer was Goblin Caves. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? At Engineering says WTF. Off-grid everything says UPH one word it.
One word.
Robo _ Daddy says at Engineering added a new riddle prompt.
One word it is. Okay. I didn't think it was a, that's interesting.
Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. What's an event that's won not by speed or by force, but by the length of viewing in the streamer's discourse? Robo _ Daddy says Odious redeemed the Riddler. Killa Dreams says Subathon. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Killa Dreams. Yes, the answer was Subathon. Killa Dreams says go Casey. Odious says Streamathan. Killa Dreams says let's see your custom riddle. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. No. Has one with 2 votes. Robo _ Daddy says chat chose to not add Wiener to the list. Ad Engineering says why is the Riddler out of stuff for me? Celestial says how did you even read the riddle the fast? Fraser Cool L says there needs to be a redeemed again riddle.
Broken.
Killa Green says LMAO Wiener. Odin says I redeemed it. Go for it. Killa Green says ahahahah. Killa Green says Wiener. Killa Green says ahahahahahahahahahah.
Casey.
Ad Engineering says ag shit. Killa Green says ahahahahahahahah. No Casey put Wiener for his custom.
Casey put Wiener. And it outed him, dude. Alright, the bot is broken. I have to.
What a beautiful mess.
I have to. Oh, fuck. I have to write its own.
Killa Green says that was great lol.
I have to write its own thing that only.
Rex says I'm crying. Odious says Riddler's enabled.
Oh, fuck. That is.
Ad Engineering says well we did it.
You gotta fucking give it something else, Casey. Or just send it, dude. Let it see if. Fuck yeah. Okay. I need a mod to put a reminder in the mod chat in the Discord.
Heavy dose of salt water and rust. Killa Dream says need to store. Completed. Custom riddle is a separate variable so it don't get overridden long.
You got it, dude. You already know, Killa. That is so
Killa
funny.
Dream says send it Casey.
We need to pay for
Robo _ Daddy says Ad Engineering added a new riddle prompt.
I just need to buy. We gotta pay for a better
says and scrub the damn database to remove bicycle.
It's trying to make everything about bicycles and make it rhyme. Is so funny,
Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. With ceaseless sweat, caught between 2 reins, in movement's tension I reside. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says Ad Engineering redeemed the Riddler. Trains are cool L says in Balboa Park FFS. Killa Dream says butt crack. Odious says bicycle. Killa Dream says butt.
In ceaseless sweat.
Killa Dream says crack.
Is the first fucking caught between
X
2
Deadly
rings.
Mystery says underwear.
Dude,
Off-grid
this
everything
fucking
says muscles.
bot
Ad
is
Engineering
obsessed.
says this is a good one. Odious says taint. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Odious. Yes, the answer was taint. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Odious says ah. Killa Dream says LMAO ah. Killa Dream says ah.
Oh god, dude. Went straight from wiener to taint.
Ad Engineering says I am glad it got the right kind of taint. Killa Dream says that's cringe. Trains are cool L says Riddler rides a bicycle with no seat. Ad Engineering says who is voting no for these words. Stupid.
Dude, the people I've spoken, they don't want taint on the
Robo
list.
_ Daddy says Killa Dream's added a new riddle prompt. Ad Engineering says vote yes. Killa Dream says oh fuck. Odious says I haven't voted the whole time.
Oh no!
Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 3 votes. Robo _ Daddy says, taint, added to random answers.
Okay, we're
Killa
okay.
Dream says mine is ruined.
No, we're okay.
Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I'm streamed around the globe, in every corner, streamed in all halls, in every Twitch app and of sips. I'm loved, guess who? I'm ____. Ad Engineering says just add again Killa. Robo _ Daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the Riddler.
Yeah, just change it to another
Killa
body
Dream
part
says, what
3
the fuck?
inches away. What happened?
Killa Dream says 3 blanks. WTF.
I think it was just trying to make like a blank, you know, like a full. Or is it giving you a 3-letter word? Is that what you're saying?
Ad Engineering says 3 inches. Killa Green says we need to take ChatGPT out to the pasture. Ad Engineering says that's a huge ass taint.
Dude, stop. I'm gonna hit the fucking...
Ad Engineering says, you know I always said that Sweaty probably has a huge ass taint. Shinigami 420 says wow.
I can't right now. I gotta concentrate on the road.
Killa Green says it's one of the clips when he was geocaching.
The rain cleared up though, that's good.
Killa Green says it sucked pretty hard. Killa Green says we couldn't find this cache behind by the roadside. Ad Engineering says this main right here got a big old taint. I say that a lot. Killa Green says we looked for like 10 maybe 15 minutes.
Are you talking about the pavilion place? Oh, there's a rest area up here, but I'm actually starting to feel a little better, and the rain is stopping. Those are the two things that were really like making me go, I'm gonna stop. But the rain is like gone. So I won't be
Killa Green
splashed.
says I think there was a Pikachu in the store where he got the thing that sucked. Shinigami 420 says Casey about to get a slap in the taint.
Wait.
Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I'm streamed around the globe, in every corner, streamed in all halls, in every Twitch app and of sips. I'm loved, guess who? I'm _____.
Boba. Is it Boba? Yeah. Dude, that's a cool memory. Actually, now that you say all that. I remember that very well. That was a lot of fun. Why is it so cold right here?
Trains are cool, L says bicycle. Shinigami 420 says boba. Killa Green says that's part 1.
Boba tea! I'm sure y'all will get that before you hear me say it. Boba Fett?
Killa Green says it's a 2-worder, 1 word. Shinigami 420 says boba tea. X Deadly Mysteer says bobadia. Killa Green says they hit the back of your throat hard AF. Off-grid everything says sweaty pedals. Celestial says boba ball. X Deadly Mysteer says boba balls. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations X Deadly Mysteer. Yes, the answer was boba balls. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer?
Why?
Shinigami 420 says at kilograms that's what she said. Celestial says I needed more than 1 ball.
Yeah, you did.
Robo underscore underscore daddy says at engineering added a new riddle prompt.
Alright, I gotta pee, chat. I'll be right back.
Robo underscore underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I'm made of 3 letters and I carry a load. You stash me in jorts on a well-pedaled road. Robo underscore underscore daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore underscore daddy says ass. Robo underscore underscore daddy says congratulations Robo underscore underscore daddy. Yes. The answer is ass. Robo underscore underscore daddy says ass. Added to random answers. Robo underscore underscore daddy says at engineering redeemed the riddler. Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Off-grid everything says 10. Killa Dreams says WTF. Ad engineering says haha. Dahlia underscore Rex says good god. Killa Dreams says that shit broke again LMAO.
Alright, noted.
Ad engineering says I am crying. Robo underscore underscore daddy says here's your riddle. What behemoth's known for orange and white? Has deep pools, day or night? A place for gardeners, delight, where improvements always in sight. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Ad engineering says I can't. Celestial says Home Depot. Robo underscore underscore daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 1 votes. Robo underscore underscore daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was Home Depot. Odiusk says nothing about bikes. Off-grid everything says hey it's finally not a bike shop. Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Trains are cool L says it's also a world-class bike shop. Ad engineering says bro Robo Daddy is not allowed to compete WTF. Robo underscore underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I run for long, with jokes and song. On streams of games, I am strong. Who am I? Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Killa Dreams says it's not custom prompting. Killa Dreams says or if it is it's crap. Off-grid everything says Subathon. Odiusk says who am I? Celestial says I hate it defaults to know if a tie. Some of these words need to be heard again. Odiusk says sweaty pedals. Trains are cool L says Subathon. Odiusk says sweaty P deals. Odiusk says oh damn it. Odiusk says sweaty pedals.
Oh my god, bro. I am actually fucking... I can't. And it all rhymes. This is so fucked.
Off-grid everything says Bard. Celestial says pedals. Killa Dreams says Daddy Caddy.
I need one more fucking...
Trains are cool L says Sanji pedals. Shinigami 420 says Daddy Caddy. Killa Dreams says did you say you can't? Robo underscore underscore daddy says congratulations Shinigami 420. Yes, the answer was Daddy Caddy. Off-grid everything says Daddy Caddy. Robo underscore underscore daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer?
It's not gonna know what the Daddy Caddy is. There's no way. Carry a load.
Killa Dreams says we need to train it.
Carry a load. That should be illegal.
Odiusk says oh flog it at least. Celestial says why all the no votes? Odiusk says GD keyboard. Robo underscore underscore daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore underscore daddy says chat chose to not add Daddy Caddy to the list. Killa Dreams says figure how to train the project.
Is this a good, you think this is a good way to do it? see how far we are from home. Oh, fuck, dude.
Dahlia_Rex says W red lights.
Yeah, I'm 4.5 hours from home. So I'm not gonna do that.
Killadream says, how did it answer for itself? Killadream says, like WTF.
What do you mean?
Celestial says, how much farther?
The as part? I'll explain it. You probably, it's very interesting how I did it, and I should have foreseen this. Hour 15 minutes.
Killadream says, like, I wish I could see the process it went through, lol.
I'll explain it. So when I create the poll, when I create that poll, what it does is it answers yes or no with a period. So when I create the poll, it starts listening for it to answer yes or no. But I never staggered it in any way to make it not start the next thing. So what happened was you guys answered yes to store the word, but instead it also did the thing for yes to quit, to give up.
Killadream says the give up trigger, and said yes we gave up but yes we wanted to save it lol lmfao ha ha ha.
Yeah, I had to make it a different variation of yes. Make it say like yeah and nope. And then once it does that, I'll reset the command that it's listening for. Because I just set that word as a command, but only when that's like listening to that poll. But since I set the same word and there were two polls going on, it literally just made the funniest like bug though I've ever heard. That's why basically when you guys play video games and shit and there are bugs, it's shit like that they never thought of. So Bethesda's just filled with ads.
Off-grid everything says or add it and throw it out for if we like the word.
What's that? Why is it making me get off here? Why can't I just go straight? This is a weird vibe, but I'm gonna do it. They wanted me to get off that highway, to take a left here, to take a right, to meet back up with that highway. It looks like. And I don't know why.
Killadream says, so we hitting Minnesota soil today?
Well, we can, but home is 4.5 hours, and the place that I reserved for tonight, basically it's gonna be like, if I wake up, I gotta drive 3 hours and I'm home. And the reason I like that place is because I know I can go there. It's already 9:45. I'm either boondocking, which that's also fine too, is like a rest stop. I could just do that if I can't make it. Do y'all want to try to make it home? I'm so curious why it's having me go this way. It makes zero sense. I was just on 90, and I could have stayed on 90. It wants me to get on this road. Trains
or True L says gotta take Monica out BRB.
Alright, trains. mean, it's a weeknight. Are we all trying to stay up that late and do fucking riddles? The riddles are,
Killa Dream says how many spots are there to sleep safe along the route if we just say fuck it and hammer through?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm gonna guess there's probably 10 different spots I could just go to and sleep at a rest area. I have the batteries for it now. Like, it's not even that cold. So I cured a lot of shit by getting that heated blanket. That heated blanket keeps me nice and warm, and I don't even have to heat the RV. So, like, I never run out of power. It'd be different in the winter time, but, you know, going down to 30 degrees, maybe even 25.
X Deadly Mysteer says, with Ninja out of town, I've been going to bed early, so I won't be here long.
Okay.
Killa Dream says, let me check some rest area and truck stops.
Alright, that'd be awesome, Killa Dreams.
Killa Dream says, along your route.
Ass. That's so funny. The funniest part was, like, in my head, I answered ass, but I also was like, there's no way it's ever gonna be that. And then it immediately just said ass. And I was like, what? And there was other stuff about, like, being clad in denim and shit. Oh my god.
Ad Engineering says, bro, I couldn't stop laughing. X Deadly Mysteer says, please be safe. We don't need you to be driving too tired.
I'm not tired right now, honestly. I was really feeling bad getting back into this area, but I took some Allegra, some headache medicine, and I'm fine now. Especially as long as I can get some water. This is my last water I have right now. I have a little bit more in a thingy thing in the back, in a jug, but not like a ton. And for some reason, I'm like super
Ad Engineering says, for the record, Nick here that Robo Daddy just decided to participate.
I explained it to Killa Dreams. So the way, Casey, the way that I make a poll do things is that I make the answer to the poll a trigger that only turns
Killa
on.
Dream says, what if you took some Viagra? Can you make it home then?
All right, I'm up. And I make the answer to a poll trigger an action that only turns
Killa
on
Dream says,
when the
not like
poll
this.
turns on.
Ad Engineering says, take Teo Viagra, they're small.
But I had,
Celestial says, I would rest tonight and drive in the morning. You'll probably have a lot to do when you get home, when all you are going to want to do is sleep. Killa Dream says, ah ha 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 ha.
we can get, is this a real store? Dude, we can get water from this store. I think there was a detour. And they're open. Let's pull in and get some water. This is what we need. We can get home.
Killa Dream says, but doesn't pulling in your driveway sound nice and crashing in your bed?
Yes and no.
Killa Dream says, or sleep in driveway even. Ad Engineering says, riddles are better than caffeine.
That would be awesome. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Robo __ Daddy says, Ad Engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo __ Daddy says, here's your riddle. I have brothers that quarrel and compete, always eager to claim the front seat. One usually ahead in the day's heat, the other ruling the night's street. Who am I? Robo __ Daddy says, Ad Engineering redeemed the riddler. Off-grid everything says Earth. Ad engineering says Ad engineering says is it still on custom riddle? Kill a Dream says so 256 miles from home 4 hours-ish. Kill a Dream says checking for rest stops and truck stops. Off-grid everything says home. Ad engineering says am I too dumb to see how this is the answer? Ad engineering says answer should be left. Off-grid everything says left. Robo __ daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was left. Robo __ daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Ad engineering says am I too dumb for that riddle?
What?
Off-grid everything says borked.
It was borked. Alright, hold up. So, oh no, I found more water. We can sleep for free right here and leave in the morning, and it's about 4.5 hours. Or we could be a man, take this fucking bison dick, chomp it down, and get home. Or we can go an hour and 9 minutes and sleep somewhere where we can shower in the morning, but I don't think I'm gonna want to shower in the morning anyway.
Robo __ daddy says poll complete. Yes, has won with 3 votes. Robo __ daddy says left, added to random answers.
Left.
Kill a Dream says LMAO. Off-grid everything says feel like it was taking the riddle for the random answer for Casey's prompt answer. Kill a Dream says skip the shower. Ad engineering says yeah, if grid maybe flip-flop it. Kill a Dream says enjoy a shower when you get home. Dahlia _ Rex says excuse me, what did you say you're gonna eat?
A little meat stick. What's wrong with you? Are you imagining things? It's a Doritos one. Oh my god. Wait a minute. This is actually kind of good, I think.
Killa Dream says for me, when I navigate where you are, to home, it takes you off the major highway.
Yeah. It did the same for me, dude. But it's gonna go.
Killa Dream says so. Looks like no big truck stops or anything after that. Dahlia_Rex says I thought I heard something.
Yeah. Just your imagination, Dahlia.
Ad Engineering says guess we'll have to drive home. Ad Engineering says it'll only be midnight for me when you get home.
Yeah.
Killa Dream says also they have a huge portion closed.
Of what? 90? Or what's the other one going up? 35W?
Killa Dream says of 60.
Is that what I'm getting on? What, like, highway I'm getting on?
Dahlia_Rex says yeah right, my imagination. Killa Dream says from Mandela almost to Mankato.
What do you mean that it's closed? Like it's down to one lane or it's literally closed?
Killa Dream says road closure updated 5 minutes ago. Killa Dream says so maybe nighttime construction shut down.
So it's 3 minutes extra to take 90 to 35W. Or, well, 35. And it'll turn into 35W. It actually turns into 35W right as I get off. Casey, you're going to be... Who else is going to be up till...
Killa Dream says you'd have
late?
to take 174th over to 169th then back up to 60. Emiliana Cherry Blossom says good night sweaty. Drive safe, love you.
Love you, Emiliana. Have a good night. Nah, bro, I could,
Ad Engineering says I am here dog. Off-grid everything says maybe.
I could take 90 to 35W.
Off-grid everything says might start a new rocket design law.
Are we playing the spaceship game?
John of 24 says hey.
Gigi! Hey. How you been?
Jessica 619 says hi, I'm checking in. Off-grid everything says no. Working on model rockets to 3D print and launch.
All the ones you were putting in the dicky.
Killa Dream says search along your route for truck stops or rest areas.
Can you do it for me?
John of 24 says I've been good. How about you?
Just taking on 90 all the way to 35W.
Jessica 619 says just been listening to Danny Law. Killa Dream says it is giving me a hard time since I am previewing and not going from current location to destination. La_pro_YTV 512 says hello from Morocco. Killa Dream says won't let me see alternate routes.
That's a first.
Jessica
What's
619 says you're almost homie.
I know, homie. Everyone wants me to push through. I'm not tired, but I will be, I'm sure. But I can kind of sleep anywhere, you know?
Off-grid everything says those ones were just display, but did put my first simple design in Dicky a couple hours ago.
Okay.
La_pro_YTV 512 says yeah, I'm fine, how are you? Jessica
great.
619 says
you.
true.
How'd you find us?
D_M_T says how far do you have left?
Like 4.5 hours. So about 3 days.
Jessica 619 says like 3 hours, huh? Killa Dream says 4 hours.
What am I searching for? Truck stop?
Killa Dream says LMAO 3 days, ahahaha. Ad Engineering says drive through. Off-grid everything says welcome in at la_pro_EDV 512.
Speedway Travel Plaza.
D_M_T says let's turn around and just go back to Utah. Killa Dream says a long route, yeah. La_pro_YTV 512 says that if gritty breathing, thank you.
There's a bunch.
La_pro_YTV 512 says that if gritty breathing, how are you?
Or we could go to Laverne. Oh, wait.
Killa Dream says loves.
Oh, yeah. Loves would be good, right?
Killa Dream says a rest area.
I see a Loves there. I see a Loves there. Rest area.
Ad Engineering says ain't no rest for the wicked. La_pro_YTV 512 says his truck.
Rest area.
John of 24 says what is loves?
Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is loves? U.S. truck? Yeah, it's a Ford.
Average Daniel says hi, sweaty.
What's
You're
up,
in the red
Average
light
Daniel?
district. How much? D.
How much D? Below average. That's for damn sure.
Killa Dream says got 4 hours cutting up heading northeast, but if you go your route it's 30 minutes longer but more stops.
Oh, you said the other one's closed though. You said the road is closed, and also not with my other app.
La_pro_YTV 512 says American truck.
Yeah, it's a Ford.
D_M_T says what's love got to do with it? Average Daniel says
Baby.
below average. Nah, I am average Daniel, we always average.
I don't. Whoa. don't care. I give you my love.
Ad engineering says got 10 B's in that bitch.
What is right? What is wrong? Can't decide. What is love? Bang, 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 bang.
Average Daniel says the next time you are in Vegas I would love to see your van. It looks so cool. Will underscore pro underscore YTV 512 says incredible I love truck but yeah European truck are not incredible than American trucks. USA truck are better I love Kenworth.
Kenward? Oh, mine's Le Pro. It's just an RV, it's not a truck. I mean it's a truck, but it's not a truck. It's not like a truck. Like here, I'll show you. It's not like this thing. Those are fucking trucks, dude. Look at them.
Killadream says it's a bus.
Not like that. Those things are badass. 18 wheels of pure American muscle.
Ad engineering says it is a truck.
Trailer and fucking truck.
Will underscore pro underscore YTV 512 says wow. Ad engineering says it's just a modified truck.
I don't give a modified fuck. Alright.
Killadream says short bus for his hooligans.
Can't go on. What is love? Unleaded 279. Can I still get
Will underscore pro underscore YTV 512 says do you know Doc Truck?
Doc Truck? No, I don't. Doc Truck.
Ad engineering says it's like if a truck had bad genetics and didn't diet or work out for 20 years.
Exactly. I'm gonna make sure my truck's genetics are alright.
Board 1999 says oh shit, why we got the wrench out?
Hell yeah, brothers. We're fucking trucking now, dude. We're trucking now, Le Pro.
Killadream says are not tired but can you sleep for like 4 hours and make it worth the rest? Then be home by like 8 AM or do you just go and push through and then get home tired and sleep for 16 hours?
All I know is
Killadream says tightening his nuts.
my head hurts and my nuts are tight.
La underscore pro underscore YTV 512 says DOF is a European truck with the same motor from the Kenworth trucks.
Oh, okay.
John of 24 says ads.
GG. What you gonna do with all those ads? Did you let me out? Thanks, dude. All those ads. Truckers are sleeping.
Robo Robo underscore underscore Daddy says Killer Dreams added a new riddle prompt.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Killer Dreams. Let's just go as far as we can. And once we do start getting tired, we'll sleep there for 4 hours.
YTV 512 says I have a truck simulator where I have 2 dock trucks.
Oh, nice.
Robo underscore Daddy says here's your riddle. I am often in your TV, with a beloved brew in hand. On the couch, not so live. What Springfield citizen am I?
Homer
Engineering says
Simpson!
Sweaty didn't enter the trucking life by conventional means.
Homer.
Robo underscore Daddy says Killer Dreams redeemed the Riddler. Off-grid everything says Homer. John of 24 says back.
It's a 2-worder. It's Homer Simpson with no space. Welcome back, Gigi. We got riddles.
Ad Engineering says Homer Simpson. Ad Engineering says Peter Griffin. Killer Dreams says it's not a person. Ad Engineering says Homer Simpson. Ad Engineering says O.J. Simpson. Killer Dreams says the answer was kind of in the riddle. Celestial says duck. Robo underscore Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was duck. Robo underscore Daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer? Killer Dreams says let's go at Celestial.
Let's go Celestial. What you up to tonight, Celeste? You just chilling with us or doing anything? Are you a gamer? I don't know. I cannot say. Give me my love.
Ad Engineering says the riddle was more for Duckman. Off-grid everything says would have worked better if it was Duckman. Ad Engineering says okay I got next one. Robo underscore Daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore Daddy says chat chose to not add duck to the list. Robo underscore Daddy says Killer Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Celestial says yeah, just chillin' no, I gone, T-game. Robo underscore Daddy says here's your riddle. What's part of your picnic packing, but not for your snack attack? It bears no fruit but gives relief against stubborn beef. Robo underscore Daddy says Killer Dreams redeemed the Riddler.
Pudding? Beef jerky?
Off-grid everything says bug spray. Ad Engineering says Killa did not have his listening ears on. Off-grid everything says knife. Killa Dream says bro that's a great one OMFG.
Wait, let me get a
Celestial says wine.
Let me get a command repeat. I need to hear it again.
Trains are cool L says bicycle. Killa Dream says it is really good but still fuck chat GPT or trash. Robo underscore Daddy says here is the riddle again. What's part of your picnic packing, but not for your snack attack? It bears no fruit but gives relief against stubborn beef.
Is it farts? Farts. Why is that? I don't even know, dude. It sounds ridiculous. Against your snack attack.
Off-grid everything says Pepto. Bombs 42 says knick-knack paddywhack.
Oh, fuck. Is it farts?
Ad Engineering says massaging meat. Trains are cool L says Home Depot. Killa Dream says you may need one after that giant meat stick you ate. Batman says hey bro, how far are you going? What state do you plan to stop going east? Celestial says beer.
Fat Male, was that you? I'm going home to Minnesota.
Off-grid everything, says Tums.
Oh, shit. I think I missed.
Add engineering, says Tums. Add engineering, says Pepto. Celestial, says Vino. Off-grid everything, says Antacid. Add engineering, says Pepto-Bismol. Kilodream says you do not ingest it. Kilodream says and it doesn't come out of you. Add engineering, says Lotion. Fatmail says I was thinking of you, kept going east and came through Michigan. Maybe we could meet up for a day or something, but it's okay, lol. Add engineering, says Asper Cream. Add engineering, says Sarah Bay. Off-grid everything, says Bug Trap. Kilodream says you do not put it on you or yourself. Off-grid everything, says Blanket.
Dude, can ChatGPT do 20 questions?
Off-grid everything, says Basket. Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. What's part of your picnic packing, but not for your snack attack? It bears no fruit but gives relief against stubborn beef. Add engineering, says nose plugs. Add engineering says yes, it probably could.
But not for your snack attack.
Kilodream says it is one word.
It bears no
Add
fruit,
engineering says that's a great idea.
but brings relief against
Add engineering says umbrella.
like a,
Add engineering says hat.
like a wet wipe or
Add engineering says sun hat.
like a wet
Kilodream
wipe
says
or-
it's genius.
We have to remember this somehow. Just put it in Discord, dude. I don't even know what the answer is, but it's hilarious.
Kilodream says you are hitting all the points, sweaty.
Like a diaper, adult diaper, depends.
Off-grid everything, says napkin. Bombs42 says dude, wipes. Add engineering says wet ones. Celestial says corkscrew. Kilodream says you don't wear it. Add engineering says underwear.
Toilet paper.
Add engineering says shit in your ass. Off-grid everything says Dixie.
Can I get a command repeat? I mean, I haven't memorized this one. I hear Robo Daddy say it. This one's...
Add engineering says fire.
This one's pretty...
Jessica 619 says riddle still. Add engineering says basket.
Yeah, Jessica, we're still doing riddles.
Celestial says butter. Bombs42 says thong.
Underwear?
Add engineering says Yogi Bear. Jessica 619 says lol. Add engineering says mask.
I need a command repeat.
Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. What's part of your picnic packing, but not for your snack attack? It bears no fruit but gives relief against stubborn beef. Add engineering says sandals. Smiles24 life says hi. Had to go be there for Danny. Still there. Have a good night everyone. TTTYL.
Alright, Smiles. Have a good
Kilogreen says once again you do not wear it. Off-grid everything says soap. Add engineering says night smiles.
You're stubborn beef.
Jessica 619 says bro what? Kilodream says you don't wear it or put it on. Celestial says stem.
Air
Kilodream
freshener?
says it can be wood, plastic, and sometimes metal. Bombs42 says stubborn meat stains. Add engineering says that the beef part makes sense. Jessica 619 says bro. Add engineering says stamen.
This needs to go into a fucking poetry book. Holy shit.
Kilogreen says yes, Casey. Celestial says cutting board. Off-grid everything says gold. Ad engineering says spatula. Off-grid everything says plate. Ad engineering says spatula. Kilogreen says stubborn beef. Ad engineering says meat hammer. Ad engineering says hammer.
Tenderizer.
Dahlia_Rex says wait, so I didn't follow. Sorry, but are you planning on getting home tonight?
I don't know.
Cool L says cow repellent.
Or just
Off-grid
kinda
everything
driving
says tenderizer. Ad engineering says tenderizer. Celestial says tenderizer. Kilogreen says it give relief from stubborn beef. Bongs42 says what do you use for those stubborn meat stains? Ad engineering says knife. Ad engineering says steak knife.
Cleaver.
Ad engineering says does sweaty know the answer? Trains are cool. L says wooden dentures.
I don't know the answer. It's just so funny.
Ad engineering says spoon. Kilogreen says stubborn beef that gets stuck somewhere when you snacking.
Oh, toothpick.
Ad engineering says toothpick. Robo__daddy says congratulations ad engineering. Yes, the answer was toothpick. Off-grid everything says toothpick. Bombs42 says beaver cleaver. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer?
Yes.
Trains are cool. L says dental floss.
I mean, we like
Celestial says toothpick. Robo__daddy says ad engineering added a new riddle prompt. Trains are cool. L says
Wait,
floss.
don't add the riddle prompt now. Everybody vote no.
Kilogreen says if you break it down it was pretty good.
That is pretty good. For your snack attack. I can't believe it was toothpick. I swore it was an extra pair of
Ad engineering says oh shit forgot. Off-grid everything says just don't redeem it. Robo__daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with 4 votes. Robo__daddy says toothpick added to random answers.
Oh.
Ad engineering says oh it worked.
You just can't start the next one.
Robo__daddy says here's your riddle. Sure, here's your riddle. Not a single person can compete. I endure pain that is replete. What am I? Robo__daddy says ad engineering redeemed the riddler.
Can you repeat that, please? Is it Tylenol?
Ad engineering says y'all are never gonna guess it. Off-grid everything says riddler.
Is it good, Casey? I'm guessing it's bad.
Ad engineering says that line should say, became the riddler instead of redeemed. Ad engineering says it's true.
Alright, can I get a command repeat so I can hear it again? Oh, fuck. The Riddler is hilarious.
Trains are cool. L says milk. Ad engineering says I think it could have given more.
Yeah.
Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. Sure, here is your riddle. Not a single person can compete. I endure pain that is replete. What am I?
We need clues, dude. By the way,
Green says Jesus.
why did it stop polling for, like, if we wanted to give up? Whatever happened to that?
Off-grid everything says doesn't help it could. Sure, here's your riddle, as part of the riddle. Ad engineering says so it's painful.
Why did it do that? I don't understand. It did that the other day, just one time too, yesterday. Very interesting. I need a toothpick right now because of the meat, the bison meat. Oh, my head feels better.
Bongs 42 says pole dancing. Off-grid everything says waxing. Ad engineering says think about painful stuff.
Balls? Balls.
Off-grid everything says boxing. Ad engineering says I think replete is like unmatched. Bongs 42 says constipation. Off-grid everything says childbirth. Robo _ daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was childbirth. Celestial says is it 1 or 2? Yes, 2 words.
Holy shit.
Robo _ daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Ad engineering says good going off-grid.
Dude, that's really good off-grid. Honestly, now that you say it, yeah. They say it's like the most painful thing. Toothache. Toothache's pretty bad. Earaches.
Celestial says in what 2 words acting is 1. Ooh. Robo _ daddy says poll complete. No, has 1 with 0 votes. Robo _ daddy says chat chose to not add childbirth to the list. Robo _ daddy says off-grid everything added a new riddle prompt.
Oh shit, off-grid getting down, dude.
Robo _ daddy says here's your riddle. Black is night, I fly with no wings. I shout with no mouth, to whom who listens sings. What am I? Robo _ daddy says off-grid everything redeemed the riddler. Needs 1005 says are you home?
4 hours away. But I might go home. Why, you need me there?
Trains are cool, L says echo. Bongs 42 says loudspeaker.
Hold on, I need a command repeat.
Trains are cool, L says wind. Needs 1005 says if you go there I'll meet you there lol. Off-grid everything says lol it's wrong with the riddle. Celestial says boy. Robo _ daddy says here is the riddle again. Black is night, I fly with no wings. I shout with no mouth, to whom who listens sings. What am I?
Fly with shout with no mouth. Off-grid, did you say it's like not correct?
Ad engineering says I had to go. Did everyone like childbirth?
Yeah. Dude, off-grid nailed it.
Off-grid everything says ignore the nose.
Black is as night I fly. Is it like a stealth bomber, like a B-52 or something? Is that a stealth bomber? All right, Jeeves, I'll see you there in about 4 hours. Those are coming.
Celestial says Buller. Ad Engineering says black is night. I fly with wings. I shout with a mouth. To whom who listens sings. What am I? Bombs 42 says bad. Trains are cool. L says echolocation. Celestial says vulture. Ad Engineering says bad.
Batman?
Ad Engineering says Batman. Sweaty Petals says JHINGTTV just rated the channel with 2 viewers.
Yo, Shing!
Off-grid everything says welcome invaders. Celestial
Let's go, baby! Thank you so much for the raid, Shing! What is up? How was Warzone tonight?
I just had you on the sky. Come on, baby, let's get some.
Celestial says Batman. LMAOOO. Robo__ Daddy says go show love to JHINGTTV if they are a Call of Duty Warzone enjoyer. JHINGTTV says it's just Erica and I lol.
What's up, Miss
Robo__ Daddy says here is the riddle again. Black is night. I fly with no wings. I shout with no mouth. To whom who listens sings. What am I?
Welcome in! Dude, big shout out y'all. Go follow Jing right now, man. He's been working hard on his stream, growing his TikTok. I see it growing. He's doing kick-ass. Show him some love, man. Show my man some love. Can we make sure to get a, we get a huge shout out already?
Celestial says tornado. Miss Breast Tattoo says ha ha ha, it was alright. Had some good stuff happen.
Hell yeah.
JHINGTTV says how's the drive today?
Good. I'm only 4
Celestial
hours
says siren. JHINGTTV says tie-dye. Celestial says banshee.
So I might make it home tonight. I don't know. I'm just gonna, whenever I get tired, I'm gonna
Engineering
stop.
says what does Jingadong stream?
He streams Warzone. He's been streaming a lot of the new, well, the remix of Verdansk that they brought back. So.
Trains are cool. L says bicycle.
TikTok and everything. Bicycle. Bike. Dude, I think it finally got out of like the sweat and like that habit.
Celestial says Wicked Witch. Miss Breast Tattoo says I am so happy it's back.
How does it feel, Miss Prez? What do you guys think about Verdansk?
JHINGTTV says mainly WZ, about the best player in the world. Ad Engineering says does he do any cool tricks?
Yeah, I've seen it. Backflips and stuff. You gotta go follow though. Don't quote me.
JHINGTTV says it's the HDR zone. Miss Breast Tattoo says I love it. Sniping is fun again.
It is?
Miss Breast Tattoo says we just rained tear out the windows of a Jeep too lol.
Nice. Dude, it's like somebody went through here half asleep and hit half these fucking things. That's what it looks like.
Ad Engineering says can I one-shot with the car 98 and can I play 2v2s? Miss Breast Tattoo says sounds accurate.
accidentally.
JHINGTTV says card is that to like 70-ish meters. Robo__Daddy says here is the riddle again. Black is night. I fly with no wings. I shout with no mouth. To who listens sings. What am I?
Shout with no mouth to whom who.
Ad Engineering says everything I love about Todd died with MW 2019. Miss Press Tattoo says so much construction around here now.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. I shout with no
Miss Press
mouth.
Tattoo says friggin' bats. Off-grid everything says ignore the nose law. Celestial says hinty hint. Miss Press Tattoo says bad.
You keep saying ignore the mouth. I don't even ignore the nose. I don't even hear nose. I fly dark as night. Where's the nose? And that's the second time I've heard it, and I can't pick out where nose is.
Off-grid everything says they're popular in Norse mythology.
Raven. Ravens.
Off-grid everything says I mean ignore when it says no.
Oh. Someone said crow.
Miss Press Tattoo says lol well drive safe. Hopefully we can catch up with ya soon.
Hell yeah, Miss Press.
Killer Green says I'm pissed.
Why, Killer?
Celestial says Raven. Robo__Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was Raven. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer? Ad Engineering says Celeste is too good at riddles, man. Ad Engineering says I think she's actually the Riddler. Killa Green says they just changed my start time, 1 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. Now wife has to miss 1 more hour of work to leave earlier than she has been so I can get to work.
What the fuck? They could just do that? Is that...
Celestial says well, I said crow earlier, I borrowed Raven from Sweaty. Celestial says LMAO. Robo__Daddy says full complete. No, has one with 1 votes. Robo__Daddy says chat chose to not add Raven to the list. Ad Engineering says ooh. Killa Green says yup at any given time max at 2 hours either way from bid start time. Celestial says who keeps voting no. Show yourself.
I mean, y'all can add whatever
Off-grid
you
everything
want.
says wasn't me that time lol. Killa Green says was effective April 19th and they just gave me the letter now WTF. Jessica 619 says lol.
The more you guys put in cool prompts, the more cool prompts we'll have.
Robo__Daddy says Jessica 619 added a new riddle prompt.
Ooh, okay, people are figuring it out. Let's go, Jessica. I love that.
Ad Engineering says now Jessica has to redeem it right. Ad Engineering says or can anyone?
No, Jessica has to.
Killa Green says so now wife back down to 30 hours a week which makes her not full-time anymore WTF.
Oh, shit.
Off-grid Grid Everything says just Jessica if she wants her prom. Engineering says I wish Type gave streamers more control over channel points. Robo__Daddy says trains are cool. L redeemed are thick. Ad Engineering says like why not let me get them or take them or whatever.
Give people channel points? Oh, you're saying like the way you do with
Daddy says Dahlia_Rex redeemed. What's this? Says gas prices way up again. WTF was 2.95 last week, now 3.55.
Whoa. 2.7 out here where I just passed.
Ad Engineering says we are $84.
Wait, what? We're at $4. What, left on the GPT account, or we're ripping the GPT? I owe Casey some money, bro.
Celestial says if you want to put your prompt in my name, I will redeem the points for it. Ad Engineering says we are at $4.
Left or $4 used?
Ad Engineering says no. Ad Engineering says gas.
Oh, okay. Try 4T at some point, the turbo, and then I'll give you I'll either figure out how to set it up or give you money for like the account to test it for a while, see how we feel.
Ad Engineering says use 22 cents a day. Engineering says we have 8.61 left. says a total of 215 requests have been made, totaling 1.39 of usage.
Okay. And that includes when it was on 4?
Engineering says yup.
We did a lot of them today. I think it's super enjoyable as a routine. Especially for this, dude. Especially for the road trips.
Engineering says we have averaged about 25 cents a day when on 4 meters and 50 cents a day on 4. Lil Beans and Rice says howdy partner.
Yo, Lil Beans! Howdy.
Engineering says probably $1 per day on 4T.
Yeah, even if it's $3 a day, like, the routine, if it's better, it's already made this so much fun and it's funny, but like the wrong riddles are only going to be fun and funny, I think, for so long. We're going to want stuff that like hones in on making sense. And I think if we start, I think, and maybe we can do some research on this, but like if we start using 4T instead, do you think it'll start learning stuff better, like about us and the stream? Like it'll already know more about us, but perhaps it'll start even learning more.
Lorna's World says Sir Sweaty, are planning to stop tonight or drive straight home?
I don't know, but it really depends on how we feel. The place I was gonna go to, they took a soft reservation and I decided not to do it. They probably should have taken my name and let me pay, but instead of doing that, they didn't, so I didn't go. Because the thing is, like, while it would be nice to have a bathroom, I have a bathroom in here and a shower and stuff. Like, it's $35 for electricity I'm not going to use, because all I'm going to do is sleep, wake up, and leave. If I take a shower, I'm taking longer, and then I get home and I can take a shower anyway. I'm just going to stop when I get tired, sleep. The further I get, the closer I am to home when I wake up. what? Alright, we're in it for the long haul. Better redeem some riddles. I'm sad that Jessica didn't have enough points for the riddles. I might bring it down a little bit because I want people to participate in those. And it's so fun for on the road.
Daddy says here's your riddle. I'm not a mood, but I can sway. My presence can light up the day. Like music I flow, on a stream, I can play. What am I? Robo __ Daddy says off-grid everything, redeem the riddle. Ad engineering says could make it super cheap with a cooldown.
It's like I almost don't mind it just being cheaper and then only there when I'm driving.
Off-grid everything says sun.
It doesn't even matter if it's there when I'm not driving.
Off-grid everything says breeze. Celestial says wind. Off-grid everything says water. Celestial says sunlight.
Can I get a command repeat? These are fucking cool.
Celestial says smile. Robo __ Daddy says here's the riddle again. I'm not a mood, but I can sway. My presence can light up a day. Like music I flow, on a stream, I can play. What am I? Off-grid everything says it's hard to know what part of the riddle to focus on too long. Kill a Dream says just the tip. Lorna's World says I don't know the answer, but I love that riddle. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
Oh, the poll's there. Interesting. Oh, you know why? It only gives
Robo
up...
_ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I'm not a mood, but I can sway. My presence can light up a day. Like music I flow. On a stream, I can play. What am I?
Bird?
Celestial says DJ.
Streamer?
Off-grid everything says move lamp. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 0 votes. Off-grid everything says light.
Sunshine?
Kilogreen says candle. Off-grid everything says flame.
Fire?
Off-grid everything says photons.
If this is a random, it can come from, or it would come from my list. The problem is, I don't remember the whole list.
Still a dream says smile. Kill a dream says note. Says how's the ride sweaty, sorry I meant to check in and I was supposed to beat him but something came up.
Your turn. All good, bro. All good. The ride's good. Honestly, I got like 3.5 hours left to get home. I might make it home. I don't know. I was gonna stop in 17 miles, but it's already 11 o'clock. Sleep at this place for a couple hours. I mean, plugging in would be a pain in my ass. I'm not gonna need to plug in. I can use the bathroom in my RV if I really need to. I don't know. I'll just stop whenever I get tired, wherever I am. At the nearest rest stop. Right now, I'm fine. We got through all the road work we gotta get through.
Against says you're thinking of pushing all the way home.
Yeah, it might. 3.5 hours.
Everything says stream.
Honestly, the riddles are helping. They're a lot of fun.
Robo _ Daddy says here is the riddle again. I'm not a mood, but I can sway. My presence can light up a day. Like music I flow. On a stream, I can play. What am I? Celestial says streamer. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Off-grid everything says Subathon.
You know, is it music? Can it be music? I know sometimes it
Off-grid everything says cat. Turned against says guitar.
Answer. Or in the riddle. It uses the answer in the riddle.
Off-grid everything says games.
Games. Love games. My mic's been over here this whole fucking time.
Kilogreen says song. Kilogreen says lyrics. Kilogreen says music video. Off-grid everything says love.
not a mood, but I can sway.
Off-grid everything
My
says video
presence
games.
can light up a
Robo
day.
_ daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 1 votes. Turned against says Song. Turned against says Sanji. Turned against says Sanji Pedals. Kill a Dream says Spotify.
I'm not a mood.
Turned against says Pedals.
But I can sway.
Turned against says Pedal.
My presence can light
Kill
up
a Dream
day.
says Unkle Daddy. Hammond Liz Gaming says Candle. Kill a Dream says Bard. Hammond Liz Gaming says Fire. Hammond Liz Gaming says Flame.
What's up, Hammond Liz?
Kill a Dream says Hips.
Hips,
Kill a
lips,
Dream
and
says Butt.
fingertips.
Turned against says Hype. Trains are cool, L says Home Depot. Off-grid everything says e-bike. Turned against says Hype Train. Kill a Dream says Wiener. Off-grid everything says e-bike.
Dude, e-bike. If we get home, we can go get our bike in the morning, dude.
Turned against says Cyber Sweaty.
Cyber bike. Book, dude. Really, nowhere to park? I want to park? This road's all fucked up too.
Off-grid everything says Beach. Turned against says Wind. Turned against says Fart.
Fart.
Kill a Dream says Singing. Robo _ daddy says here is the riddle again. I'm not a mood, but I can sway. My presence can light up a day. Like music I flow. On a stream, I can play. What am I? Kill a Dream says Sing. Off-grid everything says Dancing.
Is this a rest area?
Turned against says Guitar.
Dude.
Turned against says Bard.
Minnesota rest area travel information app.
Turned against says Loop.
Hi, are we in Minnesota, bro?
Turned against says Loop. Kill a Dream says Bard. Fiberglass automatic removal tool.
Dude, I forgot about fart.
Robo _ daddy says new poll started. Give up
Fart
on riddle.
is genius.
Dahlia _ Rex says www. Turned against says Magic. Ad Engineering says welcome to Soda.
Welcome to Minnesota, everybody. Look at that. 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 Look at what we're at. Look at that. Look at that. We're officially in Minnesota as of right now. just west of the state line. What the fuck, dude? They lied? God. You know
Kill a
what?
Dream says dirt bike.
I need some meat, bro. I need a totally average sized meat stick.
Off-grid
right
everything
now.
says Thorn. Off-grid everything says Goathead.
Wait a minute.
Trains are cool, L says Taint Blaster.
This is summer sausage. That's why. I like ate the outside and it was terrible. I was like, what's wrong with this summer sausage?
Kill a Dream says bro, the way you wrap your lips around that. Off-grid everything says too.
It's not a meat stick. It's a fucking summer sausage, dude. I've been eating. Fuck. Alright, let's get out of here. No evidence.
Kill a Dream says you ate the paper skin.
I ate a lot of it, dude.
Trains are cool, L says Snake. Dahlia_Rex says we're getting that content for free. In this economy. Kill a Dream says different kind of crunch hut. Robo_Daddy says here is the riddle again. Many find me a pain in the rear. Sitting around may arouse fear. On a bike, discomfort might explode. What am I? Off the usual road. Jessica619 says underscore. Robo_Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle.
Many find me a pain in the rear. Is it diarrhea? Gotta be diarrhea, dude. 100%. It's either diarrhea or shart.
Celestial says saddle. Kill a Dream says seat. Kill a Dream says bike say. Jessica619 says lol. Kill a Dream says bicycle. Jessica619 says diarrhea. Kill a Dream says bike. Jessica619 says shard. Jessica619 says shard. Robo_Daddy says poll complete. Not yet. Has one with 2 votes. Trains are cool, L says bubble guts.
Poop?
Jessica619 says greasy lips. Off-grid everything says tire. Jessica619 says poop. Og_989 says bubble butt bubble 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 butt. Robo_Daddy says here is the riddle again. Many find me a pain in the rear. Sitting around may arouse fear. On a bike, discomfort might explode. What am I? Off the usual road. Jessica619 says soft serve. Ad engineering says hard to spell. Jessica619 says nauseous.
What am I? Off the usual road. It's hilarious. All I can see, like...
Hardington says sexy pedals bro, I just met my Xbox friend I made in 2016 in person for the first time. She was lit.
Let's go, bro! That's sick, Cam!
Off-grid everything says hemorrhoid.
Dude, that's super cool, man. I love that.
Celestial says hemorrhoids. Robo_Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was hemorrhoids. Jessica619 says ulcer. Robo_Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Kill a Dream says LMAO ahahaha. Jessica619 says wow. Jessica619 says WTF.
Man, you gotta spell it right, dude.
Kill a Dream says that Celestial is banned from Ridland. Kill a Dream says start a riot. Jessica619 says bro. underscore daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Robo underscore daddy says poll complete. No, has one with one votes. Robo underscore daddy says chat chose to not add chat GPT to the list. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I'm an eye with a twist, both smart and funny. Screaming help, I'm not after your money. Who am I? Robo underscore daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Killa Dreams says fuck I fucked up. Jessica 619 says Gemini. Off-grid everything says chat GPT. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was chat GPT. Robo underscore daddy says new poll started.
That would have been a good
like
one
that answer?
too.
Jessica 619 says law.
Vote yes for
says
this
he's
one.
doing the same thing as you and driving across the country just going the opposite way. While we're in Wyoming at the same time.
Oh, that's
Jessica
crazy.
619 says okay. Dahlia underscore Rex says alright. Best time for me. Be safe on the road, love. See you later, y'all.
Alright, much love, Dahlia. Everybody take a night to Dahlia.
Says night Dahlia. Fartington says song pedals. Fartington says songy pedals. Off-grid everything says night Dahlia. Robo underscore daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 0 votes. Robo underscore daddy says chat chose to not add chat GPT to the list. Robo underscore daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. I'm a condition, but not a disease end. Focus complete fast when I begin. What am I? Robo underscore daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Off-grid everything says exhaustion. Celestial says Adachi. Robo underscore daddy says congratulations Celestial.
Oh,
yes,
gosh,
the
dude.
answer was Adachi. Robo underscore daddy says new poll started. Didn't you like that answer?
Whoa, we like that one. Put that one back in. Because it's gonna make different. It'll make different riddles for each prompt.
Killa Dream says on fire WTF law.
Celestial is wild. Dang. Dude, this makes the ride so much more fun for me. Are y'all I think you are, but is this is this cool? I think we can do some really cool things with this.
Robo underscore daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Robo underscore daddy says poll complete. Yes, has one with 2 votes. Robo underscore daddy says Adachi added to random answers. Robo underscore daddy says here's your riddle. What condition does the spirited cyclist on the extreme carry? Riding fast and slow, focus here and there, a schedule hard to bear. Robo underscore daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler.
Whoa. It still sounds like ADHD. off-grid, can you do exclamation point, time zone set, space 0, space Minnesota?
Robo _ Daddy says full complete. No, has one with 1 vote. Robo _ Daddy says chat chose to not add the HD to the list. Robo _ Daddy says it is now 11:21 p.m. Where sweaty is it in Minnesota? Celestial says okay. Who's the effing no troll? Killa Green says we added it first time, didn't want to add again.
Killa was, I know his brain, bro. He's got a programmer brain. His brain was working like mine, so he retried it to see if we got a different prompt. The second prompt was somehow like...
Robo _ Daddy says Killa Green's added a new riddle prompt. Celestial says okay Killa, makes sense, this time. Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. I stream with his ass, gaming world, I'm raining, balancing subs and fun, who's mouse panda gaming? Robo _ Daddy says Killa Green redeemed the riddler.
What the fuck? Wait, dude, you gotta clip this.
Off-grid everything says news.
Well, you have to
Green
clip
says
it.
laugh my fat ass off.
Clip it, please.
Killa Green says WTF. Off-grid everything says mouse panda gaming. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes,
I'm
the
gonna
answer
pass
is mouse
out.
panda gaming. Killa Green says how the fuck. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer?
Yes. Yes,
Killa Green says thought it didn't use word in the riddle.
Oh, fuck, dude. I can't do that. I'm gonna pass out. If I laugh that hard. Oh, my God.
Celestial says need a love for that answer. Bad engineering says that was a tough one.
Dude, it was... Nobody clipped it.
Robo _ Daddy says full complete. Yes.
How are
that's one
you
with 2
possibly
votes.
not
Robo
clip that?
_ Daddy says mouse panda gaming added to random answers. Bad engineering says let me do one. Robo _ Daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt. Off-grid everything says Killa did clip it all.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. Invite rides and grinning geeks. Runners suffer when I speak. What am I? Robo _ Daddy says add engineering repeat the riddle.
Runners suffer when I speak.
Off-grid everything says asthma. Celestial says Achilles. Killa Green says hills. Off-grid everything says cramps. Killa Green says rain. Killa Green says farts. Killa Green says fart. Off-grid everything says muscles. Lord 1999 says necrotizing fasciitis.
was a really good one.
Robo __ Daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Trains are cool, L says knees. Trains are cool, L says calves. Off-grid everything says feet. Off-grid everything says souls. Killa Dreams says I added custom. I will wait for Do You Like Coal to finish. Off-grid everything says incline.
Can I get a command repeat, please?
Killa Dreams says love how Casey gives no feedback lol. Robo __ Daddy says here's the riddle again. In bike rides and Twin Peaks, runners suffer when I speak. What am I?
In bike rides and grinning peaks.
Trains are cool, L says thighs. Off-grid everything says wasn't a custom comp. Celestial says hills. Trains are cool, L says legs. Killa Dreams says it was. Celestial says mountain. Off-grid everything says NDM lol. Killa Dreams says cane. Celestial says thunder. Trains are cool, L says Home Depot. Killa Dreams says diarrhea. Ad Engineering says you have these in 2 places on your body. Killa Dreams says ears. Off-grid everything says humps. Killa Dreams says lips. Off-grid everything says cheeks. Robo __ Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was cheeks. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Did you like that answer? Cheeks. Lol, a long time.
Dude, a lot of the time, the riddle rhymes with the answer as well. Keep that in mind. A lot.
__ Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has 1 vote. Robo __ Daddy says cheeks added to random answers.
Who is mouse panicking?
Robo __ Daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed wear sweaty. Robo __ Daddy says trains are cool, L redeemed what's that stream doing? Robo __ Daddy says Ad Engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo __ Daddy says here's your riddle. I drip without a faucet, flow without a stream, produced an effort, yet not to be seen. What am I? Robo __ Daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Killa Dreams says I am dead. Celestial says no.
There's so many weird things that can happen with this. I love it, dude. I love it so much.
Killa Dreams says no, fuck that.
God, I'm having a blast, dude. I'm having a blast. Alright, I need a command repeat.
Off-grid everything says lol Robo Daddy spelled meant MENT. Killa Dream says boo.
Oh, I missed it.
Robo__Daddy says here is the riddle again. Often seen as twins, though covered they peep. Desired by many, but not meant for speed.
What's it boobs? Wait.
Killa Dream says does meant mean something, maybe it was part of the reason.
What was the
Off-grid
last
everything
one?
says cheeks.
Lips?
Killa Dream says nipples. Killa Dream says nipple. Off-grid everything says eyes. Bad engineering says I can spell on a calculator.
Boo. Boobs.
Killa Dream says keep not keep also hum. Killa Dream says mountain. Killa Dream says mountains. Off-grid everything says that was the first thing guessed lol. Celestial says boobs. Killa Dream says 80,085. Killa Dream says 8,008. Celestial says balls.
Hell yeah, Celeste.
Killa Dream says 55,378,008. Off-grid everything says breasts. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Celestial says feet. Bad engineering says 8,008,135.
Hold on. That shouldn't be on. Oh, unless it's on from the last one. I don't know.
Killa Dream says 8,008,135. Celestial says ears. Killa Dream says this is a random.
Yeah. I think it's not prompted, right? I need the command again. Command
Killa
repeat.
Dream says lips. Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with one votes. Robo__Daddy says boobies. Robo__Daddy says boobies added to random answers. Robo__Daddy says congratulations Robo__Daddy. Yes, the answer was boobies. Killa Dream says tongue. Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Killa Dream says did we not type boobies? Off-grid everything says no.
No boobies. There's some high beams on going up next to me, I guess, dude.
Celestial says boobies makes the answer S0 much better than boobs. Robo__Daddy says Killa Dreams added a new riddle prompt. Robo__Daddy says poll complete. Yes. Has one with one votes. Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. What's not a hand but found on your bike, with lights to see and sweat to wipe? Robo__Daddy says Killa Dreams redeemed the riddler. Celestial says y'all type calculator talk for boob use. Celestial says ya boomers. says Fender. Kill a Dream says okay, this is dumb. Trains are cool, L says Fenders.
Not a hand, but what? This is a bad one? We haven't had a bad one in a while.
Ad Engineering says should make it so it can match all but one letter to succeed. Celestial says wiper.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, Casey. I wouldn't mind that. So the plural thing, really, that's all it's going to change. But sometimes, like IES instead of...
Kill a Dream says this was better, here's your riddle.
Why?
I grip without a faucet, flow without a scream, produced an effort, yet not to be seen. What am I? Robo __ Daddy says here is the riddle again. What's not a hand but found on your bike, with lights to see and sweat to wipe? Off-grid everything says sweat. Celestial says headlight.
I don't know. Jet band?
Kill a Dream says not like this. Robo __ Daddy says new poll started. Give up on riddle. Off-grid everything says scarf. Trains are cool, L says boobies. Off-grid everything says jet band. Off-grid everything says mask. Kill a Dream says I said the answer. Kill a Dream says you getting closer, OGE. Celestial says facial. Row __ Daddy says congratulations Celestial. Yes, the answer was facial. Robo __ Daddy says poll complete. Not yet, has one with 1 vote. Celestial says WTF guys that mean.
I don't know.
Kill a Dream says now you see why this one would have been better, here's your riddle. I grip without a faucet, flow without a scream, produced an effort, yet not to be seen. What am I?
That's pretty deep. That's deep, bro. I produced an effort. And then the not to be seen.
Kill a Dream says a ha ha ha.
What was the answer to that one when that one came up? Because that was a Randy, right? From the list.
Celestial says LMAO. Kill a Dream says sweat.
Sweat? Okay. Oh, these are fucking fun. I think I might change it to 4T and then just give Casey money for the account.
Overrode mine.
Right. Well, no, it wasn't Casey's because Casey's can't override yours. So what happened was...
Kill a Dream says I redeemed and it used his word.
It didn't use his word. It used a random word from the list. And then his word came after for boobies or whatever. Because what happened was you redeemed and it used your username against what was in the database, which was his word now that replaced your word. So it said, nope, that's not the person. Go ahead and do a random. That's how that works. So it has to be you that redeems when you are the word, but you were no longer the word because Casey didn't realize you already put one in. I have it so that no one can override you for 30 seconds. So, because I didn't want anyone doing anything crazy messaging the bot.
Ad Engineering says the thing happened that we talked about.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole, basically, someone else can't redeem your
Killa Green
word.
says, did Casey not put sweat before?
No, whatever Casey put it could have been sweat, but it probably wasn't. There's a billion words in the English language. I'm sure it was balls or crinkle or something weird. Whiff without the H. Hours, dude.
Killa Green says without.
Honestly, my favorite thing is you guys giving the answer to the bot. That's so fun. The list, they're still like weird and sketchy, but when you guys give like just a random word.
__ Daddy says, here's your riddle. I'm a mixture of respect and kin, odd and funny, causing a grin. Who am I hear you say. Not brother, but close in a weird way. Robo __ Daddy says, off-grid everything, redeemed the riddler.
Dude, is it? I know what it is.
Killa Green says uncle. Killa Green says Uncle Daddy.
What is not Uncle Daddy?
Killa Green says uncle.
Oh, I think I know.
Killa Green says Sepro. Trains are cool, L says Santi pedals. Off-grid everything says cousin.
Close in a weird way.
Off-grid everything says screamer.
Can I get a command repeat?
Robo __ Daddy says, here is the riddle again. I'm a mixture of respect and kin, odd and funny, causing a grin. Who am I hear you say. Not brother, but close in a weird way. Killa Green says Bitcoin dropped down to 60k, now it is back up to 92.5k. Man, talk about missing boat again.
Yeah.
Killa Green says fart. Off-grid everything says friend.
Remember, these randos can be 2 words, and you have to spell them correctly.
Off-grid everything says chat. Killa Green says vibe it. Killa Green says vibe tribe. Celestial says bro. Killa Green says vibe tribe.
Bruh.
Killa Green says vibe tea. Celestial says uncle. Killa Green says, wish if we got one word right it would tell us law.
I know. That's a whole different
Trains are cool, L says Uncle Daddy.
I think Trains is on the right track. No pun intended.
Off-grid everything says Daddy D.
There's a chance that off-grid is wildly close. giving hints.
Ad Engineering says Unkle Daddy. Killa Green says Sweaty Pedals. Ad Engineering says Unkle Daddy. Robo__Daddy says congratulations Ad Engineering. Yes, the answer was Unkle Daddy. Killa Green says. Killa Green says bullshit. KCKSUM says are we going all the way? Off-grid everything says without the K.
So, let me explain. I
Killa
wanted
Green
it.
says nobody spells it that way in here.
I wanted it to understand what it meant. You know? I think I might be able to go back
Trains are cool, L says Daddy B.
and put the K in there. But KCK some maybe. I don't know. We're gonna see.
Off-grid everything says we'll see how far the riddles get him. KCKSUM says how much longer?
3 hours. Under 3 hours now. Which is crazy.
Killa Green says we go in east then up or diagonally.
We're going east and then pretty much straight up, dude. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, it's trying to send me up 60 when I told it not to. Oh, son of a bitch. So, 3 hours and 8
Killa Green
minutes
says
now.
east then up is 30 more minutes and then 50 more miles.
But I thought you said 60 was closed. I have to figure this out in like now. Because I have to get off the next exit.
Killa Green says 60 should be fine. It's a small stretch compared to the whole 60.
There is a way around. Didn't you say there's less stops though? Like, less places to pull off and shit? I didn't look at this direction at all.
Robo__Daddy says off-grid everything added a new riddle prompt. Killa Green says yeah, but if why can't you going for it?
No, okay. No.
Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. What has strength matched by none? Clad in leather but shuns the sun. Streams of your gore tales of a certain one. Robo__Daddy says off-grid everything redeemed the riddler. Killa Green says 30 minutes less driving, would that make a difference?
There's another way I could take that goes up 169. I think that's what I'm going to take here. And it's 8 minutes more. Fuck it. Y'all are here. We can take 60. And 60 is a kind of a wild road, dude. Fuck it. Let's live life, dude. We're going to 60.
Killa Green says I wasn't able to check stops there, just briefly scanned the satellite view. Killa Green says if you tail 169 you are good. Ad Engineering says let's get homey. Killa Green says 169 hits 60 to east of the closure.
Okay. Let's do that then. Go up 169. So we'll be on this for another hour. Another 62 miles.
says the detour takes you 60 then jogs to 169 then back to 60. Killa Dreams says jogs.
I'm gonna take whatever this way is. Goes to 15 up to like 169 or something. I know 169. I also have been on 60. I used to ride my motorcycle on it. It's a curvy, strange back road that it would kind of be fun even if we stopped somewhere to wake up along the way. All right, chat, we got 4 minutes.
Heartburn right now, WTF, heavy chest.
We got 4 minutes. These are both kind of random directions. Do we want to go on 60 or on 15 to 169? So 60, which we pull off in 3 minutes, or 169. What do we want to do? 15 to 169, that is. Both of them are kind of back roadsy.
World says 169. Killa Dreams says both ways we will hit 169 eventually then back to 60 after 169 also chat.
Yeah, 60 will be quicker. Goes through some cool town. It's like a flood route, they call it. The flood route. Or the flood run, the Minnesota flood run. It's a bike run where they go through these really cool towns. So, but we're not going to be able to see much until we go through those towns.
Trains are cool. L says I would choose fastest way.
Fastest way? So that's under 3 hours to get home that way.
Killa Dream says fast way 60-50 miles less than originally east then up.
Yeah, I didn't realize, but we're not going all the way east.
We aren't gonna get to see much so late.
No, we won't get to see much so late.
Killa Dream says 30 minutes gonna help you out get there quicker, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing a full 50 miles
Killa Dream
out
says
of the
RV
way.
gonna be alright on that road. Trains are cool. L says do what you feel is best.
I have no idea, dude. I'll tell you this, we're gonna be all right no matter what. I'm not gonna drive on a road I can't drive on. So even if I have to turn and go somewhere weird and take another extra hour, I can do that too, so. 60? Try it out. Let's do this. We'll stop off on this exit right here. I'll rock a piss and just look it up real quick. I'll take 2 minutes to look at what Google says about it. And if it says get back on here, then we'll get back on here.
Killa Dream says we saw that in the wind delay, so yeah, we know you will be safe.
You saw that in the what? Oh, the wind delay? Yeah. No, I don't fuck around, dude.
Killa Dream says you got enough fuel for both ways.
There's literally like no way. I can stop at this Circle K right here. gas is pretty cheap. I can just get half a tank of gas, but I should have enough gas, honestly, just to get home either way. I can use this bathroom.
Lorna's World
Get
says at
gas.
Kilodreams, are you okay? Are you sure it's just heartburn? Kilodreams says no clue.
Non-ethanol. Gas.
Kilodreams says respiratory.
Alright, I'll be right back. Do some riddles.
Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. What has strength matched by none, clad in leather but shuns the sun? Streams of your bore tales of a certain one. Ad Engineering says King Cobra JFS. Celestial says seat. Celestial says Nike seat. Celestial says bike seat. Lorna's World says at Kilodreams, please don't mess around if you think it's more than heartburn. Kilodreams says okay chat. Route 1162 miles 2 hours 40 minutes. Route 2195 miles 2 hours 56 minutes. Trains are cool L says friendly fighter. Kilodreams says I'm drinking some water before bed to make sure. Off-grid everything says closest so far trains. Kill a Dream says friendly fighter ET. Off-grid everything says not a specific person. Robo__daddy says here is the riddle again. What has strength matched by none, clad in leather but shuns the sun? Streams of your bore tales of a certain one. Kill a Dream says YouTube. Kill a Dream says Twitch. Kill a Dream says streamer. Siema_Mordo33 says what they doing. Trains are cool L says Barbarian. Robo__daddy says congratulations trains are cool L. Yes, the answer was Barbarian. Robo__daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer?
Feels nice to be back here. It's like the perfect
Kill a Dream
amount of
says
cold
bathroom
right
and
now.
possibly fueling up at Siema_Mordo33. Siema_Mordo33 says what they doing.
What's up, Siema? Barbarian! No way. Wait, what was it? What was it? What's up, Siema? Welcome to the
Kill a
chat.
Dream says making a choice of which route to take.
Really fight another specific person.
Robo__daddy says poll complete. Yes, has one with 1 votes. Robo__daddy says Barbarian added to random answers. Siema_Mordo33 says okay thanks.
What has strength matched by none, clad in leather but shuns the sun? Streams of your bore tales of a certain one. That's fantastic.
CDN Mountain Man says I hope you went piddle sir cause if you didn't you probably will in like 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, we good. Oh, I drank this whole thing too. I guess we're done. We got water now. I drink a lot of water. I hydrate a lot.
Trains are cool L says at Siema_Mordo33 in riddles.
And riddles. And riddles. Mordo. Where are you from, Siema? That sounds If I had to guess, I would say South America, but South America is just as late there. So.
Killa Dream says another route. 60 to 5 to 4 to 19 LMAO. Now that's back road.
I mean, we can stick to this one. Dude, Barbarian was great. That's fantastic.
Ad Engineering says, are we staying here?
Oh no, we're taking off. I'm not tired yet.
Trains are cool. L says no. Fartingcom says Tangia hates me. Killa Dream says overlay error. Dunno which one.
Alright, I put in 18 gallons. Let's see where that gets us.
Killa Dream says it's behind the clock right now. Aired out.
I have an overlay error? Oh, it's just, dude, it's because my Starlink is fucked. Hold on, one second.
Fartingcom says, yeah, I see it too.
I gotta pull up. Pull up.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says I am not here in error. Are you forcing me to leave? Killa Dream says okay, yeah, it wigged out a bit back there.
It's because I lose Starlink when I pull into the gas pumps.
Fartingcom says I sent a Tangia interaction and that shit never came through. Sad.
No, it'll come through. It'll come through right now. As soon as I got connectivity, it'll come through. I just need Starlink to connect.
Killa Dream says it's probably Tangia overlay. Fartingcom.
It's the overlay on my phone, so it literally comes straight from my phone. And in order to do that, I have to have Wi-Fi connectivity. So as I drive here, that should connect.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says, are you doing okay?
And upon your name, Tangia will put respect. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. We're fucking rhyming and riddling and all of it. Here it comes. So it either queued it or you're gonna have to like make it go through again. But it should come up here in a second. Overlay, boom, 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 boom. Overlay, boom, 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 boom.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says, how long till you make it home?
Fartingcom asked me, psychoanalyze all of these riddles. How do you feel about them? Oh, you want me to dive deep into the psyche of these riddles? Well, they're just a bunch of cryptic phrases designed to make you question your existence while you're stuck in a car, huh? They scream, I'm clever, but do you really know me? It's a delightful blend of frustration and amusement. Really, how's that for a therapy session?
What's up, man? Emiliana Cherry Blossom says, hey, this fellow looks familiar.
That's like mixing a southern drawl with a digital brain. It's like planting an introspective seed in your mind to bloom confusion. I mean a therapy session with riddles. Sounds like a wild trip through a crossword puzzle of existential angst. It's both bonkers and brilliant.
Yeah. He's got it. He gets it, dude. He gets it.
Fartingcom says thanks Nick Cage, he gets it.
He gets it, dude. Alright, I didn't check. We're just gonna go for it. I have a full tank of gas. I can always stop. So like, we're good. We can always stop. That guy looked directly into my soul. Let's see if he fucking follows through. Pulls me over. Because he was staring at me.
Dream says you good bro, you got this.
Oh yeah, we'll be alright, dude. 55, 65.
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says just be safe, please.
We safe, baby boy. We safe, Buttons. What you up to, dude? How's Rivals? How's Marvel Rivals? Oh, you guys didn't
Robo
tell me
underscore
my shit
underscore
was
daddy says Killer Dreams added a new riddle prompt.
Alright. Here we go, Killer Dreams.
Robo underscore underscore daddy says here's your riddle. Behind the screen, I bring the hype. Streaming through both day and night. On wheels, I'm a star. Please can't compare. Who am I, if not rare? Robo underscore underscore daddy says Killer Dreams redeemed the riddler. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says paper.
Moderator? Moderators?
Killer Dreams says bullshit.
It's a bad one again? We haven't been getting bad ones. What the hell, dude?
Ad Engineering says name one time Sweaty ever did something safe, barring his time staying at my place.
Is that a riddle?
Killer Dreams says dunno if it worked properly. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says it's me. But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says buttons. Ad Engineering says unsafe asterisk asterisk asterisk. Off-grid everything says safe. Tell it to the Stream Deck.
When it popped out of the desk. Dude, y'all are funny, bro. You got too
Tracer
good of
Cool says
memory.
at least he didn't cut his hand off when the table saw.
I couldn't believe that happened, dude. I'm so glad you have the saw you have, dude. I'm so freaking glad.
Killer Dream says his first part of word. Off-grid everything says no, but he did have to climb down off the RV without a ladder. Sweaty Kettle says DTM Drews KE just rated the channel with 2 viewers.
Yo, Drewski!
Yeah, motherfucking. Off-grid everything says welcome in Raiders.
Drewski, my man with the raid!
I know who and what I am.
Dude, same.
Fraser Cool says welcome Raiders.
Yo, Raiders, welcome in! Drewski, my man!
Underscore daddy says
The IRL streamer, the keyboardist. It was super cool. Did that say Fortnite? You were playing Fortnite? Dude, it was cool meeting you last
daddy says
night.
here's the riddle again.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you for hype. Streaming through both day and night. On wheels, I'm a star. Please can't compare. Who am I, if not rare? DTM Drews KE says why.
Yo, what's up, man? How was the stream? I think it said you were playing Fortnite. Were you getting all the W's?
Killer Green says Super Trooper. Robo underscore underscore daddy says DTM Drews KE if they are a Fortnite info.
Oh, Drewski, thank you for the follow, my man.
DTM Drews KE says Ye was playing
you
Fortnite
followed
earlier.
yesterday. Is that your...
But 0 nanoseconds underscore BB says lights. DTM Drews KE says it was the odd man. DTM Drews KE says got 2 man.
Dude, thank you so much. Everybody coming in on the Drewski raid. My name is Sweaty Petals. Hello. I am a full-time content creator. Yeah, what's going on? I'm the lead singer of the band Unkle Daddy. Second longest.
MRAOTV. MRAOTV says DTM in here.
Hell yeah.
DTM Drews KE says
Let's
got
go, dude.
affiliate.
Thank you
Thanks
for
to
the
you
follow.
guys, so thank you.
You did get it. Fuck yeah, dude. I love that, dude. Congratulations on the affiliate. Can we get some affiliate hype? Affiliate W. We're driving home. I woke up in South Dakota this morning over by Mount Mushmore. Well, basically where you met me last night. I was over just outside of the Badlands. We went through the Badlands today and started driving home, and then you get this fire under your ass to keep going. So that's kind of what we're doing. I'm not tired. I feel good. We'll see how close we get. I do have my RV, so I can stop and pop a little nap anywhere I need to. But yeah, we are just fucking vibing right now. There's some cool towns here on Route 60 along the way in Minnesota. So
Ad Engineering says round
I wish
much
we
more.
could see them, but you really won't be able to see much other than some lights and stuff. But yes, I do IRL streams. I travel all around the U.S. in this RV. I stream 24 hours a day. I meet cool ass people. I do cool ass shit. That sounds perhaps not very humble, but I've been fortunate enough to do a lot on this stream. I'm very, very thankful that my community supports me. I know a lot of other awesome IRL streamers, including Drewski. And I have great mods and a great community behind me that allows me to do what I'm doing. But I've also been live 24 hours a day for over 2 years, for about 27 months. And I'm the second longest in the world to ever do it of all time. So that's kind of my fun little claim to fame. Anytime you need or want to, y'all can pop right into this stream. I will be live as long as this clock in the top left-hand corner of your screen is still going. If it hits 0, the stream ends. That's how Subathon works. It started with 4 hours on December 26th, 2022. To kind of put that into perspective. Dude, look at that. Look at that thing, dude. Fucking sick. What is that? What am I passing right now?
Killadream says at BDM Drewski, your stream is still live, and check your notifications. Robo__Daddy says GPS disabled. But 0 nanoseconds _BB says that is not where the clock is that we get you BB. Robo__Daddy
Oh yeah, because I got dual
GPS
cameras
enabled.
in the bottom right hand corner. Yep. What's up with the GPS going off and on now? Is the GPS weird or we good? But welcome in. We're doing riddles. Can I get a command repeat on that riddle, please?
But 0 nanoseconds _BB says we are good.
All right, cool. Thanks, Buttons.
But 0 nanoseconds _BB says trains as being a mod of mods. Indigo Siren says how's the drive hunt?
Indy, what's going on?
Robo__Daddy says here is the riddle again. Behind the screen, I bring the hype, streaming through both day and night. On wheels, I'm a star, please can't compare, who am I, if not rare? Killadream says Super Trooper.
It's gotta be
Everything
the
says
fucking...
YouTube. Killadream says it's not a good riddle.
Oh, Super Trooper is the answer? So...
DTM Drews KE says at Killadreams, yay I was waiting for my outro song to finish playing and thanks for the sub bro. Off-grid everything
hell
says
yeah,
my
dude.
tribe. Killadream
That's
says
awesome,
lol. But 0 nanoseconds _BB says please can't compare.
I thought it was going to be like the RV or something. So the answer, if Killadreams is putting it in, he's not allowed to...
Off-grid everything says
get the... There you go.
Robo__Daddy says congratulations.
So he
off-grid
can't
everything.
get his own riddle.
The
I
answer was
set it
Super
up
Trooper.
that way.
Robo__Daddy says new poll started. Did he like that answer? But 0 nanoseconds _BB says curtain.
We didn't like that answer. Can't see shit, dude. Can't see shit. Well, y'all can. I can. I can see the road. I can see this with you guys.
Robo__Daddy says Killadreams added a new riddle prompt.
Here we go.
DTM Drews KE says wow man safe travel sweaty he'll be in here for a while.
Thanks, Drewski. Appreciate you, baby boy.
Robo__Daddy says here's your riddle. I drive men to madness, help machines go round, yet never seen or felt, only a concept found. What am I? Robo__Daddy says Killadreams redeemed the riddler. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 2 votes. Robo _ Daddy says chat chose to not add fuel to the list. Off-grid everything says fuel. Robo _ Daddy says congratulations off-grid everything. Yes, the answer was fuel. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer? Robo _ Daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt. Robo _ Daddy says here's the riddle. Hit me a streamer, incessantly playing, games never ending, till he's mildly swaying. What's the term for this resolution undying? Robo _ Daddy says add engineering redeemed the riddler.
This resolution.
Killer Dreams says damn it I'm too fast on the computer.
And Killer Dreams did the same thing, dude. If we don't get this, it's gonna tell us. I gotta fix it, dude. I'm sorry. You guys gotta. If you're doing custom ones, you have to wait until the custom thing ends, until they vote yes or no.
Killer Dreams says shit.
It's gonna happen again. Maybe if you vote no, it doesn't say.
Off-grid everything says just gotta wait for the pill to finish. Killer Dreams says Robo winning this one. Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. Yes, has one with 1 vote. Robo _ Daddy says gooning. Killer Dreams says watch lol. Robo _ Daddy says gooning added to random answers.
No.
Robo _ Daddy says congratulations Killer Dreams. Yes, the answer was gooning. Robo _ Daddy says new poll started. Did we like that answer?
No.
Add engineering says oh shit.
For the love
Add engineering
of God.
says okay I'll wait. Add engineering says let me do one. Robo _ Daddy says off-grid everything added a new riddle prompt. Killer Dreams says ahahaha.
You guys, off-grid it's gonna tell
Off-grid
us.
everything says not gonna redeem it yet.
Okay, yeah, if you don't redeem it. So off-grid stole the prompt for 30 seconds. We'll see if someone takes it out from under his nose. And then gives us a red. This is mayhem. Oh, gosh.
Robo _ Daddy says poll complete. No, has one with 1 vote. Robo _ Daddy says add engineering added a new riddle prompt. Killer Dreams says change the give up yes, not yet to give up and not yet.
There's 2 big things I gotta change. They're not that hard to change, it's just I have to change.
Robo _ Daddy says here's your riddle. In the summit of fitness, we cycle to my peak, though not a mountain, my heights all athletes seek. Robo _ Daddy says add engineering redeemed the riddler. But 0 nanoseconds _ BB says I go in for my CPAP fitting tomorrow morning.
Nice buttons, I love that, dude.
Add engineering says TBF I said let me.
He fucking stole it from off-grid, bro. He fucking stole it. Right out from under his nose, dude. Off-grid was just doing the right thing. Waiting. He says, to be fair, I said let me.
Killer Dreams says top. Killer Dreams says first place.
I need
Killer Dreams says win.
Command
Killer Dreams
repeat.
says winning.
I missed it.
But 0 nanoseconds _ BB says hill.